Sitting inside the box, the rabbit heard the voices of people. They said that the lands of the Black Panther would soon appear. They talked about how the coming-of-age ceremony had already passed, and the rabbit had not turned into a human. The rabbit was cursed by the god of beasts. Her mother constantly screamed and asked why she didn't turn into a human. She screamed that her younger brother had already become a worthy werewolf. She trembled with fear as she realized that it was entirely her fault. She knew that if she prayed to the god of animals someday, she would definitely become a human. The priests in the temple said that she had a curse imposed by the god of beasts, and therefore she could not turn into a human. Her family humiliated her and told her that she was useless. She was very scared and wondered if her family were going to abandon her since she could not become human. The young people said that they had already gone too deep into the forest. They were given orders so that she could die at the hands of the Black Panthers. They said that as proof that they had visited the lands of the Black Panthers, they would bring the customer the grass that grows on their territory. The young people were very nervous because they were afraid of Black Panthers. She was scared and wanted to get out of the box as quickly as possible. She cried because she begged them not to leave her. She said that she would try hard to become a worthy werewolf. She cried because she did not want to stay in the Black Panther's territory. A moment later, she heard some suspicious sound. She was very scared. A moment later, someone pulled her out of the box, and with tears in her eyes, she looked at her savior. The young man looked with surprise and contempt at the rabbit who was crying. He was very surprised because he saw us in my territory as a small rabbit. She was shocked because she realized that it was a Black Panther in front of her now. She twitched because she understood that he could eat her now. She wanted him to let her go. The young man looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he looked at her with a grin and asked if she was crying. She twitched because she was furious. She was surprised if this was the first time he had seen a rabbit cry. The young man looked at her and with a smile asked her to cry some more. She was taken aback by this statement. Shaking with fear, she began to cry. She was in shock as she realized that he seemed to like it when she cried. Thus on Earth, the Black Panther found a little rabbit named Vivy. She is a werewolf rabbit from a highly respected family. But for some reason, she still could not turn into a human, even though she was already 18 years old. Vivy thought that perhaps because they did not want to see her, her parents abandoned her in the lands of the Black Panther. She didn't know what could happen to her, and she also didn't know where she was now. She knew that before she passed out, she had definitely been in the forest. She recalled painful memories. She didn't know why he took her with him. She was worried that he might actually eat her. She was afraid that he would cook her. Vivy never wanted to let that happen. She understood that she needed to come to her senses as soon as possible and try to escape now. She understood that even if she broke something, she would still run away. Vivy tried to jump off the bed, but a moment later, someone grabbed her. She was shocked. Turning around, she saw a panther. He looked at her and said that a big disaster had almost happened. He said that she still decided to commit a rash act. He said that the gentleman was also good since he abandoned such a small rabbit. Vivy was surprised. She saw red eyes and fangs. He looked at her and said that it was his first time eating her. He looked at her and asked where she came from. Vivy was shocked because she saw a Black Panther again. He looked at her and asked if she really couldn't speak. She was twitching because she wanted him to let her go. A moment later, he sat her down on the pillow and told her that it would be safer on the floor than on the bed. He looked at her and said that since she came to this place, she should be careful since she is the property of Mr. Ahin. At the same time, he called her Mr. Rabbit and said that she was property. Vivy was shocked. She did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that she should always ensure that her manners are impeccable. She looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that judging by the fact that the gentleman brought her into his bedroom, she must be special. He said that she was a spare food. Vivy was shocked by what she heard. Vivy heard voices, young people discussing that she had fainted and saying that she was a sick rabbit. The young man was surprised as he realized that most likely this was a werewolf rabbit who returned briefly to his true appearance. The man said that he did not feel werewolf pheromones at all, and if he were a werewolf, he would have turned into a human long ago. Lying on the pillow, she heard what they were discussing. They could not understand whether she was a werewolf or an ordinary rabbit. Previously, she had heard that there were many scientists in the lands of the Black Panther. She thought that if it was revealed that she was a werewolf who failed to turn into a human, then she would become a test subject. They discussed why the gentleman had brought her to the house. Vivy thought that all their conversations were simply absurd. She did not believe that the owner of such a luxurious bedroom had brought her into the house just to eat her. The doctor said that he had already finished the treatment, and that's why he was leaving. Vivy was scared. She didn't want the doctor to leave. Irwin came closer to her and said that her closed eyelids were trembling. He said that if she didn't get up now, she would go to the table. He asked her if she liked fried or boiled meat. She was shocked. Irwin looked at her and asked for forgiveness for being late with the introduction. He said that he was the master's assistant. Irwin said the gentleman must have had a reason for leaving her there. Irwin said that the master considered her to be a supernatural animal that understood language, and the master also thought that she was a divine beast. Irwin looked at her and said that he still thought she was just an ordinary rabbit. She was shocked because she understood that she was ordinary but did not understand why he emphasized this. A moment later, they noticed someone enter the bedroom. Turning around, they saw the gentleman. Holding the rabbit in his arms, Irwin bowed and greeted Mr. Ahin. The master looked closely at the servant and asked why he was here. Irwin looked at Mr. and asked if he didn't send him first to help Mr. Rabbit. Ahin looked at Irwin and said that it was so. Ahin looked at him to see if he was a werewolf or an ordinary rabbit. Irwin said that the medicine man had an impossible hypothesis. Irwin asked if he could find out the reason for the appearance of the rabbit. Ahin said that he wanted to eat rabbit tomorrow. Irwin looked at him and said that he would notify the kitchen about this. Vivy was in shock. She didn't understand whether she had to eat it. She knew that they had a lot of food besides it. Irwin looked that the sun was already setting and said that he was taking his leave. Vivy did not want him to leave. The gentleman looked intently at the rabbit. She was trembling with fear. Sometime later, they were sleeping quietly in bed. She understood that she had nowhere to escape. She knew that she was now in the lands of the Black Panthers. She understood that even if she was lucky enough to get out, it would be difficult to survive. And even if she survived, she had no home to return to. Her own mother looked at her with contempt and hatred. She was in shock as her parents wished her the shame of death. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and came closer to him. She noticed that he looked handsome. She knew that she was scared, but still, if it weren't for this man, she really would have died. This situation terrified her. Vivy didn't know how to let her in and what to do. She wanted to live. However, fortunately, he was not doing anything special to her now. She thought that perhaps she should be grateful to him. A moment later, she saw his gaze. She was very surprised and frightened because she did not expect him to wake up. She was very scared and crawled under the pillow. Ahin looked at her and said that she was about to suffocate. Lifting the pillow, he saw that it was shaking very much. He looked at her and asked with a grin if she was crying again. She was furious and didn't cry at all. She just remembered her mother who said that she was suffering greatly from the rumors that were caused by Vivy. She was very worried and afraid because she was abandoned, and it hurt her feelings more than she thought. He looked at her puzzled. A moment later, he asked if she was afraid of being eaten. She looked at him in surprise. Ahin looked at her and said that then she could cry. Vivy looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand why he was so obsessed with her tears. He pulled himself closer to her and told her to cry quickly. She sighed heavily and rubbed her eyes. Vivy was in shock and twitching. She was puzzled that she could not cry in front of him. Turning away from her, he said that she did not have enough willpower. He said that the day after tomorrow he would eat her. For this reason, she needed to try harder. A moment later, he pulled her closer to him. He looked at her and told her to lie there as if she were not there, as she was annoying him. The next day, Vivy noticed that he was getting ready to go somewhere. He looked at her in surprise because he did not understand what she was looking at. She looked at him with sweet eyes. A moment later, she waved her paw at him. Vivy wanted him to go far away and not come back. The maid looked at her and said that according to the young master's orders, she would serve her. She said her name was Mamie. Sometime later, they leisurely looked around the estate. Later, they proceeded to take a bath. After she took a bath, she started eating. Vivy noticed that there was not enough salad today. She also took a leisurely stroll through the garden. She was surprised because she noticed that the house was very huge. She thought that she was now in the aristocracy. She said that the man who is next to her is always called young master, which means he is the son of the owner of the estate. He threatened her at times, and it was creepy almost to the point of trembling. A moment later, she saw the main gate. She turned around and glared at her maid. She looked closely at the gate because she realized that she could easily get through. She knew that this was her only chance. The knight and the maid communicated with each other. She understood that she immediately had to leave the estate now with the speed of lightning. She rushed to the gate. She quickly passed the guards and maids. Suddenly, she heard a noise and, unbeknownst to herself, hit something. She fell to the ground as she was in great pain. She was in shock and did not understand where the dagger appeared in front of her. A moment later, the maid picked her up in her arms. The maid told her that it was very dangerous outside the estate. She was shocked and very scared because she understood that the local people were really strange. The young master was covered in blood late at night. Opening her eyes, she was taken aback as she saw a young gentleman who was covered in blood. She also noticed that he had wounds. She was very surprised. The young master was sitting on a chair and sighing heavily. She noticed that he was very seriously injured. Moments later, the doctor and Irwin ran into the room. Irwin looked at him and asked if this was the work of wolf werewolves. The gentleman said that they even used a paralyzing scent. The doctor said that the wound was not deep, but still needed a bandage. Irwin looked at the master, puzzled. He said that he would dispose of the corpse and hand it over to the head of the Wolflands. Irwin said that even though they will deny that this is a problem, it has nothing to do with them. The gentleman told him to send 30 people from their side, and he also said that they could kill their high-ranking officials. The doctor bowed and said that he had done everything and would come to him in the morning. Ahin sighed heavily as all his wounds hurt. He looked at Vivy. The master was surprised that she had been here all this time. Irwin looked at her and said that she had been sitting quietly all this time. He said that the rabbit is very smart, as befits someone brought by the master. Ahin asked if this is connected. Irwin looked at him and said that this is exactly how it is. A moment later, the gentleman approached the rabbit and called him. Vivy was surprised and did not understand why he was calling her. He looked at her and said that it was indeed quite extraordinary for a rabbit. He was surprised that she understood his speech. Irwin said that, however, if he is a werewolf, then a lot of things don't add up. The gentleman looked at him and asked what happened to those they killed in the forest when they discovered the rabbit. Irwin said that today he had just ordered the return of the corpses, but only after the black panthers of the forest had torn them to pieces. The gentleman was angry. Vivy shuddered. She quietly fell on his palm because she wanted him to spare her. He looked at her and said with a smile that she was a quick thinker. The master looked at the servant and told him to go out. Sometime later they were lying in bed. She saw that he was in pain. She wondered what happened to him with the werewolves. A moment later he looked at her intently. The gentleman grabbed her and lifted her up. Moments later he pulled her closer to his face and started smelling her. She was perplexed. She froze in shock, not understanding what he was doing. He looked at her and said that the scent of pheromone was coming from her neck. She was shocked and didn't understand what he just said. She understood that this simply could not be. She knew that the pheromone scent only came from werewolves that could transform into humans. He looked at her and said that was suspicious. He looked at her and said that they shouldn't have killed them all at once. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what this predator was thinking about. A moment later, she saw that he had already fallen asleep. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked if it would be better to lighten the training today. Ahin looked at Irwin and called him. Irwin looked closely at the master. Since recently, the invasion of the wolf family on Earth had become more frequent. Because of this attacks on the Lord, the heir to the head of the family increased. The gentleman licked the blood from the wound. Irwin wanted the gentleman to take care of himself. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that through two-dimensional movements they were overloading his body. He asked if he had a wound recently. He said it had healed. Irwin was shocked. He said that truly no one could cope with the master's outstanding healing power. He said incredulously that the gentleman seemed to have the ability to heal the wound within a day. Ahin understood that he did not believe him. He understood that this must sound crazy. He himself was very surprised when in the morning he saw that he had taken too long. He looked at the rabbit who was sleeping peacefully. He was surprised as he had definitely recovered completely. He told him to find out if there were any deceased or recently disappeared members of the family among the aristocracy of the Rabbitlands. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise as he understood what the gentleman wanted to say. The lady looked at the rabbit and asked the maid why her son had adopted this rabbit. The maid looked at the mistress and said that everything was correct. She smiled and said that there were rumors that this was an unusual talking rabbit. She looked at her and asked if it was true. Vivy looked at her in surprise. The maid said that apparently she was misled, but to some extent the rabbit understands speech. She smiled and said that it seemed like the gossip wasn't exactly lying. She looked at the maid and said that she wanted to see this child, so she asked her to leave them for a while. Vivy understood that 10 days had now passed unnoticed since her arrival at the estate. She realized that she was face to face with the master's mother. She looked at her and asked her to raise her paw. Vivy did everything as she was asked. Next, Madame asked her to pull up her leg later. She told her to sit down. Madame looked at her with satisfaction. She stroked it tenderly. Madame smiled and said that it was incredibly cute. A moment later, Madame said that it looked like her son was growing the fodder. She shuddered at the unexpected words. She was shocked because she realized that she sometimes tolerated Irwin coming to talk to her. Every evening she endured the mockery of the young master, and it was all in order to fatten her up for slaughter. She sighed heavily, because she understood that she could not do anything since she was just a rabbit. Madame looked at her intently with a smile on her face. She looked at her and said that if she wanted to live, then she didn't need to be so submissive to the young master. She said that a predator always eats its prey if it loses interest in it. She understood that even if she resisted him, he could still bite her with his huge fangs. Madame smiled and said that she had just smelled subtle pheromones from her. She said with a smile that at least not now. Vivy was shocked because she did not expect pheromones to come from her. Some time later, she lay quietly on the bed and thought about everything. She remembered that the young master and his mother said that she smelled of pheromones. She was surprised, but had previously heard that werewolves have better developed senses than herbivores. She wondered if those two had been mistaken about her. Pheromones appeared after transformation into a human, but there are always exceptions. She was an exception, since she could not turn into a human and still remained in animal form. The maids mocked her and told her to convert. Her family looked at her with contempt as they expected her to finally be able to turn into a human. She was very excited and wondered if she couldn't become a human now she wanted to try. For some time she tried to turn into a human, but unfortunately nothing worked for her. A moment later, a young gentleman entered the room and looked at her intently. He was surprised and did not understand what she was doing. A moment later, he came closer to her and called her. He said that today the mouth of the wolves attacked again. He looked at her and said that he was injured for this reason. She looked at him in surprise. A moment later, he showed her his face and said that he had a wound there. She looked at him and sighed heavily. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she would cure him more. She turned away as she wondered why she had to do this. He looked at her and asked if she really wouldn't help him. Vivy turned her head because she didn't want to do this. A moment later, he picked her up. He said that a rabbit that doesn't even heal is useless. She was very frightened and trembled with fear. He looked at her and asked if she now had a desire to treat him. She nodded because she was afraid that he might eat her a moment later. He put her on the bed and told her to treat him. She was surprised because she did not understand how she should treat him. She turned around. He looked at her in surprise. A moment later, she placed her paw on his cheek. Moving closer, she licked his cheek. He looked at her in surprise and embarrassment as he did not expect this. He looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of treatment this was. She was in shock as she did not understand what she should do. He jumped up and looked at her intently. A moment later, he said that was also not bad. She was surprised and dumbfounded because she did not understand what he was saying at all. The young master looked at her intently and smiled. Madame sat and quietly drank tea. She said with a smile that today was a beautiful day. Vivy ate slowly. She completely agreed with Madame. Madame looked at her and said with a smile that she moved her lips charmingly when she chewed. She looked at her and said with a smile that she could still eat. Vivy was very happy. The first time she saw Madame, she felt uncomfortable and scared. But after several meetings, she was very happy to see her. Madame looked at her and said with a smile that she was a little late in greeting. She said that her name was Valence Grace. She thought for a moment because she had heard a name of this kind somewhere. Madame smiled and said that she could just call her Mrs. Valens. Vivy knew that she could not do this because she could not speak. The mistress told her to hold her breath for a while and think about the pressure on the veins throughout her body. A moment later, she did as her mistress told her. Her whole body was shaking. She didn't understand what she was feeling right now. A moment later, she looked at her mistress in surprise. The lady smiled and said that she was just smart. She said with a smile that everything went great and they finished. The lady smiled and told her to remember this feeling. Vivy looked at her in surprise because she did not understand what she was supposed to remember. The young master looked at her and showed her the toy. He said that if she couldn't catch it, he would eat it tomorrow. She was furious because she understood that he was mocking her again. She began to spank the toy. He looked at her, asked what she was doing. He said that she couldn't do it because she had short legs, and he called her a fat rabbit. Irwin said that soon the rabbit will hate Ahin since he scared him in the morning. Irwin said that now the rabbit is looking at him with a look of complete hatred. The young gentleman smiled and said that on the contrary, he liked this look. Irwin sighed heavily and smiled. He told the rabbit to continue to hate the master. The young master smiled and said that you are already in awe. She was furious because they infuriated her. They suddenly put her in a carriage in the morning and did not tell her where they were going. The gentleman looked at her and said that she was a war rabbit. Irwin said that perhaps this was for the birth of the first war rabbit. Vivy hit Irwin with her miniature foot. She was very angry with him and wanted him to leave. Vivy stared out the window after she had calmed down. She was surprised since it was the first time she had gone outside. She knew that now she could see everything up close. Irwin looked at her and asked if she wanted to look. He lifted her higher. She gazed out the window as she observed a truly beautiful view. She was surprised since the view was radically different from what she had read in books and heard from stories. She didn't know if the day would come when she could go outside on her own, but a moment later, someone lifted her up. The young master took it and put it in his pocket. She was surprised because she was in a lot of pain. She did not understand why he grabbed her so suddenly. She looked at him intently. A moment later, they arrived at the place. She was surprised and looked out of her pocket. She did not understand where they had come and why this place was so far away. A moment later, she saw that they had arrived at the temple. She was very scared and trembling with fear. They slowly walked to the temple. Vivy was shaking with fear. She didn't want to go there as much as she remembered her family's words. She wondered if they had come to the temple because the scent of pheromones was coming from her. Vivy thought that they were most likely going to reveal her true identity. The young master told her to sit still. She didn't want to sit quietly because she wanted to return home as quickly as she didn't like it. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what happened to the rabbit. Ahin did not know what to answer. A moment later, they entered the hall. The high priest bowed back to them. She was very frightened. Ahin looked at her and told her to wait for him a little. Vivy shuddered and looked at him in fear. The young master looked at her and told her to answer. Vivy nodded in response. He smiled. A moment later, they approached the priest. Vivy looked after him in fear. Ahin said that they had not seen each other for 3 years. The priest said that Mr. Grace's personal visit was an honor for him. She looked at them in surprise because she did not understand what they were talking about. She was very frightened because she again heard the words of the priest that he told her the last time. He told her that she was rejected by the god of beasts. She was very frightened and trembled with fear. She did not want to hear these words at all. A moment later, she jumped down and ran away with tears in her eyes. She ran and asked them to stop saying things like that to her. Vivy remembered that the iron said that there were no such precedents. She was told that since it was the curse of the god of beasts, the high priest had no intention of interfering. She was told that it was disgusting. She ran up to the statue of the god of beasts and stared at him. She looked at him and wondered why she couldn't turn into a human. She wanted to know if there really was a curse on her. She didn't understand why, only she had it. The young master walked up to her and, out of breath, said that she was annoying him a little today. He looked at her in surprise, asked why she was crying, and he also asked if she really hated the temple. She hated the temple very much, and also the high priest even more. Looking at him, she cried. Sometime later, Irwin ran up to the gentleman. Irwin looked at Vivy and said that he was relieved that she was okay, as he didn't think she would try to escape the temple. She looked at him in surprise as she realized that he was very slow. Ahin said that Mr. Rabbit ran away because he hated the temple. Irwin said that Mr. Rabbit was apparently an atheist. Ahin asked if the religion of rabbits is not strange. Irwin said that rabbits sometimes pray. Ahin thought this was interesting. Irwin said that if Mr. Rabbit doesn't like the temple, then they need to quickly return to the estate. She looked at them in surprise and wondered if they might come back. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that they would return to the estate right now. Irwin came closer to her and called. She looked at him in surprise. Irwin said that he did not have military self-control, and therefore he asked her to refrain from making sudden runs in the future. The gentleman looked at him gloomily and said that Irwin was very close to Mr. Rabbit. Irwin looked at Ahin and said with a smile that he respected his master's callous side. Ahin told him to keep quiet. Vivy looked at the gentleman in surprise. She was very tired as the day had exhausted her. Lying on the bed, the young master looked at her intently. She did not understand why this predator opened his robe and was looking at her. She pretended to be asleep. She also wanted to show that she was a dangerous animal. The young master touched her and called her while calling her a crybaby. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she knew that predators have a developed sense of possessiveness. She was confused and did not understand what he was saying at all. He said that when it is too strong, things are broken and thrown away. After his words, she jumped up. She was in shock and asked him in surprise what he would do to her. He said that he sheltered her. That's why she lives. He asked her, is it true that she is his property? She looked at her in fear, but he just grinned. She wondered if he was really threatening her now, and if she decided to run away, he would most likely just kill her. The beautiful madame was sitting in the garden on a fine day. She looked at the sweet child and with a smile told her to breathe deeply. Vivy immediately followed the advice. The mistress said that because of this position, she again wants to hide her pheromones. She told her to try to collect all her energy in her stomach. The mistress told her not to rush and do everything slowly. She told her to exhale and inhale slowly. After a long workout, she fell exhausted onto the pillow. The lady smiled and praised her. She said that Vivy had done a good job. It was difficult for her since lately she had been training daily to control pheromones. Vivy hoped that she would soon be able to turn into a human. A moment later, she saw a book. The lady looked at her and asked if she understood the letter. Vivy was surprised and did not understand why the lady suddenly gave her a book. She nodded since she knew how to read. The lady said that if the doctor did so, she would give the book to Mamie. The lady smiled and said that perhaps the book would be useful. She was surprised. She didn't know how the book would be useful to her. Having opened the book, she first touched it and then began to read. She was surprised because she had read about the pheromone theory. Pheromone is the innate scent and energy of werewolves manifested in characteristic abilities. Were rabbits mainly developed an evasion pheromone? She was surprised and wondered if she was that species too. She thought that she was not so fast after all. Vivy noticed a note about pheromones and sexes. She knew this part very well since the servants on the estate knew that she could not speak, and therefore they came to her room to play tricks. A moment later, she heard a sound. Turning around, she saw a young gentleman laughing. She saw that he was laughing very hard. Irwin also stood and trembled with laughter. She was surprised and did not understand why they behaved this way. Irwin said that during his entire meeting with Mr. Rabbit, he had seen such a sight for the first time. They laughed and said that she was a reading bunny. He said that he would like to capture this scene in a painting. Ahin laughed furiously and could not stop. A moment later, he calmed down and said with a smile that he was about to choke from laughter. Irwin looked at him and with a smile told the gentleman to pull himself together. He looked at the young master and asked if the little rabbit would be upset if the young master laughed like that. The young master could barely contain his laughter. Ahin was amazed at such a sweet appearance. A moment later, the young master laughed even more. Vivy thought that he was being unceremonious. Vivy enjoyed the walk, accompanied by Mamie. She paused for a moment and thought that Madam and young master were busy today. The maid looked at her. She did not understand what was happening. A moment later, the young man picked her up, looked at her in surprise, and asked if it was a rabbit. She was surprised, since it was the first time she had seen this man. Vivy noticed that he had very beautiful golden eyes. She wondered if he was one of the herbivorous werewolves. He looked at her and said that she smelled of black panthers. Vivy was in shock. She wanted him to let her go. Vivy looked pitifully at the maid. Vivy looked at her because she wanted to know whether it was a predator or not. The maid nodded to her, agreeing with her assumption. She looked at him intently because she did not understand where he came from here. Viv didn't take her eyes off him. Vivy was confused and didn't understand why he was looking at her so intently. She didn't know what he wanted from her. A moment later, he brought it closer to his face and smelled it. Vivy was in shock and asked why the smell of black panther came from her. Vivy realized that he was talking about Akina. She was in shock and wanted him to remove his fangs from her. Vivy hit him. Everyone looked at them puzzled. Mamie looked at Mr. Manyenza and asked for forgiveness and told him to let the rabbit go. Mr. Manyenza looked at the maid in surprise. A moment later, the young master approached them. Vivy was very surprised and at the same moment glad that he came. Ahin looked angrily at Manyenza. Manyenza looked at him and said that this was unexpected for him since he did not think that the young master would raise a rabbit. Ahin looked at them intently and did not answer. A moment later, he told Manyenza to give the rabbit back. Manyenza sighed heavily and let go of Vivy. She approached Akin with the speed of lightning. Manyenza asked Akin since when he acquired such a hobby. Vivy looked at Ahin and pointed at Manyenza with her little paw. She wanted to know what kind of relationship they were in. He looked at her and said with anger that she was saturated with the smell of a dirty lion. Vivy was puzzled as it was not her fault. A moment later, she realized that he was surrounded by predators, namely a panther and a lion. She was in shock. He asked if she really wanted to go to the lion. She showed with all her appearance that she did not intend to do this. Ahin asked with a smile if she really wanted to become food for the lion. Vivy twitched because she didn't want this. She was surprised she didn't understand why he was behaving this way. He said with a grin that she should beg for more if she wants to live. She looked at him angrily. He looked and asked with a grin if she really wouldn't. She was furious and frowned, not going to do it, even if he looked at her like that. Manhwa said with a grin that apparently the rabbit liked the dirty lion better than Sir Grace. The young master looked at the rabbit and said with rage that this could not be, and he called her a traitor. Vivy was shocked by this statement. Ahin turned around and said that he was informing him out of concern that polygamy was prohibited in the lands of the Black Panthers. Leo looked after them in surprise. Manhwa stretched himself and said that no matter what, he was still a crazy bastard. Vivy in turn nodded as she realized that the lion had definitely noticed everything. Ahin sniffed his things irritably as he smelled the smell of a lion, which was unpleasant to him. He was annoyed because he didn't like the lion anyway. Irwin said there were no missing children among the aristocrats in the rabbit lands. He said that even when the search was expanded to include wealthy traders, no missing people were found. The young gentleman looked closely at the documents. He said with a grin that this was very suspicious. Irwin asked if there was a possibility that Mr. Rabbit was not a werewolf, but an ordinary rabbit. Ahin was surprised. The gentleman said that he had been watching the rabbit for about a month, but he had not grown at all, only gained a little weight. Irwin smiled and said that thanks to the lady he had gained weight. The young master wondered if the rabbit was not an aristocrat, but still he knew that the rabbit definitely smelled of pheromones, and for the same reason his mother was worried. Irwin looked at Mr. Rabbit and said that he would personally interrogate Mr. Rabbit's true identity. Ahin said that perhaps he would really hate him. Irwin said that he really did. The gentleman said that the rabbit recently tore up the book he brought Irwin, brought a book all about cooking herbivores. The gentleman told Irwin that he was very bad and asked if he liked this. Irwin said that he did not want to receive such an assessment from anyone except him. Irwin said that his lord is the light and the source of all things. Ahin told him to shut up. Irwin fell silent and looked intently at the gentleman while he looked at the documents. Walking through the forest, the men talked they were in shock because for the first time they heard an order to throw a child into the clutches of a predator. The young master read the report in the documents and was amazed that the people were ordered to let the child die at the hands of the Black Panthers. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young master looked closely at the documents and said that those looking for the rabbit might soon appear. He looked at Irwin with an angry look and told him to kill everyone who would look for the rabbit. The maid was carefully drying the rabbit. She looked at her and asked for forgiveness for not being able to help recently. She said that Mr. Lev is a high-ranking person who comes as a representative of the lion family to negotiate. She said that a servant like her could not install it unceremoniously. Vivy looked closely at the maid now she knew the name of the lion. The maid looked at her and said that from now on it would be better to refrain from walking on the days when the lion comes. Vivy understood what she wanted to say. She hoped that now the smell of the lion was completely gone. She sniffed her paws. She hoped that the smell had disappeared and they would no longer pick on her in vain. The young master looked at her gloomily and asked if she still smelled like Leo. Vivy was very angry and irritated. Ahin asked if she really hadn't been bathed. She was in shock because she didn't understand how he could ask such a question to a girl. Sitting on the sofa, they glared at each other. Irwin called the young master. Irwin said that a month had already passed since Mr. Rabbit arrived at the estate, and it would be nice to give him a name. The young master looked at Irwin in surprise. Irwin said it was time because everyone called him Mr. Rabbit. The young master thought for a while and frowned. He slowly pressed her cheek. He looked at the rabbit and said that perhaps he already had a name. She looked at him in surprise and fear because she did not understand how he knew this. Irwin looked at them and said that he would take his leave. He bowed and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Vivy was in shock. She didn't understand how he knew that she already had a name. She jumped up as if she didn't understand what he was doing now. A moment later, he pulled her and told her to follow him. She was in shock. I didn't understand how he could continue to unceremoniously grab her by the skin. He looked at her and said with a grin that he wanted to eat her when she looked at him evilly like that. She looked at him with contempt. Ahin looked at her and said with a grin that this was not a joke. She was in shock as she felt very scared. A moment later, he lowered her and she plopped down into the ink. She was in shock and didn't understand what he was doing. Vivy was splashing in the ink. He looked at her intently and told her to write her name. She looked at him in surprise because she didn't understand how to write her name. She was in shock, did not understand who he took her for since he demanded this as a matter of course. He said that they say that you become attached to an animal if you give it a name. Ahin looked at her and asked if she thought she would live longer if he knew her name now. She was in shock, did not understand why he was saying such terrible things. She would like to tell him that she understood everything and would certainly do as he told her. Vivy plopped down on the ground as she was very tired while writing her name on the paper. She was in shock as all her muscles and bones were very painful. She didn't expect it to be so difficult to write the name. The young master looked closely at the name she wrote. He looked at her and asked if her name was Vivy. He smiled and said her name again with a smile on his face. A moment later, he grabbed her by the skin and lifted her up. She was surprised and did not understand why he was calling her that. The young master looked at her intently frowning. He pulled her closer as he intended to bite her. She was in shock, did not understand what he was doing and why he suddenly began to behave this way. She twitched and squirmed as he touched fangs to her body. He looked at her and told her not to twitch as he was only removing the smell of the lion. Her heart was beating wildly. She did not understand why he suddenly began to behave this way since she wanted him to tell her in advance what he would do. She shuddered as she felt very strange. She did not understand why her heart was beating so wildly. It seemed to her as if her strength was leaving her body. She felt the aroma but did not understand what was happening and what kind of aroma she smelled. She wondered if she could smell the young master's pheromone now. She felt sick and was choking on the smell. Opening her eyes, she realized that it seemed like she had just fallen asleep. After everything was cracking inside her, she wondered if she was getting sick again. She saw that the young master was sleeping next to her. She noticed that he was very handsome when he didn't talk and was just sleeping. She didn't understand why he was interrogating her and why Vivy seemed so suspicious to him. She wondered if he was not curious about her true essence. Vivy touched his face with tenderness. She found it very warm. Mother and son were sitting and drinking tea on a fine day. The woman was alarmed. She did not understand why there was still no news. She knew that the services that had been working in her house for so long could not disobey the order because of her daughter. She wondered if they were being hunted by black panthers. She felt uneasy at heart. The young man looked closely at his mother. He said that if they crossed the border unnecessarily and went into the deep forest, the tones could attack them. He told his mother not to worry in vain. She looked at her son and asked if this forest was not close to the Grace family. She was worried that the servants of this family might discover Vivy. He looked at his mother and asked if he should be even more grateful to them. He said that they would sort it out themselves. She thought for a moment and didn't answer. He said that if she was so worried about it, then she could send people and investigate it. He said that even if they were attacked by black panthers, there were corpses or bones left behind. Madame Puzzled agreed with his words. She said that it would be better this way. Vivy looked intently into the mirror. She cried because she was puzzled by the fact that when she woke up, she saw a vision of a human hand so inside she was already anticipating that it could be her. She was in shock as she wondered what kind of transformation she could create into a human if she was still just a ball of fur. The young master looked at her in surprise and called. He didn't understand why she suddenly started acting like this. Vivy sighed heavily because she knew that he could not understand her heartbreaking torment being a black panther. He looked at her in surprise and asked what this strange behavior was. The servant looked at the master in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young master looked at the servant and said that he was talking about the rabbit now, because she was sighing very heavily, and he did not understand why she was suddenly behaving this way. The servant looked at the master and asked if maybe she wanted to eat. The young master looked at him in surprise and asked if that was why. The servant said that she looked a little depressed. The master said that breakfast had already passed. Vivy knew that they were just stupid predators, since this was not her real problem. The young master said that there was a reason for this. The servant looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He said that the statements were that she was hungry. He looked at the rabbit and said that he should prepare to be eaten and need to gain weight. The servant looked at the master in surprise and asked with a smile if he was right. The young master said that everything was exactly like that, and the preparation of the rabbit was perfect. She looked at him intently with evil shoes in their eyes. Vivy did not understand why he was again making such conclusions. He got closer, came up to her, and smelled it. She looked at him in surprise. The young master looked at her and said that the scent of the lion had completely disappeared a moment later. He called her. Ahin looked at her and angrily said that if she ever comes with that smell again, then she was shocked since he did not say what would happen. Then, Vivy looked at him in fear. The young master looked sideways at the servant and said that it was late and they needed to go. Vivy was angry and dumbfounded because he didn't finish speaking and was already leaving. She was furious, but at the same time she was shaking with fear because she was scared, and it was unclear what would happen if she came with a different smell. She screamed mentally that she should have told her first and then left. Sometime later, she and the maid were walking. She bumped into the mistress. The mistress looked at her and said with a smile that it was the first time she was so happy. Vivy happily greeted her mistress as she ran around her. She really wanted to tell her mistress about what happened at night, but she could not speak, but thought that she could write everything now. Vivy looked closely at her mistress. Mrs. Valens looked at her in surprise. Still, Vivy decided to show what the young master was doing to her. She showed that he first opened his mouth. Vivy testified that he then bit her. She said that after that she immediately felt dizzy, and she felt sick as if she had gotten drunk, sighing heavily. She said that that's exactly what happened. The lady looked at her in surprise and puzzlement. The mistress looked at the maid and said that apparently dinner was not enough. She told the maid to immediately ask the chef to prepare everything but from the eastern lands. Mamie was shocked since barely an hour had passed since breakfast, but still she obediently agreed and left. Vivy was shocked because the mistress misunderstood her. She rushed about from the mistress of the maid. She wanted to show that this was not what they thought. The lady looked at her and said with a smile that she was apparently pleased. Vivy was shocked and did not understand what she was talking about. The lady looked at the rabbit with a smile on her face. Late in the evening, young people were looking at something intently. A moment later, the young man said that he had found something. He looked in surprise at the bones that were near him. He realized that these were the remains of a werewolf. The young man looked closely at the remains and said that it was very strange. He said that they were strong enough to not die so easily at the hands of the Black Panthers. He was surprised and wondered if it was really so difficult to check if the pathetic rabbit was dead. A moment later, someone told them that they had again willfully crossed the border. The young people were scared because they did not know who told them this. Ahin looked angrily at the young people. The young master gave them an angry and contemptuous look. He did not understand why they suddenly invaded his territory. The young people were very frightened as they noticed that the man had scarlet eyes. They looked at them closely as they realized that in front of them were young people who belonged to the genus of Black Panthers. The man looked closely at the panthers and said that it was none of their business. Ahin looked at them and asked if they were really looking for a rabbit. The young people looked at them dumbfounded. Ahin looked at them and calmly said that he had sheltered a rabbit. The young people were shocked as they realized that he had said that he had adopted a rabbit. They wondered if this meant that the rabbit was still alive. The young master looked at them with anger and contempt and asked if they were going to take the rabbit away again. The panther growled angrily and loudly at the young people. The man looked at them in fear and said in a trembling voice that this was not what they thought. Irwin looked at them and said that now he thought they were incredibly suspicious. Irwin told them to look at themselves now, since they are no different from the night rogues. Irwin asked why they should suddenly trust them and give them the rabbit. Irwin said that Mr. Rabbit had already become perfectly accustomed to being Mr.'s spare food, so they would not give it away. The young people were shocked. They did not understand what he was saying. The young master looked at Irwin intently and asked what he really wanted to say. Irwin bowed and said that he could not contain his indignation since they dared to covet Mr. Rabbit, Mr. Ahin's spare food. The young master looked at him intently and said that he had said a lot of unnecessary things. Irwin said they don't know for sure as they may have intentions of stealing Mr. Rabbit. The young master sighed heavily and said that was why he came to personally kill these people. The young master looked at them with a smirk. The young people were shocked. They shuddered as they were very frightened. They whispered quietly because they did not know what to do. The captain looked at them closely and said that now they were not in an advantageous position. He said that they should flee to their lands, so he ordered them to prepare to split up. The young man looked at the captain and said that, as expected, this strange dialogue of the panthers must be a trick to lull their vigilance. The young people looked intently at the panthers who were communicating with each other. A moment later, the captain shouted and gave a signal, and they ran in different directions. A moment later, the captain heard screaming and unpleasant energy. He was shocked because he could sense the predator's pheromone. He looked closely at the panthers. Ahin calmly and affectionately stroked the panther. A moment later, he looked at the man and told his pet that he could feast on them. The panther slowly approached its prey. The young master in turn came closer to the man and presented a sword to his throat. The young master looked at the man and said that he wanted to ask something about the rabbit they were looking for. The man was scared. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young master looked at the man angrily and said that he would like to know about his true nature. Ahin asked the man if this was really an unusual rabbit, and the rabbit was a werewolf. Ahin angrily said that the rabbit had fallen into his clutches anyway, so he wouldn't give it up. Irwin looked at the young master and said that he had a devilish expression on his face. Now Ahin told Irwin to shut up. Irwin instantly carried out his master's will. The young master looked at the man and asked if he really didn't want to talk. Ahin said that in that case, nothing could be done. He pierced him with the ball, and he in turn screamed very loudly. The young master looked at the young man with a grin and said that in that case, he would ask the next ones who crossed the border. A few minutes after the torture, the man said that he would tell everything. The young man shouted with rage that this rabbit was really a werewolf. The young master looked at the young man in surprise and said that he had never seen a rabbit turn into a person. He looked at him and asked if this rabbit was still small. The young man said in a frightened and trembling voice that this rabbit was already 18 years old. Ahin looked at the young man in surprise and asked if the rabbit was really 18 years old. He didn't expect to hear something like that. Irwin in turn froze in surprise. He did not at all expect to hear something like that. The man looked at them and said that Ahin, who was unable to turn into a person even after the ceremony, had a defective appearance, and was shocked by what he heard. The young master sat down on a stone as he was shocked by the information he learned. The young master looked sideways at the man and said that he forgot to ask about Vivy's birth. Irwin in turn asked the young master for forgiveness. He said that he too only just now it occurred to him because he was pretty surprised. Irwin thought a little and frowned. He said that if the rabbit was 18 years old, then he was their age. Irwin said that he couldn't even believe it since the werewolf was unable to turn into a human, even when he became an adult. The young master said that in this case, a rabbit who uses the language of the continent and reads books is completely natural. Irwin looked at the young master and asked if he was firmly convinced from the very beginning that the rabbit was a werewolf. Ahin said that to some extent he knew this. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked why he then feigned ignorance when he assumed that the rabbit was an ordinary one. The gentleman said with a grin that it was funny to him when Irwin puzzled over this. Irwin sighed heavily and said that it was really too much. The young master thought for a moment and looked at his friend. He said puzzled that he wanted to eat the rabbit when he was sleeping. Irwin looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young master sighed heavily and said that he almost really bit him. Irwin smiled about the task, but also said that this was a surprisingly shocking fact. For a moment, the young master remembered the rabbit. He thought that when a rabbit sleeps, it emits a thick smell of pheromones. If we assume again the peculiarity of this pheromone can be effectively used for many years. The young master understood that he could never miss such a treasure. He was shocked and did not expect that the rabbit was 18 years old. He understood that since it is a rabbit with limited actions, it is convenient to leave it in the viewing area, so there is no difference. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and called. Irwin looked at the young master intently and asked him to explain everything in detail. The young master turned away and said that he was annoying. Irwin sighed heavily and looking at the gentleman said that he was unbearably childish. The young master laughed after saying these words. Ahin looked at him and said with a smile that it looked like he had not run for a long time. The young master snapped his fingers and called Ash. Ash in turn growled menacingly. The young master looked at Irwin and told Ash with a grin that dessert was waiting for him. Irwin was very scared. Irwin looked at the panthers and in a trembling voice asked them to calm down while he called them cute black panthers. Irwin was shocked. He shouted that they had already spent many years with him and was very shocked that they were now pretending that they did not know each other at all. The young master looked at them with a smirk and told Ash that it would be much better if he bit off that loose tongue. Irwin looked at the young master and said that his tongue was the same as his life, and this was too much of him. A moment later, the panthers approached him. Irwin was very scared and fled from them. The young master in turn laughed at him. He wished him a successful journey with a smile on his face. Vivy sat and read a book late at night. She looked at the book in surprise as she realized that the young master would be late today. Throwing away her thoughts, she frowned for a moment and thought since she had already forgotten where she had stopped. When the pheromone ability inherent in an individual is too strong, it is believed that turning into a human is delayed as a real example. A werewolf fox possessing difficult-to-use pheromones turned into a human at the age of 5. She thought for a moment and frowned as she read that turning into a human is delayed if the pheromone is strong. She thought if the delay in turning into a human occurs at 5 years, this case may be different from hers. First of all, this may simply be a feature of the fox species. A moment later, she heard a sound. She looked closely at the maid who was walking around in the room. The maid seemed very suspicious to her. Since she walked in late, the maid continued to lift the vase and wipe the already clean place. Vivy noticed that the maid was repeating the pointless cleaning. In turn, the maid looked intently and angrily at the rabbit. A moment later, the maid came closer to her and told her to come to her. Vivy looked at the maid in surprise and fear. She didn't understand what was going on, but she still knew that the maid should not underestimate the rabbit's vigilance. She looked closely at the maid, since among the black panthers she had met earlier, the maid had the most insidious appearance. A moment later, the maid rushed at the rabbit. Vivy jumped back with the speed of lightning, and the maid did not catch her, but still she was very scared. Vivy looked at the door intently and fearfully. She wondered if there was really anyone here. She wanted someone to come to her aid. A moment later, the maid slowly approached her, glaring at her with a menacing and angry look. Vivy was very frightened and did not understand why the maid was behaving this way. A moment later, the feather maid incarnated, and a large, ferocious beast was advancing on the little rabbit. Vivy was shocked and very scared. She could not believe what she was seeing in front of her, as a real, terrible wolf was coming towards her. Vivy remembered that earlier the Black Panthers had a clash with werewolf wolves, and Irwin said that this was the work of the werewolf wolves. A moment later, the wolf pounced on her with his open mouth as he wanted to bite her. She was in shock, trembling with fear. She knew that she needed to escape as quickly as possible. With the speed of lightning, she ran out onto the terrace. While turning around and looking after the wolf, she noticed that he had scarlet eyes that definitely belonged to a black panther. But she wondered why there was a wolf in front of her. She was in shock, could not understand the reason why the wolf was chasing her. She knew she needed to get out quickly. She was in shock and did not understand what to do since the wolf was advancing. Approaching the edge of the terrace, she thought that she could jump off, but was puzzled by the fact that it was too high. She was crying and squinting as she wanted someone to help her now. A moment later, she heard a voice calling her. Turning around, she saw the young gentleman. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing there. A moment later, she saw the young gentleman with manions. She cried because she was very glad that she saw Ahin. The young people looked at the rabbit in surprise. Lev looked at her intently and frowned. She was shocked because she did not understand why the lion was standing next to the young master. Turning around, she looked at the wolf and realized that now was not the time to think about why they were standing together and talking. A moment later, she began to give them signals as she wanted them to help her since she was now being hunted by a wolf. The young master looked at her and greeted her with a smile. Leo looked at him in surprise and puzzlement. The young gentleman smiled and said that the lion should wave his hand since this greeting is the basis of etiquette. Manions looked at him in surprise and told him not to talk nonsense. Vivy was very puzzled. She gave signals because she did not welcome him at all. She wanted them to save her. The young people looked at her in surprise and wondered what her gestures meant. Maniont said in surprise that he did not know what her gestures meant. The young gentleman said with a grin that the lion was of no use. Maniont looked angrily at Ahin and asked what he just said. The wolf slowly approached its victim closer and closer. Vivy was very scared and did not know what to do. She continued to give signals because she knew that now was not the right situation to continue the quarrel. A moment later, the wolf attacked its victim. Vivy managed to dodge the blow and ran to the side with the speed of lightning. She was in shock and did not understand why the wolf was doing this to her and what she had done wrong. The lion looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked how he could greet someone. Ahin smiled and said that the rabbit was a genius and he can express himself well. Vivy moved further and further. She was trembling, finding herself on the edge. The young master looked at her dumbfounded and called. A moment later, she was falling from the terrace. Vivy landed right on the young master's head. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she suddenly jumped from there. The young master looked at her in surprise and asked if she really had an addiction to enjoy fear. Vivy was shocked. She wondered if he really thought so, but still she was very happy, since in any case she felt relieved by that she was able to survive. A moment later the lion looked at the young master and asked if the rabbit was smelling strange right now. After exchanging glances, they looked intently at the terrace and unanimously said that they could smell the wolf. A moment later they heard a crash. Mamie ran out onto the terrace and called the rabbit. Vivy looked at her maid with tears in her eyes. She was very glad that everything was okay with her. Lev thought for a moment and then said that he did not know what it was, but still it seemed that everything had been resolved. Vivy was reaching out to the maid as she missed her very much. Ahin was closely watching the rabbit. The young master looked at her intently and in a calm voice told her not to cry now. She was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about, since before he constantly told her to cry, she thought that he was just a tyrant. She rubbed her eyes, and at the same time the young master was closely watching her with a smile on his face. Leo watched them in surprise and puzzlement. Irwin said that the werewolf that was involved in the incident was a wolf-black panther hybrid. Irwin said that he seemed to have infiltrated the employment of servants for relatively simple duties. Irwin, looking at the rabbit, said that the wolf thought that his true nature would be revealed, so he immediately decided to commit suicide. She was surprised and did not understand why and for what reason she was attacked. She wondered if the hybrid was too hungry. She thought that it was most likely because the young master called her rabbit that the hybrid developed an interest in her. She thought that if the hybrid was still hungry, it would be better for him to eat some larger food and not something as small as her. No matter how much she thought, she could not understand the hybrid's train of thought. She remembered that the young master told her that if the smell clings to her at least one more time, then he didn't finish speaking, and she didn't know what would happen to her. The lion looked at the rabbit intently and in surprise. She was in shock because she didn't understand where everyone had gone and why she was left with this predator. He looked at her intently with a smile on his face. The lion looked at the maid and called her. The lion looked at the rabbit and asked the maid if it was a werewolf who had been transformed into a human. The maid looked at the master and said that this was just an ordinary rabbit. The lion looked at her in surprise and asked what was ordinary about this rabbit, if there were rumors around him that he understood human speech. The maid sighed heavily and said that it was just a special Mr. Rabbit. Lev leaned closer to the video and frowned. He was surprised and puzzled because he did not understand why the wolf was hunting the poor defenseless rabbit. The lion leaned even closer and began to closely examine the rabbit. A moment later, with a smile on his face, he said that the rabbit looked very tasty. Vivy was shocked by such a statement. She was very angry, and she shuddered for a moment, since predators have nothing in their heads except the thought of how to fill their bellies. She hit the table with her little paws as she was very angry due to the fact that the lion was extremely ill-mannered. Lev looked at the maid and said that anyway, with this commotion, the ball might be postponed. The maid said that the ball would go on as planned due to the fact that the invitations had already been sent. Leo, puzzled, said that this situation irritates him. He wondered if he couldn't just return to his lands. This was the first time Vivy had heard about the ball. Now she understood why the number of unfamiliar servants had suddenly increased. She wondered how luxurious the scale of the score would be in this huge estate. She was surprised, and at the same time really looking forward to this event, and for a moment wondered whether the scale would really be twice as large as that of the Revian family. The lion looked at the rabbit and said that apparently he was very shocked. Pursuers of other clans were making their way into the estate of the head of the house, and this kind of thing happened quite often. For a moment she threw away all her thoughts and looked at the lion in surprise. As she missed his words, she looked at him in surprise as she wanted to know what he had just said. The lion looked at her intently and said that this was not the place for such a herbivorous rabbit to live. Vivy understood that Mrs. Valens is the head of the Black Panther lands, but she still knew that the young master still looked like a demon. She was shocked as she realized that the young master would be the next head of the clan. She was shocked because she understood everything that was happening. The young people looked at her in surprise and dumbfounded. She jumped from one place to another. They looked at her in surprise and asked what happened to her as they were dumbfounded by her behavior. Vivy now understood why he was acting so arrogantly. She remembered how the maids discussed the young master and said that werewolves died every time in the Black Panther's house, and there were corpses everywhere wherever they went. She was terrified because she understood that this was the same world of predators, and she was in the very center of the lands of that kind of black panther. When she woke up, she saw a young master next to her. He looked at her intently with a smile on his face. He looked at her and asked if she wanted some kind of punishment for her maid. She turned her head in different directions because she did not want punishment for her maid, since she was only absent for 10 minutes since she went to carry her favorite hay. He said with a grin that it was not up to her to decide, but to him. She looked at him in surprise as she wondered why he was asking her such things. She grabbed his hand tenderly and looked at him with sweet eyes. Mentally, she begged him to be a little generous. He looked at her and said that the longer he thought about the fact that she was almost eaten by a wolf, the worse his mood became. Ahin said that he already endures a lot. She looked at him in fear and wondered what he was putting up with because she was worried that he might eat her. He stroked her tenderly. He looked at her and said with a smile that in that case, he would forgive the maid at her request. He looked at her and with a smile on his face asked if he should get something in return. She was shocked because she realized that he was offering a deal for the maid's life. He looked at her and said with a smile that she shouldn't cry in other places, especially in front of other people. She was surprised because he had only recently told her that she would be saved if she cried. He smiled and told her to cry only when he asks and only in front of him. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand at all what he was saying now, and she simply gave up. He looked at her and with a smile told her to promise him for the sake of her maid. She was shocked because he said such rude things and at the same time smiled right in her face. Vivy thought it was simply disgusting. She understood that she could not get away, and she just needed to keep this promise. A moment later, they touched fingers in order to seal the promise. He looked at her and said with a smile that everything would be fine now. The young master was pleased that she understood him. The young master looked at her intently and said that now they should choose a signal so that he could understand her. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what signal she was talking about. Vivy was surprised, since until now he had never been interested in what she was thinking about. He looked at her and said with a smile that they should start with this. A moment later, he raised one of her paws and said that in critical situations, she needs to raise her left paw. Then he raised his right one but thought for a moment. For some time, the young master looked intently at the rabbit as he was lost in thought. A moment later, he said his name and said that would do. He looked at her, and with a smile told her to raise her right paw to call him. She needed to express the rest on her own. The young master looked at her intently and said that they needed to practice a little. A moment later, he said that she was now in danger, and she raised her left paw. He then told her to call him, and she raised her right paw. After training, he looked at her closely with a smile on his face. He was very pleased with her. She looked at him puzzled as she realized that he seemed to enjoy the training. The gentleman looked closely at the rabbit and said with a smile that this was all very good. A moment later, he stroked her gently with a smile on his face. Vivy woke up and saw that the young master was sleeping quietly. She came closer to him and began to shake him. Vivy made sure that he was fast asleep. A moment later, she fell next to him. She thought for a moment as she had lived serenely all this time, as she almost forgot that she was in a place full of predators. She understood that it was too dangerous for a rabbit like her to live here. Vivy understood that she was very lucky that she was still alive. After the young master bit her neck that night, she clearly saw a human hand. She understood that if she really left for a moment turned into a person, then the pheromone or the fangs of the young master were the key to her healing. She wanted to make sure of this tonight. She crawled closer to him because she wanted to test her theory. She was very scared. She looked at the young master in surprise as she succeeded. She quietly touched his lip as she wanted him to bite her paw a little. A moment later, she looked at him in surprise and dumbfounded as he suddenly bit her hard. She was shocked and stared at him. At the same time, she wondered why her front paw was stuck in his mouth. She was shocked and said that she was not food for him at all. For some time, she tried to stretch out her paw. In the morning, she looked intently out the window as she realized that the day of the ball had finally arrived. She was very excited. She closely watched the guests who slowly arrived at the estate. She watched everyone closely because she really liked all the guests who came. They were beautifully dressed, but still she was sad because she could not turn into a person. A moment later, Vivy heard someone calling her. Vivy turned around and saw Mamie the maid came closer to her and introduced Mr. Ulfus, a professional designer of the Grace family. The designer looked closely at the rabbit and greeted her with great admiration and a smile on his face. She was shocked because she noticed that he was an incredibly glamorous man. The man looked at her and said with a smile that he was simply delighted with her beauty. And he had also heard rumors that she was very smart, but he didn't even know about it. He said that seeing her in person was amazing for him. He looked at her and, with an admiring smile, said that it was impossible to resist admiration. She looked at him in shock as she felt incredible tension, but still did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, she saw a whole box, which was filled with jewelry and various decorations. The designer smiled and said that he was ashamed that he had not prepared enough due to the urgency of the instructions. He smiled and said that he had selected some jewelry that would not overload her good neck. She looked at the jewelry in surprise as she thought that there were a lot of. She was surprised because she was the young master's companion. She wondered what kind of aristocrat leads to roller skating as a partner. The maid looked at her and said that the order was received this morning, and the young master said that it would be a lot of fun. She looked in surprise at the maid from whom she had just heard that she would have fun. She thought that the young master was simply beside himself. Mamie said that the young master makes sure that Mr. Rabbit can attend the ball. The designer said with a smile that the ball of their family is very solemn and luxurious. The man said that he always prepared a suit for the gentleman in advance, but still Ahin did not show much interest, and he was very sad. For some time, Ulfus said that it would be better to approach the master. Vivy understood that it was not that the young master was not interested in clothes, but rather that he was simply avoiding the designer. Ulfus looked at the rabbit with a loving gaze, and with a smile on his face he admiringly said that the crown suits her very well. Ulfus admired his work. He said that if you don't praise yourself, no one will. The maid looked at her and said that many high-status werewolves, and from the clan of lions and bears, would mainly come to the ball. Vivy remembered the lion she had recently met, and thought that he most likely would also remain in the estate. The man looked at her and said that occasionally aristocrats from the genus of hyenas participate. She looked at the man in shock, because she did not expect that there would be anyone else. She understood that the ball was not her priority now, and most importantly, she needed to quickly escape from the estate. The man smiled and said that he was looking forward to her participation at the ball. He told her not to worry, as she in a very beautiful outfit would be able to shine the best. She understood that this was precisely the problem, since an ordinary rabbit would catch the eye of all predators. A moment later, she heard the sound of footsteps. Sometime later, she saw Irwin enter the room. The young people greeted Irwin. Irwin looked at them and asked what was wrong with Mr. Rabbit. The designer looked at her in surprise and said that recently the rabbit had been jumping joyfully, changing all her outfits. Vivy looked at them with the most painful look. Irwin said with sadness in his voice that lately, after his appearance, the rabbit has been pretending to be dead. Irwin said that the rabbit's behavior brings tears to his eyes. He looked at the rabbit and said that if the rabbit didn't get up on its own now, he would have to carry it in his mouth. Irwin came closer to the rabbit and, bending down, opened his mouth. He told the rabbit to quickly get up and follow him. Vivy was shocked and wanted him to stop his actions. Ulfus looked at Mamie and asked if Mr. Irwin really bothers Mr. Rabbit like that. Mamie said that this is so, but it seems that today he is unusually happy. Vivy has this Black Panther behavior, and she furiously slapped him in the face. Irwin, with tears in his eyes, asked Mr. Rabbit how he could carry out such cruel violence. Irwin was surprised by the speed and force of the blow. He said that, as expected, Mr. Rabbit survived. Certainly the blood of a fighter flows. They looked at the rabbit intently and said that he is very cute when he is angry. Vivy was furious. She wanted them to shut up and quickly get away with everything, as she did not want to see anyone. Vivy sat in the young master's pocket. She admired the whole situation. Vivy was in shock since everything felt completely different outside. Irwin looked at her intently. Vivy was furious. She looked at the Black Panther and gave him an evil look. Irwin in turn looked at her tearfully and told the young master that the rabbit kept glaring at him with an evil look, and it seemed to him that it's like he's cutting it with a knife. The young master looked at the rabbit in surprise, and with a smile told her to also look at him angrily. Vivy looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what he wanted from her. The young master smiled and asked if she didn't want to look at him angrily. She gave him an evil, menacing look as she understood that predators were still very strange by nature. They slowly walked into the hall, and the rabbit in turn closely watched everyone. She was surprised because she realized that the estate had a very large ballroom. She thought that they would just walk through the garden and look around, but still they came to a very attractive place. Irwin looked at the young master in surprise and asked if he could now ask him why he chose Mr. Rabbit as his companion. Vivy, in turn, was wary because she also wanted to listen to his answer since she was very curious. The young master smiled and said that if you have a partner, you don't need to dance with other people. Irwin was shocked. He looked at the gentleman and said that he was still not, and sincere. Vivy understood that his words meant that he would just mess around, used her as an excuse. A moment later, they approached the banquet hall and were greeted by knights. The door opened and Vivy saw a truly beautiful sight. She was in shock. Her heart was beating very fast since it was the first time she saw such incredible beauty and atmosphere. A moment later, they entered the banquet hall and were introduced. Everyone was surprised that the young master came accompanied by a rabbit. All the guests thought that the rabbit was very cute, but they still wondered why the rabbit was in such a place. The young master and the rabbit slowly walked through the banquet hall, and at the same time they were discussed because they did not understand why he had come with a rabbit. All the guests were convinced that the rumors were true that the young master was raising a rabbit in the house. Vivy was very tired and thought that this holiday was just crazy. The moment they entered, she felt sick because of the smells of pheromones. She was constantly sick. She wondered if everyone else was okay. Suddenly, she heard the voice of the lady who called her. Mrs. Valens looked at the rabbit intently with a smile. The lady looked at her son and told Vivy that she had previously heard that Vivy almost got into trouble. She also said that they had not seen each other for a long time since she only returned to the estate in the morning. Vivy reached out to her as she was very grateful to her mistress for her concern. The mistress looked at her with a smile and reached out her hand to her paw. Vivy was very happy because she thought that the mistress was a very wonderful person. The young master looked at his mother and said that she was too close. The lady looked at her son and said that it was really unpleasant for her to face him, and she also asked how he could allow the wolf to commit suicide. She said, puzzled, that he was not yet able to do his work. Ahin looked at his mother with a grin and asked if the wolf had secretly entered her estate. Vivy looked at them puzzled. She noticed that their relationship was not good at all, and the atmosphere was very tense and angry. The lady looked at the rabbit and called her with a smile. Vivy looked closely at the mistress because she wanted to know what she would tell her. The lady looked at her and said with a grin that she hung the head of the wolf who was chasing her in front of the gate with her own hands. She said it would do as a warning to others. Vivy was shocked as she did not expect to hear something like this. The guests were amazed at what they heard as they now realized that a wolf's head was hanging on the window with an iron grill and at the main gate. Vivy was shocked that the head of a wolf hung on the main gate. She could not accept such a fact that the head of the clan decided to hang the head of another predator at the entrance to the estate. She looked at the mistress dumbfounded. Her gaze was warning. The mistress said that if someone touched this little rabbit, then everyone would be upset. Of course she thanked the lady for such attention, but still she was very scared. For some time the rabbit and the young master looked intently at the guests who were having fun at the holiday. Vivy watched the young master closely. She was surprised because she noticed that there were a lot of people at the festival, but no one approached the young master at all, and meanwhile she was leisurely chewing her favorite hay. She remembered his behavior and thought that he had definitely behaved unusually. She thought that he was indeed very strange. The young master looked at her and called her. The young master pointed her to the young people who were standing nearby and asked if this was the first time she had seen those two from the clan of tigers and hyenas. He said that most of the clan of tigers had blue eyes like hyenas, mostly all dark. He looked at her and asked if she felt the hierarchy of power between these two clans. She looked closely at the young people and completely agreed with the master. The young master, observing the guests, said that the lands of the tigers, widely known for the sale of weapons, compared to them, the smelting of ore in the lands of the hyenas is quite insignificant. Therefore, a hierarchical relationship arose naturally between the lands. She was surprised and looked closely at the young master because she did not understand why he suddenly decided to tell her such a thing. She understood that even if he told such information to her, it would not help her in any way. A moment later he looked at her intently and called, Lifting her in his hand, he said with a grin on his face, and that if she continued there was so much hay, she would become too heavy a rabbit and would tear his pocket. She was shocked by such a statement and hit him several times with her paw. A moment later, she was taken aback as she began to feel nauseous again. She thought that it would still be wonderful if she returned to the bedroom right now. The young gentleman with the speed of lightning took the rabbit and put it in his pocket. A moment later, a young lady came up to him and greeted him with a smile on her face. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young lady looked at him closely and said with a smile that he was still very funny for deciding to bring a pet to the ball as his partner. The young master looked at her intently but did not answer. Vivy thought that the young master was not funny at all, but just a tyrant. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that she would like him to visit their foxlands at least once. She said, looking at the rabbit, that he refused every time, and this made her very worried. Ahin looked at her intently and said that he was just wondering if he would become fox food when he got there. She said with a grin that it would be even better if he became hers. Ahin looked at her and said that he refuses. The young lady looked intently and angrily at the rabbit. Vivy was in shock. She again began to feel very sick as she felt that an incredibly thick pheromone was emanating from the young lady. A moment later, the young lady bowed and said with a smile that they could make arrangements for next time. The young master looked after her in surprise and intently but did not answer. A moment later, looking at her, he told his rabbit that the young lady was one of a kind of foxes. Ahin said that in their lands polygamy was widespread, so she already had 5 spouses. Vivy was shocked by what she heard. She thought it was simply incredible. A moment later, she again began to feel very sick. She did not understand what was going on. She was in shock as her heart was beating very fast, and she was feeling dizzy and nauseous. She was in a lot of pain and couldn't bear it. The young master looked at her intently and called her. Vivy sat quietly in his arms and slowly trembled. She was in great pain and she squirmed in agony. The young master looked at her in surprise and dumbfounded and asked if she was okay, and he also asked if she should be released to the ground. She was shaking and couldn't stand it anymore. A moment later, she ran away, the young master shouting after her. He was shocked that she left him so quickly. The young gentleman looked after the rabbit in surprise, and dumbfounded Ahin was in shock and did not understand why she behaved this way. Vivy ran between the guests with the speed of lightning. The guests were in shock. They did not understand what was happening as they found out whose rabbit it was. She ran very quickly because she was in a lot of pain, but she still understood that under no circumstances should she lose consciousness in front of everyone. She wanted to go anywhere in any secluded place so that no one would see her. She understood that she needed to hide from any gaze as quickly as possible. She wanted to hide somewhere. She was in a lot of pain. Until recently, she at least somehow tolerated this pain, but she could no longer endure it. It is that most likely this is indeed due to the thick pheromones of that young lady from the fox family. She was in great pain, and she wondered what would happen to her next. Vivy did not understand how much time had passed. Her body ached and ached. She understood that most likely she had lost consciousness, and if she disappeared for a long time, then the young master will start looking for her. Vivy was very surprised when she saw white hair. A moment later, she saw hands. She was shocked because she couldn't accept the fact that she was now seeing her body. A moment later, she looked closely into the mirror and was shocked by what she saw. She wondered if it was really her. She slowly touched the mirror because she wanted to make sure she was right. She noticed that the mirror was very hard and cold. She was shocked because she realized that she had truly become human. She didn't understand how it happened. Vivy had heard before that when you first turn into a human, a werewolf experiences a severe fever, but she had nothing like that. She was now shivering from the cold as she was very cold. She decided that she needed to throw something over herself. She saw the blanket that was on the sofa. She sighed heavily as she realized that her fur was gone, so she could freeze very easily. She wondered what she should do now, since she should be very happy that she had turned into a human. She understood that this was a very desirable transformation into a human, but she was more and more worried about the young master's reaction when he saw her. She was afraid that he would start waving his sword in front of her and saying that she had deceived him. She was afraid that he might say that he would feast on her in the morning when she turned back into a rabbit. She was afraid that his reaction would not be as good as she expected. Vivy was horrified by imagining his reaction. Vivy was in shock and didn't know what to do now, but still she wanted to calm down and think again very carefully about what she should do next. She remembered that some time ago she had turned into a human with the help of his pheromone. She wondered if now everything would also be temporary. She heard someone's footsteps and realized that she had made a mistake and forgot to close the door. She wondered if it was the young master who had found her. A moment later, she heard someone come close to the table. The man told her to come out the way he knew she was under the chair. Vivy was shaking with fear sitting under the table. Menhiance, looking under the table, told her to come out since there was a huge mess outside as everyone was looking for her. Lifting the tablecloth, he saw a young and beautiful lady. He began to stammer as he was in shock. For some time he looked at her in surprise and dumbfounded without uttering a word. The lion looked at the young lady in surprise and embarrassment. He did not expect to see her under the chair as he expected there to be a rabbit there. The young lady was shocked by what she saw, became frightened, and began to tremble. But a moment later she realized who it really was and calmed down a little. But still she understood that he couldn't be let go just like that. She pulled the tablecloth and the table turned over, but at the same time she fell on it. Leo looked at the young lady in shock. The young lady looked at him intently and in surprise. Leo looked at her confusedly, as he was shocked by the whole situation that was now happening between them. Leo stood on the terrace and sipped wine. He sighed heavily as he was a little bored. He understood that if he simply left the events, there was a possibility that he would die at the hands of his sister. He did not understand why such a long night. Turning around, he saw a rabbit hurrying in an unknown direction. He was surprised as he did not expect such a sight. He looked in surprise at the rabbit that was running away and realized that it was the rabbit that the young master had brought. A moment later, he heard some noise and realized that soon everyone was looking for a rabbit. This noise irritated him. For a moment, he thought and frowned as he realized that if this continued, then it was unknown what the young master could do. Leo still realized that he could be good-natured and show leniency towards them and help in the search. A moment later, he followed the rabbit. Since he saw that the rabbit had entered the room, he stood outside the room and wondered why the rabbit still did not come out. Unable to bear it, he entered the room. While he was closely observing the room since he did not, I understood where the rabbit had gone. The lion was furious as this situation irritated him. A moment later, looking under the table, he said for the rabbit to come out as he knows he is now under the table. The lion turned away in embarrassment because he did not understand what had happened and where the rabbit had gone. He looked at the young lady confusedly and told her to get dressed first. But a moment later, he realized who was now in front of him. He looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was not a simple rabbit but a werewolf. The young lady was shocked and mentally said that she was not a werewolf. A moment later, she coughed as she realized that she was now human and could talk. She realized that she could talk, but everything was already difficult for her, and she did not know how to speak correctly, since this was her first time. Lev looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he smiled and asked if she couldn't talk. The young lady blushed at this question. She was shocked because the reason for this was that she had never tried to speak in a human body before. She was furious and wondered if he really started talking from the very beginning as soon as he turned into a human. She was furious that the predator allowed himself to mock her like that. A moment later, she angrily said that she was not a werewolf rabbit. Lev looked at her in surprise. The young lady was puzzled since this was her first time turning into a human, and she immediately began to deny her essence. Leo smiled and told her to repeat it again. The lion came closer to her and smelled her. He said that she was completely fragrant with black panther pheromones. He looked at her intently and asked with a smirk if she would continue to deny and say that she was not a werewolf. The young lady was shocked as he came very close to her. She turned away and said that this is not so. He said that she now has very beautiful purple eyes, and this is a feature of the rabbit species. With a smile, he said that she really is a werewolf rabbit. Vivy said that everything is not so. She sniffed her hands because she did not understand what smell the predator was talking about now. She was at a loss because she did not understand what smell was coming from her. She looked at him in surprise. Lev gave her an angry look. She looked at him closely as she felt awkward. She now realized that the person in front of her was a predator, and she needed to be careful. A moment later, she moved away from him a little. Sometime later, the lion looked at the door in surprise because he heard a sound. A moment later, a young gentleman entered the room and looked at them in surprise. Leo sighed heavily as he realized that the atmosphere was tense and the situation was very delicate. The young master looked sideways at Irwin and told him to give him the sword right away. Irwin in turn sighed heavily and said to everyone that he did not intend to do this. The lion was dumbfounded and frightened. He did not understand what was happening and why the sword was needed now. Ahin, looking at the lion, told his subordinate to give him a sword. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would never do this. Irwin said that this is the son of the head of the lion family and no mistake should be allowed. Ahin was furious. He said that it would not be too late to think about it after he cuts him. Irwin said that it would be late and this could not be done. The young master looked at him and said that he would only cut him with his sword once Irwin was shocked. He said that this should not be done under any circumstances. The young lady was shocked and realized that this was not just a lion, but the son of the head of the clan. Manyans looked at the Black Panthers in surprise and said that the young master was simply crazy. Ahin, with the speed of lightning, pulled out his sword and, looking at the lion, asked if he really liked to have fun. Leo was scared and puzzled by everything that was happening. He looked closely at Ahin as he wanted him to calm down. The young master looked at the lion with a grin and said that he was brazenly trying to steal his own thing in his house. Leo looked at the young master in surprise. He did not understand what he was talking about now. A moment later, the lion turned his gaze to the young lady, but unfortunately, he saw only the veil. He did not understand what was happening at all. Leo looked at the blanket in surprise. He was shocked by the whole situation. With the speed of lightning, he grabbed the rabbit and looked at it in surprise. He was shocked because he realized that the young lady had turned into a rabbit again. Vivy, in turn, was also very surprised. She did not understand why and when she suddenly turned into a beast again. The young master looked at them threateningly and furiously and said that even an attempted kidnapping was already a serious crime. The lion and the rabbit looked at each other. Irwin realized that the situation was heating up, and he needed to stop them quickly so that something worse would not happen. He looked at the lion and called him. Irwin ran up to the lion and said that it was a pity, but still he would not be able to cover Mr. Rabbit with such a cloth. Ahin looked at Irwin and, blazing angrily, told him to immediately get out of the way. Irwin immediately followed the young master's order. Ahin looked at the lion angrily. Manhwa sighed heavily and asked what kind of kidnapping we were talking about. He looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked excitedly what he was doing. Vivy was in shock. She understood that now the truth about her would be revealed. She hit the lion because she did not want him to reveal her secret. Leo looked at her in surprise. She looked at him angrily as she wanted him to understand that now was not the time for others to know about her transformation. She looked at him threateningly. A moment later, she hit him again because she wanted him to shut his mouth and calm down. The young master called her and said with a smile that she was doing well. He looked at her with a grin and said that she could hit the lion again. The lion was shocked by such a statement. Vivy looked at the young master in surprise. Some time later, the young master took the rabbit for himself and said that the lion should return what belonged to him. The lion said that he understood everything and asked the young master to immediately remove the blade. Lev looked at the young master in surprise, but suddenly he saw that the atmosphere was very tense and everyone was watching them. The guests said that the son of the head of the lion clan was stealing in foreign lands. They were shocked and did not understand how he could do such a thing. Everyone condemned him for his actions. Leo looked at the guests in surprise and dumbfounded. He was shocked by such a misunderstanding. Vivy hesitated and looked away since she was now protected by the good security of the Grace family. Lev looked at everyone in shock and surprise. He sighed heavily. Vivy turned away and laughed since it was unexpected to be involved in an attempt to kidnap a rabbit. She still asked for his forgiveness. The next day, the lion walked around the estate and everyone whispered and discussed his action. He was shocked because he thought they were all out of their minds. Last night, the lion shouted that the cloth fell from the table, and he discovered the rabbit completely by accident and was just about to escort him back to the banquet hall. He was shocked, since even the head of the Panther clan appeared because of some rabbit. He was in shock because he was actually beaten by a rabbit and cut his lip. The lion was surprised because he realized that the scent he smelled from the young lady yesterday belonged to the Black Panther, and the rabbit had the same thick smell of pheromones. He knew that anyone would think that the young panther head had fallen in love. But still, he remembered how the young lady said that she was not a werewolf. He understood that she would like to hide from the Grace family that she was a werewolf. Now he realized that this must be the reason why she hit him. He wondered if the young master really didn't know that there were a werewolf rabbit near him right now. Still, the lion decided to push the thoughts away. He still thought that the rabbit was very interesting and strange since being a werewolf, he could remain in the form of an animal for a long time. He wondered what she was really hiding. He rubbed his neck in embarrassment because he didn't understand why he suddenly remembered her appearance. The young master sighed heavily and said that he was very disappointed. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what he was saying again, and she was also shocked since he was sitting in an incomprehensible position. Ahin told Irwin to tell the rabbit that he was very disappointed. Irwin looked at the rabbit angrily and said that the master was indignant. She was shocked by this. Vivy looked at Irwin and mentally said that since he was conveying the young master's words, he should do it truthfully. The young master was in shock. He did not understand how he could leave the panther and try to escape with some Leo. Irwin looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked if she really liked lions more than panthers. They both glared at her and threateningly told her to confess to them now. Vivy was in shock. She didn't understand what was happening at all. The young master looked sideways at her and told her to admit that she liked lions or black panthers better. A moment later, the young master smiled as he looked at Irwin. She was shocked as she noticed that he had grabbed his sword. Irwin looked at him in surprise and asked for forgiveness. The young master looked at his subordinate and told him to leave immediately. Irwin, in turn, carried out his order with lightning speed. The gentleman lifted the rabbit into the air. Ahin looked intently at the rabbit, frowning. Vivy was in shock, did not understand what was happening to him. He looked at her and said that there was nothing wrong with the lion being interested in her, but still he imbued her with his scent. Now she understood why the lion had previously said that she smelled of Black Panther pheromones. She was in shock, wondering when he managed to do this. Vivy knew that according to theory she should become human when she comes into close contact with pheromones, but until now she had never smelled an unusual aroma. She understood that there had to be direct contact besides the usual pheromone sticking. She knew that so far everything had been fine, except for the moment when he bit her. She wanted him to tell her everything. He looked at her and asked with a grin if she was really curious about why this happened. She thought she said that she was curious. He smiled and said that since she was a werewolf, they sometimes emit pheromone, so he deigned to interrupt them with his own. The young lady was shocked she did not understand what he just told her. She was shocked to realize that he knew she was a werewolf. He looked at her intently and said that he also knew that she had not yet managed to turn into a human. He said that werewolf rabbits crossed the border to find out if she managed to leave, and he killed them all. And for this reason, he said that he could not find out anything more. She was shocked and looked at him intently because Ahin spoke such blood-chilling words with such a kind expression on his face. The next day, she stood on the training ground. She remembered that the young master said that he believed that all rabbits were like her, but they turned out to be fiercer than he expected. She was puzzled because she did not know who he was describing. She remembered the werewolves, the rabbits that crossed the border. Vivy thought that most likely they were sent by her parents. She thought that most likely they wanted to find out whether she was alive or not. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that he liked that she was a rabbit, and it would be difficult if she were a human. The young lady sighed heavily and was puzzled by these words of the young master. Previously, she would have been happy with these words, but now she has a secret from the young master, so she can no longer continue like this. She wondered if he really wouldn't like it if she became human. She was shocked and very worried about this, but still, even if she knew that he wouldn't like it, she still wanted to completely turn into a human. She remembered how the lady with a smile on her face said that as soon as she smelled her scent, her mood immediately lifted. She said with a smile that a very pleasant aroma emanated from her. The young lady thought for a moment about her pheromones that were emanating from her. She thought that perhaps since she is from a noble family, she also has a special skill like werewolves with a good pedigree. She really wanted to bring it out. The young lady sincerely wanted to become a werewolf who could turn into a human. Ahin and Irwin walked leisurely about their business. Irwin looked at the young master in surprise and said that lately he has had the feeling that the gentleman is keeping more and more secrets from him, and this is very annoying. Irwin said with tears in his eyes that especially the young master was hiding many secrets that were connected with Mr. Rabbit. Irwin said that this made Cat scratch his soul, and he was in great pain. The young master asked him in surprise whether he really was in such excruciating pain. Irwin looked at the master and, straightening up, said that of course this is so and it hurts him incredibly. The young master said that he understood everything and asked his subordinate to be silent. For some time they walked in complete silence. A moment later, the young master noticed the rabbit maid. Mamie noticed the young gentleman and bowed and greeted him. The young people looked at her in surprise. They saw a rabbit that was on the training ground. The young master looked at the maid and said that he seemed to have warned her about restrictions on walking while the lion was in the estate. The maid asked the young master for forgiveness and said that Mr. Rabbit just wanted to make sure to take advantage of the training ground a little. The young people looked at the rabbit in surprise and dumbfounded. They did not understand what the rabbit was doing. Irwin looked at the rabbit and said that it would turn out that he understood everything, and the rabbit was simply doing mandatory training. The young master looked at Irwin in surprise. Irwin said with a smile that Mr. Rabbit hit him on the cheek, and his accuracy and speed and kick angle were simply perfect. Sometime later, they saw the rabbit running from side to side. The young master looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked what he was doing now. Irwin smiled and said that the rabbit was just tumbling. The maid looked at the Black Panther in surprise. She saw Ash. She was confused since Ash was raised on the border of the rabbit lands. She did not understand why he was now in the estate. Ash, in turn, looked intently at the maid. The young master stroked the Black Panther tenderly. He said with a smile that if the rabbit decided to run away, it would be difficult to catch him in human form. The young master said quietly in Ash's ear that this rabbit was now his master. Looking at the rabbit, the young master told the panther to never let the rabbit get hurt. The panther watched the rabbit closely. Sighing heavily, she felt great and also felt that there were much more pheromones than at the beginning. She understood that if she continued further, she could turn into a human. A moment later, she felt that someone had approached her, and an eerie shadow hung over her. She looked around in surprise because she wanted to find out what it was. Turning around, she froze as she saw a huge panther looming over her. She was in shock and did not understand why the Black Panther was right in front of her. Vivy, of course, knew that this was the Black Panther estate, but she was still worried that the panther was now in front of her. She was shocked as she saw more of her fangs and panthers. Vivy knew that she needed to run, but unfortunately, her legs froze and did not move. Vivy is in shock as she wondered if they were really intimidating her on purpose. She, of course, understood that she could barely avoid the attack of the wolf, and here there was also a whole panther standing in front of her and sniffing her. Vivy looked at the panther with tears in her eyes. Turning around, she shuddered because she wanted the panther to step aside and leave her alone. A moment later, the panther touched her paw, and unexpectedly for Vivy, the panther obediently sat down. She was in shock, did not understand what was happening at all. A moment later, the panther gently peeled off its owner. Vivy froze in bewilderment. The maid looked at the rabbit and called her a moment later. She said that it was a Black Panther, and Ash would continue to guard it. Vivy looked at her new friend in surprise and intently. She was very frightened and did not understand why she should be guarded by a panther. A moment later, she saw the people who had thought of this looking at them. She was not even surprised at this turn, but still wondered why they extended their arms. The young master smiled and said that it looked like the rabbit would definitely not run up to him. She looked at them coldly as she wondered how this happened in the first place. Irwin looked at her and said that she made him feel even worse. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked him to mentally close his mouth. The young master looked at the rabbit in surprise. A moment later, looking at her intently, he said that his mood had worsened. He grabbed her. Vivy was shocked she didn't want him to behave like that. The young master pulled her closer to his face and told her to direct such a look only at him. The young lady was in shock and perceived his words as complete absurdity. She did not understand what kind of look he wanted her to give him. Since earlier, she had looked at Irwin with a look of complete hatred. She wondered if he really wanted her to also look at him. She looked at Irwin in surprise because she didn't understand why he was standing and nodding now. Irwin smiled and said that as expected, the young master said this. He noticed that the young master was merciless in everything regarding Mr. Rabbit. The young lady still did not take their words seriously and decided to let this situation go. Vivy looked at her new guard in surprise and intently as she hoped that he was still better than these perverts. She looked closely at Ash and saw that he looked very meek compared to those two. She really hoped that they would get along. The young master looked at his rabbit in surprise and asked why her pheromones were so thick. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, she realized that it was all because she had overdone her training. The young master came closer to the rabbit and grabbed it. He looked at her and told her to stay quiet, but since he would hide them, Vivy twitched because she stuttered very much. She pushed him with her small paw because she believed that he was acting incorrectly since she was afraid that he would again bite her on the neck, like last time she did not want to let him do this. She remembered that last time she had imbued faith with the young master's fashions and became a human. She understood that she could not do this now. He looked at her and said that yesterday he asked her to carefully hide the fact from others that she was a werewolf. Frowning, she showed with all her appearance that she understood everything and would be careful in the future. She tenderly touched his face and begged him not to bite her. A moment later, the young master called Ash, and he in turn jumped up and looked at them intently. The young master looked at her and said with a grin that she must choose now. Either he will bite her or Ash. She was shocked because she realized that he was threatening her again. He looked at her and said with a smile that her evil gaze pierced him right through. The young master turned her around because he wanted to bite her. She was in shock and mentally screamed for him not to bite her. The young lady woke up because she was having a hard time. She saw that the young master's hand was lying on her body. She wanted to remove it and saw that she was in a human body. She watched the young gentleman who was quietly sleeping in surprise and intently. Vivy began to think about the whole situation. She remembered that the young master had bitten her on the neck last night. At that moment, she held her breath so as not to inhale his pheromone. Fortunately, there was no pain. She thought that she had already found a solution to the problem of simply not inhaling the pheromone, but unfortunately, she became a human again. She wondered if her body became resistant to such pain. She understood that if they started to turn only from close contact with the pheromone, then she was really in big trouble. She understood that first she had to immediately free herself from his embrace. She was in shock and very embarrassed since she could no longer breathe. A moment later, she somehow freed herself from his embrace. Turning around, she saw her guard who was looking at her menacingly. She looked at him in surprise as she was confused. A tense atmosphere reigned between them. She was in shock and wondered if he was really worried because of a stranger. She was in shock and did not know how best to act in this situation. She froze and looked at him intently. She was in shock and did not understand why there was no reaction from the Black Panther. Vivy noticed that he was acting strangely. A moment later, she called out to her friend. She wondered if he was sleeping right now. Sometime later, she looked at him intently and was completely convinced that she was right. He really was sleeping, but still she was surprised that he slept with his eyes open. She was surprised and did not know whether predators really do that. A moment later, she was taken aback as she felt the young gentleman leaning towards her. She was shocked and very embarrassed as he hugged her tightly. She was very frightened because she thought that most likely the young master had woken up. She didn't know what to do in this situation. She wanted to leave the bed as soon as possible and put on something. Vivy was very embarrassed as he was very close to her. Vivy stared at the young master and wondered if she wouldn't shock him when she was in human form. She didn't know if he had seen her when she was a human during the ball. She looked at him intently and called him by name. She hesitated as she was very surprised since he did not answer her voice. She called him for some time, but to no avail. She was shocked as she noticed that he was sleeping very soundly. Be that as it may, Vivy thought this situation was quite strange. She was surprised because she felt that pheromones were actively circulating in her body. She remembered how recently the mistress told her that as soon as she smelled it, her mood immediately lifted. She remembered that the young master told her before that when he is next to her, he does not want to wake up, but on the contrary, he wants to sleep. Vivy was very surprised and wondered if this was the ability of her pheromone. She looked in surprise at the panthers that surrounded her. She noticed that most likely she could use her pheromone to put the people around her to sleep. She was shocked by this ability since it was very boring, but still she knew that first she needed to slowly figure it out. A moment later, she became alert as she noticed that her young guard had woken up and was looking at her intently. She looked at him and told him to immediately come to her, only quietly. Ash obediently and meekly sat down next to her and looked intently at his mistress. She was very happy and felt relieved since he recognized her by her smell. She looked closely at the gentleman because she understood that now she needed to get out of bed. She quietly disentangled herself from the blanket and the master's embrace. Before she could set her feet on the ground, she fell. Ash looked at his mistress in surprise and dumbfounded. She looked at her friend and said with a smile that she was fine. She hoped that the young master would not wake up. Looking at him, she sighed heavily as she noticed that he was fast asleep. A moment later, Ash wrapped the blanket around her. She looked at him in surprise as she did not expect such concern from this side. Vivy looked closely at her friend. She was very grateful for his concern. She was surprised, and at the same time very pleasant glad that he showed concern for her, since she had not yet paid him due attention. She was surprised by the fact that her new friend showed kindness to her in any form. She hugged her friend tightly because she liked him very much and was grateful to him. The young master woke up and jumped onto the bed. He was very surprised as he felt very cheerful. He remembered that last night the rabbit had been diligently fighting him off, and he thought that it was as if in animal form the pheromones of a predator were strangling the rabbit. But due to the fact that he suppressed her pheromone, he on the contrary slept very soundly himself. Ahin was surprised since he had not slept so soundly for a long time. Turning around, he did not see the rabbit next to him. A moment later, he looked at the ground in surprise and saw that the panther was sleeping next to the rabbit. He looked at the panther in surprise and asked if Ash really took Vivy. Ash in turn looked closely and surprised at the young master. Ahin asked with a smile if he really liked the rabbit. Ash didn't answer, but it was clear from his actions that he really liked the rabbit. The young master smiled and said that he also really liked the rabbit, but he was surprised by the fact that the rabbit was very eye-catching. The young master found a hair on the bed. He looked in surprise at the hair that was on the bed as it was very long and light. A moment later, he looked dumbfounded at the rabbit who was sleeping near the panther. Vivy arrived happily. She was very happy. But a moment later, she looked into the distance dumbfounded because she didn't understand why the atmosphere suddenly became different. She suddenly heard the voice of the young master. He told her that if she didn't wake up right away, he would eat her. When she woke up, she saw a young master in front of her. It was in shock, since he also scared her very much. Vivy was trembling with fear. The young master looked at her intently and asked with a smile on his face why she suddenly woke up on the floor. He asked if Ash really dragged her out of bed. She looked at him intently and said that she got down on her own. She glared at him as she wondered how long he had known about her pheromone. But judging by his questions, he doesn't know anything about yesterday. The young master looked at her intently and told her to answer him now. She looked at Ash intently and asked for forgiveness for setting him up. Now she looked at the young master and nodded as she agreed that it was Ash who dragged her to the ground. The young master looked at her in surprise and calmly said that in this case, Ash should be punished. Vivy was shocked by this statement as she thought it was just a trifle. The young master looked at him and said that today he was sleeping with Irwin. The young lady was shocked. She thought that this was too cruel a punishment for her friend. Ash looked at them in surprise. Vivy screamed that she was very sorry. She remembered Irwin, who was always threatening to eat her. She looked at the young master and piteously asked him to think again. She looked at him in surprise as she was very embarrassed and wondered why the young master of the morning was so dizzy. She was very embarrassed. She was in shock because she realized that this predator who was now in front of her was simply irresponsible. Ahin looked at her and asked with a grin if she really liked something like that. He asked for forgiveness as he did not know about it. A moment later, he asked with a grin if he really needed to lower his other shoulder too. She was in shock and screamed that there is no need to do this. She was shocked that he decided to make a guinea pig out of her. She believed that he was the devil incarnate. The young master looked at her and told her to open her eyes. Sometime later, Irwin looked at her and opened his mouth. She was shocked by what she saw. The young lady was trembling with fear. The young people sat and discussed that the annual ball had recently taken place at Grace's house. The young lady looked at the ladies present and said that there were many extraordinary rumors in this regard. The young ladies were surprised. They looked at the young lady and asked what rumors were circulating. The girl said that the next head of the Grace family was very fascinated by the pet. Moreover, he brought him as a partner to the ball. One of the ladies laughed very hard and asked if the gentleman had brought his pet to accompany him to the ball. Early on, the ladies heard that he was very cruel, but for such a person, this is still an unusual hobby. They thought that most likely he brought his pet, which was also a panther. The young lady said with a smile that the young master had brought a baby rabbit, and what's more, he was very friendly with them. Madame heard the young lady's words and was taken aback. She was shocked and accidentally dropped the cup on the floor. The young ladies looked at her in surprise and asked if she was okay. Madame in turn said in a trembling voice that everything was fine with her. The cup just slipped out of her hands. Some time later, the panther and the lions held a meeting. They discussed some issues regarding the medicinal var, the source of which is suspected to be in the land of wolves. The man looked at everyone present and said that there was particularly great damage in one area that connected the borders of the lands, Black Panthers, lions, and wolves. Many ants closely watched everyone present. A moment later, the lion glanced sideways at the young master of the Black Panthers. Lev noticed that the young gentleman was again poisoning the atmosphere. The man said that since this concoction is one that causes pheromones to become disordered, it is known that the spread began from the knights guarding the borders, looking at the young master. The man said that the concoction is highly addictive, even fatal. Maniance looked closely at Irwin. Lev looked at Irwin in surprise and asked what happened to his eye, as it looked very terrible. Irwin sighed heavily and said that his eye was damaged during the fight. He was a very angry and aggressive opponent. Manyans looked at him and asked what opponent he was talking about. Irwin said his opponent has risen to a level beyond comprehension and has been struggling constantly lately. Lev looked at Irwin in surprise and asked if this was a very famous rival. Irwin looked at the young master from the lion family and said that the master leads a hermit's life. The man looked at Irwin in surprise and asked what he was doing. Now Irwin smiled and said that he thought sometimes it was good to change places. The man looked at him in surprise and dumbfounded, and said that they were having a meeting now and they didn't need any jokes. Irwin looked at Sir Rastin and asked why he said such cruel words. Although Irwin's life was in danger, Rastin looked at him and said that in any case, he lives only for today. The men argued among themselves for some time, and the lion, while they were arguing, wondered why the atmosphere at the meeting was so oppressive today. Ahin looked sideways at Manyans and called him. For a moment, everyone was startled. Leo looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young master looked at him and asked if anything unusual happened during the ball. Ahin looked intently at Manyenza, waiting for an answer to the question. Manyans looked at Ahin in shock and surprise. He did not know what to answer. The young lion thought for a moment. He remembered a young lady with beautiful violet eyes who was trembling with anxiety. He also remembered the rabbit that hit him. Lev understood that the rabbit looked like she wanted to hide the fact that she was a werewolf. Lev looked closely at the young master and wondered if someone like Mr. Grace didn't know about the rabbit's true identity. Still, he found it hard to believe. The lion looked at the panther and said that nothing unusual had happened, and he was confused because he could not give an answer. The young master looked at him and grinned. Ahin looked at the lion and said that he understood him since he had not expected anything from him before. The lion looked at him and said that he is better than a black panther, which I can't even distinguish front from back. Ahin angrily told him to watch behind your words. For some time, a depressing atmosphere reigned in the hall. Everyone whispered to each other because they did not understand why the two were behaving so inappropriately. They said that, as expected, today's meeting also could not pass without a quarrel. Irwin looked at Manyenza and told him not to forget about his reputation and his status. Irwin said that the territories had already entered into a harmonious union. Only the two of them were constantly squabbling among themselves. Irwin looked at them and said that they were not even of the cat and mouse family. The young master looked at his subordinate and called him. Maniance looked at Irwin and told him to shut his mouth. Irwin smiled and complied. Everyone stared at Irwin for a while. The young master looked at Ash and asked if he was dead. Vivy looked at him in surprise but did not answer. She looked at the master in surprise and asked why Ash was suddenly dying, since she knew that he only fell asleep after inhaling her pheromone. The young master looked at the rabbit and said that she was doing better than he thought. She didn't want the young master to know that she was training her pheromone on her friend. She hoped that he didn't notice anything. The young master looked at her and in a trembling voice told her to protect him too. She was shocked, and she thought that his behavior was ridiculous since she did not understand why he pretended to be unhappy. The young master smiled and said that it was time for them to go. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand where he wanted to go. Ahin looked at Ash and told him to also go with them. She hoped that they would not go to the temple after all. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that they were not going to the temple, so she did not need to worry about it. He smiled and said that you never know for sure where it might come in handy. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand how she could be useful to him. Some time later, they were leisurely riding in a carriage. Vivy sat higher because she wanted to see where they were going. Irina looked at her and called her with a smile on her face. He smiled and said that she had not gone outside for a long time. He smiled and said that now he could hug her very comfortably. She looked at him with contempt as his words made her feel sick. Irwin wanted to touch her, but Ash protected her and did not let him touch her. Irvine looked at Ash in surprise and said that this was too much. Irwin said that he is heartless in treating someone who cooks food for him in the middle of the night. I couldn't hide my annoyance at this. Vivy looked at Irwin angrily. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked if the current trip was not dangerous. He said that they were heading to the Endelius region, and with so many people it was like a secret sortie. The young master looked at him closely but did not answer. The young lady looked at them in surprise as she did not understand what they were talking about. She glared at the young master as Irwin's words sounded incredibly dangerous. Ahin looked closely at the rabbit. A moment later, the young master began to play with the rabbit. She was shocked because she did not understand what he was doing. She didn't like what he was doing to her as she felt dizzy. A moment later, she bit his finger. The young master looked at the rabbit and said that lately he did not like to be away from her for a long time since the estate was infested with lions. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that yesterday he also constantly followed only Mr. Rabbit, and this is a serious sign. Vivy looked at the young master in surprise. Only now did she realize that the young master was persistently following her and watching her. She wondered if he was okay the way he seemed to her like a predator who was completely enamored with the cute bunny. Irwin stared at the young master and said that it might be a rabbit disease. The gentleman looked at him intently and angrily and told him to discard all nonsense and begin his report. Irwin looked at the master and followed his order. Irwin said that judging by the fact that the medicinal concoction, which is distributed mainly in the designated area, has various symptoms in a high probability, it is a drug or an experimental drug. Irwin said that they will be able to find out more precisely when they get their hands on it. The young master looked at Irwin and asked, "Is there any reason to believe that the source is the Wolflands?" Irwin said that this is just a hypothesis. There is no clear evidence. He said that this medicinal concoction is definitely related to pheromones. If you catch the original drug distributor or smuggler, you can easily interrogate him. Young master said that since they are already on their way in person, you can catch one. The young lady was shocked by what she heard and looked at them closely as she realized that they were now going to a very dangerous place. She remembered how the young master told her that he didn't know for sure where she might be useful. But still, she was puzzled because she did not understand where such a little rabbit was, how she could help. She looked at him intently because she wanted an answer. He smiled and didn't answer anything meaningful. The young lady was shocked she didn't understand what he was. Now, she said she wanted to hear a normal answer from him. Irwin stared out the window. A moment later, Irwin said that they were approaching their destination, so the culprit of all this who distributed the medicinal decoction may appear in person. Vivy was shocked she didn't understand what Irwin's words meant. A moment later, the young master grabbed her and lifted her up. A moment later, there was a commotion. Unexpectedly for the panther, they were attacked by werewolf wolves. The young master held the rabbit tightly in his hands and gazed out the window at the werewolves. Ahin looked at the black rebel and said that he understood everything, and he also asked the number of attackers. The knight looked at the young master and asked for forgiveness. He said that most had hidden their tracks, so it was difficult to determine the exact number of attackers. Vivy was shocked to realize that they had been attacked by werewolf wolves. She looked closely at the young master and wondered if he was going outside to take part in the fight. Entering the carriage, the knights asked for forgiveness. The young lady looked at the knights in surprise. She was surprised and at the same time puzzled because she did not understand what was happening and why only the young master went out into the street to fight. Vivy looked at him intently as she expected someone to answer. Ahin stood on the street near the carriage waiting for a fight. He noticed that an arrow was aimed at him. With the speed of lightning, he deflected the arrow, and looking at Irwin told him not to open the door until he completely figured it out. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if they really couldn't even open the window. The young gentleman looked at him angrily, but did not answer. Irwin bowed and said that he would do everything immediately. A moment later, a hail of arrows flew towards the young master. The young lady was shocked as she knew it was very dangerous. The young master saw the hail of arrows and just smiled. With the speed of lightning, the young gentleman fought off all the arrows that flew in his direction. He looked at his rabbit and with a smile told her not to argue with Irwin and to sit still. She was shocked because she knew that now was not the time for such jokes. Irwin looked at her and said with a smile that this happens often, so there is no need to worry. Irwin smiled and said that everything would end very quickly thanks to the young master. The knight looked at them and said that attacks by wolves or assassins on a master are common. The knight said that nothing bad would happen to the gentleman. He said that thanks to the pheromone they could be easily dealt with, so the accompanying guards in the form of them did not interfere in such matters. He said that since the young master had a strong pheromone by nature, it would not be easy if they also fell under their influence. The young lady looked at the knight in surprise, as she now raised why they climbed into the carriage and were just waiting. The knight smiled and said that the young master was very generous since he was worried about the lives of some ordinary guards. Vivy was a little puzzled because she understood that the knights were simply overpraising the young master. Irwin looked at her and said that all she had to do was sit quietly and wait for the fight to end. A few minutes later, Vivy heard a strong roar. She became alert as she was very scared. Shards of glass flew at them. Vivy froze in horror. She understood that this was very bad and she had problems. Looking out the window, she saw a young gentleman with many corpses near him. She sensed his pheromone and immediately felt sick. Due to the fact that the window broke, the young master's pheromone got inside and she felt very bad. She could not breathe. Normally, Vivy understood that if she inhaled his pheromone, she would immediately turn into a human. She was trembling greatly with fear and pain. She understood that now she must under no circumstances turn into a human. Irwin looked at her in surprise and asked if she was okay. Irwin said that it looked like the window had broken, and the rabbit was scared. He looked at the rabbit and said that there was no need to worry, as it would all be over soon. The knight said to Mr. Irwin that the young master had just ordered the window not to be opened, and it needed to be covered a curtain, although this will not be enough. Irwin told the knight that it was so, and first they need to stuff the curtain so that the windows are completely closed. Irwin said that even if you worry about the spread of pheromones, such an amount will not harm them. The young lady understood that it would not harm them, but still she could not breathe due to the strong pheromone. She had no choice and inhaled the pheromone. A moment later, she felt the pheromone vibrate through her body. She was shocked because she understood that in this way she would certainly turn into a human. Ash instantly became alert and looked at his mistress. She looked intently in his direction, and he immediately understood her. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed her and ran outside. Irwin froze in surprise. He did not understand what had just happened. He saw Ash dragging a young rabbit and shouted with rage. He shouted to Ash, but everything was even. Ash looked sideways at Irwin. He wasn't going to stop. She felt very nauseous and dizzy, but still they continued to talk about her slowly. She was in shock, as she would vomit. Now she did not know what would become of her. She was in great pain and felt a heaviness in her chest. She was breathing heavily. Ash looked at her intently. She didn't understand where she was now. Opening her eyes, she noticed that they were in an abandoned hut. She thought that they were very far away from the carriage, and it could be dangerous. A moment later, Ash growled menacingly. She jerked because she heard someone's steps. The man looked at them in surprise and asked what kind of monster was now in front of them. They looked at them in surprise and said that it seemed to be a werewolf, although the pheromones were barely perceptible. The young lady looked at them in surprise. She noticed that they had light brown eyes, scars and traces of blood. She immediately realized that they were from the wolf family. She twitched and looked at them warily because she felt that danger emanated from them. She thought that most likely they ran away from the young master. Vivy was shaking with fear because she understood that even though he was a predator, he would not be able to defeat the wolves. The man looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked if he really couldn't come to his senses. Ash growled menacingly. The man looked at his friend and said that he needed to kill both of them first, since if they made noise it would be difficult to do this, and he also asked what happened to Deepening. The man said that he had already died because the Black Panther cut off his hands. He remembered the young master's menacing gaze. The man looked at his friend and said that he needed to quickly deal with those in the hut and leave. She was very scared. She didn't know what to do and what to do in this situation. Ash growled menacingly. A moment later, he attacked them with fury. The young lady was shocked. She heard a crash and saw a man injure her friend. She saw how her friend, without giving up, attacked them all the time. She was shocked by this and begged him to stop as she was worried that he might die. A moment later, she saw him lying on the ground covered in blood. She screamed with rage for it all to stop. The man looked at the panther and said that he would end his life right now, but a moment later he shuddered because he felt something. They were shocked as a moment later they were attacked again. After all that had happened, he walked up to the rabbit and fell to the ground. She was in shock, but still she felt very bad and was shaking in pain. She wanted to get closer to him and wanted him to wake up. A moment later, she accidentally fell to the ground. She was trembling but still crawled towards her friend. She cried and wondered why she was such a small rabbit. She was furious that she couldn't help him. A moment later, she finally turned into a human. She screamed and cried. She wanted him to become Vivy. Screamed with rage and hugged her friend. She cried and asked him to open his eyes. She screamed that he should not die. She was in shock, did not understand why exactly now she turned into a human. She understood that now there was no point in her exercises with pheromones. Vivy was furious that she could not help her friend in such a difficult moment. She understood that now she needed to immediately come to her senses and not waste time. She understood that now she needed to ask someone for help. She heard a roar and thought that the werewolf had come again. But a moment later, she saw the young master who was covered in blood. She was surprised, but at the same time very glad that he came. The young master looked at the young lady in surprise and dumbfounded. They looked at each other intently for some time without saying a word. The young master looked at her intently and called her by name. If you think about it, it was a completely ordinary day on which time he unmistakably chased clueless wolves. The man with a trembling voice asked him for mercy, but still the young master did not spare him. He knew that no matter how alarmed they were due to the depletion of the earth, their behavior lately made him very wary. He looked around in surprise as he wondered where Irwin was now. The young master remembered and smiled how Irvine wished him a good hunt and quickly hid. He was surprised that the servant abandoned his master and fled the scattered battlefield. Ahin thought that next time he should be left among the wolves. A moment later they heard some noise and became alert. The men walked through the dark forest. The young man said that they had already moved too far from the border. The man said that they needed to take the rabbit as far into the forest as possible. He said that they were ordered so that it would not become necessary to make sure that she was finished off definitely by black panthers. Ahin closely watched the young people. He was in shock as they unceremoniously crossed the border, so they wanted the panthers to commit murder with their own hands. He watched them with a grin. He looked at them intently and said that their wishes must be fulfilled immediately. A moment later, the young people heard some incomprehensible sound. They shuddered. The man looked to the side in surprise and asked what the sound was that they had just heard. A moment later, they were attacked. The young master looked at them with a grin as he wanted to deal with them quickly. After all the proceedings, he saw the wallet. He looked at her in surprise. Ahin came closer to the wallet. He wondered what it was in front of him now. Pulling back the tablecloth, he saw a rabbit trembling with fear. The young master looked at the rabbit in surprise. He didn't expect to see him. He looked at Ash and told him to move away. For some time, he closely watched the rabbit and wondered what he should do. Kill the rabbit or leave it alive. He looked at the rabbit in surprise and noticed that he was crying. The young master looked at the rabbit with a grin and asked him to cry some more. He thought that the rabbit looked very funny at the moment, and yet he decided to let him live for now. Irwin was shocked as Ash ran away with Mr. Rabbit in his teeth in an unknown direction. The gentleman looked at the whole situation in surprise. Irwin shouted to the knight to quickly follow Mr. Ash. Irwin came closer to the young master. Ahin looked at his friend in surprise. He did not understand why he was doing this, as he knew that Irwin was the kind of person who immediately runs at the sight of the battlefield. Irwin looked sideways at the young master and said that they were in trouble as Mr. Ash suddenly grabbed Mr. Rabbit and rushed out of the carriage. The young master was shocked. He did not expect such actions from his friend. They both closely watched the attackers. Irwin said that recently arrows flew in and broke the window, and maybe that's why the rabbit was scared. Irwin said that now it's worth immediately following them. The young gentleman asked in surprise whether the window had really broken. Ahin was in shock. He glanced sideways at Irwin and told him to deal with the rest himself, and he in turn would follow the fugitives. Irwin was shocked. He, looking at the gentleman, said that he was very weak and could not cope alone. Ahin did not hear him and ran away in the direction of the fugitives. Irwin shouted at the top of his lungs after the gentleman. The young master ran in the direction of the fugitives. Ahin understood that that rabbit was definitely a werewolf since he had already reached his age. The young master ran without slowing down. So far, he had only noticed the rabbit's eccentric behavior 4 times. He first noticed the strange behavior of the rabbit when a strong pheromone of the lion clung to it at that moment in order to get rid of the pheromone. He bit her, and then the powerless rabbit fell asleep with him. The second time the rabbit encountered the pheromone-saturated werewolf fox at the ball, then Vivy immediately ran away from the hall and was lost from sight. Then he found her next to Lev, and she beat him. The third time he bit her in order to hide her pheromones when he woke up, he noticed someone's hair on the bed. And for the fourth time right now, Ahin realized that all these events had something in common. He knew that this happened when the rabbit picked up someone else's pheromones. Approaching their hut, he sighed heavily and also smelled blood. A moment later, he rushed into the hut and noticed a beautiful young lady holding a black panther in her arms. She looked at him in surprise and intently with tears in her eyes. The young master froze. Ahin did not expect to see something like that. He was surprised that he saw a girl in front of him at the moment. He noticed that she had beautiful purple eyes and white blonde hair. He suddenly felt his pheromone looking at the young lady in surprise. He called her as he simply could not help but recognize her. She looked at him in surprise and asked how he could find her. But a moment later, her friend let out a piercing groan. The young lady was in shock because she understood that her friend was suffering very much. She did not know how to deal with this situation since his whole body was pulsating and blood continued to ooze. The young master came closer to her and wrapped her in his clothes. Ahin looked intently at her tear-stained face and told her to move away a little. The young lady glared at the young master and later glanced at Ash. He said to his friend that the ball hit deeper than he thought. Ahin, sighing heavily, said that even if they took him to the doctor, he would not live to see him. The young lady was shocked. She did not expect this. She was furious because she did not want to lose a friend. Like Ash, Vivy hugged him tightly and screamed with rage so that he would not die. A moment later, a bright light illuminated them. The young master looked at the young lady in surprise and dumbfounded. Vivy looked closely at her friend. She was crying without stopping. She was shocked and screamed for him to wake up because she didn't want him to die. The young master looked at her and told her to wait a little. Vivy in turn screamed for him to let her go since Ash saved her and is now dying. The young master came closer to her and hugged her. He looked at her and asked her to listen to him immediately. She looked at him, surprised and puzzled. A moment later, he told her to look at her friend. The young master said that the early moment had disappeared and was dragging on. The young lady looked at his body in surprise and noticed that there was no wound. She was in shock, did not understand how this happened, and did not know if it was true. A moment later, she saw that her friend was sleeping very soundly. They looked at him intently for some time. The young lady poked her finger at him and asked whether he was sleeping or not. She said with a smile that this was a very good relief. The young man looked at her in surprise. Vivy in turn smiled and said that she was very happy, but still she was surprised and did not understand why and how early she disappeared. She was very happy that her friend was on the mend and wondered if this was the young master's ability. She looked at the young master because she wanted to ask him something, but she saw his cold and angry gaze that was directed at her. She looked at him puzzled and called. The young master looked at her intently and asked in a serious voice who she was. The young lady was shocked and did not understand what he was even talking about. The young master looked at her intently and approaching asked who she was. She was shocked because he had recently called her by name. She saw that he was looking at her angrily and did not even change his face. She was in shock and trembling with fear. A moment later, the young lady timidly said her name. The young master was dumbfounded and looked at the young lady with big eyes. The young master was shaking with laughter. Vivy looked at him in surprise and puzzlement. She did not understand why he was behaving this way. She was shocked and embarrassed. Thought that most likely it was the Black Panther mocking her. The young master approached her and with the speed of lightning grabbed her and lifted her into his arms. The young lady froze in surprise. He looked at her and asked with a soft smile if they didn't have a lot to discuss right now. They looked at each other intently for some time. The young lady was in shock as she wondered if he was going to interrogate her now. She trembled in fear, and the young master in turn quietly smirked. She understood that first she needed to escape from his hands, but suddenly she staggered as it became difficult for her to breathe. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and called Ahin was very worried. She wanted to tell him that she couldn't breathe, but all attempts were in vain. Ahin looked at her and said that she would be fine, and she just needed to breathe without stopping. He looked at her and said that she had released the pheromone without any preparation, and now it was difficult for her to withstand all this. Ahin told her to breathe slowly. The young lady knew that she needed to follow his instructions, but still she was in shock and could not do anything. She suddenly became hysterical. He looked at her in surprise and puzzlement. Ahin saw how difficult it was for her. He didn't know what to do in this situation and how to help her. A moment later, he looked at her, intently approaching. He asked if he could help her. Vivy looked at him intently. She knew that if he helped her, she would be grateful to him. The young master slowly approached her. She was shocked and puzzled looking at him and said that she was fine and did not need help at all. He looked at her with a grin and said that if he helped her, she would feel much better and not so painful. Ahin said that if she remained in this state, she would certainly die. The young lady looked at him puzzled, and an incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. The young lady nevertheless decided to accept his help, and he slowly began to approach her neck. She was surprised because she felt very strange. She was surprised because she understood that Ahin secretes a pheromone, and he forcibly suppresses her pheromone. For some reason, her pain suddenly disappeared, and she felt much better, and it also became more comfortable to breathe. But still her body was still weak. The young master looked at her in surprise and intently. He moved away from her a little and told her to breathe slowly. Vivy leaned closer to him. Her heart was beating heavily. Her head was no longer dizzy, and she did not feel as stuffy as before. Vivy looked at the master, sighing heavily. She said that she was fine now. She noticed that he was looking somewhere into the distance. Vivy looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. A moment later, she heard someone outside. They looked at the door in surprise as he knocked very insistently. A moment later, the master's guards burst into their house. The young lady was surprised and dumbfounded, looked at the gentleman and called. A moment later, she froze as she did not expect to see something like that. She was in shock and didn't know what was going on. Moving back to the door, she looked at the gentleman and asked who it was next to him. Ahin looked at Mio and told her to immediately close the door from the outside. She looked at him in surprise because she didn't know what to do. The young master looked at her with an angry look. She obediently agreed and left. A moment later, silence reigned in the hut. Vivy shuddered as she thought that the werewolves had come to them again, and therefore she was very scared. Ahin looked at her and asked if she was okay. He also asked if the bite marks were burning or not, while he gently touched her neck. The young lady frowned as he was getting too close to her. She was shocked and very embarrassed by this situation. A moment later, they heard some rustling. Irwin walked closer to the knight and asked what she was doing. Mio looked at Irwin and said that the young master ordered her to wait outside. Irwin looked at the knight in surprise. A moment later, Rhubarb quietly knocked on the door and said that it was he who had come, and also asked the young master if everything was okay with him. The young master looked sideways at the door and said that he was fine. Irwin asked about Mr. Rabbit's. Ahin said that the rabbit was fine. Vivy looked at the young master and pointed her finger at her neck. She looked at him questioningly as she wanted to know if he thought this was normal. Unexpectedly, the young gentleman laughed. A moment later, he looked at her with a smile and said that this was relatively normal. Irwin came closer to the door and asked what it meant. He said angrily that he required detailed explanations. The young master said that he was fine, so he should not wait near the door and should move on. Irwin said that he would definitely do so. Vivy laughed as she was amused by the whole situation. The young master looked at her with a smile. She leaned closer to him and said that as soon as she heard Irwin's voice for some reason, her anxiety went away and she began to feel sleepy. Ahin looked at her in surprise and smiled. A moment later, he asked if this was not the first time she had turned into a human. As she fell asleep, she called him by name. She asked him how much he already knew. The young master looked at Irwin and told him to report the situation to him. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that they had dealt with the werewolves, and the carriage that had arrived at that time was overturned. He said that instead of returning to the estate, it was better to head somewhere near the lands of the Endelius family. The young master agreed with him. Irwin looked at the gentleman with a puzzled look and asked him if he could ask him a couple of questions. The young master smiled and said that there was no need for that. Vivy in turn slept sweetly in the arms of the young master. He was shocked as he was very curious as to why Mr. said to close the windows of the carriage, and he was also curious about what happened after Mr. Ash and the rabbit left the carriage. The young lady looked closely at everyone present. She was also curious about what kind of herbivorous werewolf she had not seen before. The young master looked at everyone with a grin and showed with all his appearance that they should not ask him anything. The knights looked at him in surprise and puzzlement as they understood everything. Ahin looked intently at his rabbit. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would probably sound very impudent, but he still had a very vile smile. Ahin looked at the rabbit and told Irwin that his whole existence was vile. Irwin silently looked at the gentleman. The young man looked at the werewolves and said that they couldn't be like that. He didn't understand what kind of symbiosis this was. Opening her eyes, she suddenly found herself in the guest house, discovering that at some point she had become a little rabbit again. The young master had gone somewhere, so she was relieved, until she found herself in a difficult situation. The young man was surprised he could not understand what kind of rabbit would use a black panther as his slave. The young lady was shocked, as she knew it was a simple misunderstanding, as she was not using her friend as a slave, but was simply responding to his affection. Manyens looked at the rabbit and remembered the words of the young master, who said earlier that the rabbit was emergency food. The young lions discussed the pressing problem in a puzzled manner. The young lady listened to them silently and even agreed with some of their statements. The young man was surprised because he noticed that the rabbit nodded. Manyens looked at Leston and told him not to behave so ill-mannered. The lion looked at the rabbit and asked for forgiveness. He said that his assistant's horizons were slightly limited, so he now apologizes in place of the assistant. The young lady looked at them in surprise, as she wondered if he himself did not behave in the same impartial manner every time they encountered each other. Manyens looked at Leston and told him to immediately approach the rabbit and introduce himself properly. Leston stood up puzzled and approached the rabbit. Moments later he bowed and said that he was a little late in greetings, so he offers his deepest apologies. He said that he is the hands and feet of Mr. Manyenza and is also the third son of the Leston family, and his name is Harrington Leston. Vivy slowly extended her paw to him and also introduced herself. Of course, she knew that this was all pointless, since he would not hear her. The young man was suddenly frightened by the behavior of the rabbit. Manyens just laughed. Lev looked at his assistant and said with a smile that he was very cheerful. The lady looked at them in surprise because she didn't care. She knew that as it may, all those who call themselves predators simply have a terrible character. Leo looked at the young lady and said with a smile that they got rid of all the interference and now it was time for them to talk. He said that of course it is impossible for you to speak in your current form, so he asked how about she now turn into a human. The young lady understood that this was impossible and brushed it off since it was happening beyond her desire. He looked at her in surprise because he didn't understand why she was refusing, and he also asked why she was hiding that she was a werewolf. She looked at him with an angry look. She wanted to say that she was already caught and revealed her true nature. He looked at her and asked with a smile, what was the reason that she was hiding from everyone? He wondered if she really had a specific goal, and she intended to get closer to young Mr. Grayson. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted to find out all the secrets of the Black Panthers at this rate. He looked at her and said that anyway, she could not do anything since she was now locked in a body the size of a pea young lady. She was shocked because he insulted her. He looked at her and asked why she was wearing similar clothes at the ball. The young lady shuddered as she remembered that moment. Lev pulled the rabbit closer to him and said with a smile that just like then and now, she smells of a black panther. He looked at her with a grin and asked what the two of them were hiding. The young lady thought for a moment as she remembered that the young master always tried to hide her pheromone. Vivy wondered if he was trying to make sure no one could recognize her. Ash looked at them warily. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise. She did not understand why he was behaving this way. A moment later, they walked slowly out onto the terrace. Looking down, they saw young people who were very suspicious. Leo looked at them in surprise. The young lady looked at the young people in surprise. She did not understand what was happening. She was surprised and wondered who they really were, as she thought they were the guest house workers, but she still didn't understand why they were being secretive. A moment later, they noticed that the young people exchanged something suspicious. She remembered that Irwin had previously said that there was a medicinal decoction that had spread to various areas, and there was a high probability that it was a drug or an experimental drug. She looked at them in surprise and dumbfounded, as she wondered if she had now noticed the same drug that she had previously heard about. The young people were frightened and looked warily at the terrace. The young lady looked at them in surprise, as she realized that they had now met their eyes. Lev smiled and said that at first glance it is worth noting that it all looks very suspicious, and first they should check everything. The lion looked at the rabbit and the black panther and asked what they thought about this. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise as she understood that he had already decided to grab them. Vivy did not understand why he was asking her opinion now. With the speed of lightning, the lion jumped from the terrace. He looked at the young people and said that he had seen them closely and thought that they were hyenas. Lev looked at them and asked with a grin what they should do now. Leo watched the young people closely. The young people were frightened by the ferocity of the lion and staggered. The lion looked at them and said with a grin that he would immediately deal with them first. Vivy was shocked as he suddenly ran and scared her. Vivy was surprised and wondered what was the point that he was interested in her opinion earlier if he did so. Leo looked at them intently and stood up. The young people were puzzled. The lion looked at his god in surprise. He shuddered as he was surprised that he did not take his sword with him. The young people looked closely at the lion and in a trembling voice asked what he was going to do. Lev smiled and began to mutter something indistinctly. The young people looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Lev said that one way or another they now have a drug in their hands. The young people looked at each other. Lev looked at them in surprise and asked why the atmosphere was so tense now. The lion looked at the rabbit and said that he was saying this just in case. But he does not have a strange hobby and raising rabbits? Now the circumstances just happened. The young lady looked at him in surprise because she did not understand why he was worried about this now, so as the situation is completely different now. A moment later, the young man attacked the lion. Vivy was in shock. She shouted to the lion to come to his senses and look to the side as he was attacked by a predator. Suddenly, the lion turned around. A moment later, he deflected the attacker's blow with lightning speed and struck back. The young man fell to the ground, breathing heavily. His friend ran away as fast as he could. Leo looked at them intently and asked where he was going to run. Lev said that apparently he was really worried about something. The young man turned away holding a bottle of drugs in his hand. The lion looked at the young man and said that this was quite dangerous since he saw what the young man was holding in his hands. A moment later, the young man threw a bottle at the lion. The lion covered the rabbit with his body. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and puzzlement as she realized that it was some kind of powder. A moment later, she fell to the ground. She did not understand what had happened at all, and it was very difficult for her to breathe. The young lady understood that the werewolf hyena threw some kind of powder at them, and nothing got on her but all the contents got on the lion. Looking up, she saw a beautiful lion standing in front of her. She was shocked because she was very scared. Irwin and the young master stood at the entrance to the estate and chatted. The young master said that judging by the fact that even through the network to the merchant guild, they did not find a trace of the medicinal decoction, be that as it may, there is another person responsible for supplying it. The young master looked at his companion with a puzzled expression and said that the rest needs to be found out tomorrow. Irwin looked at the gentleman puzzled and hesitated. He wanted to tell him something. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he was going to continue to be with the rabbit. Ahin looked at him and asked why he suddenly became interested in such a question. Irwin asked the young master if he hadn't previously said that it was a werewolf and not a pet. The young master looked at Irwin intently. The young master looked at his friend and asked if he had forgotten that here by nature, the weak die. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. Irwin was surprised. He did not know how to respond to this. Ahin said it seemed like Irwin assumed he'd make full use of something if it was even useful. Ahin said that even after constantly interrupting him for several months, the rabbit is still extremely afraid. Irwin remembered how the young master constantly made fun of Mr. Rabbit. Irwin smiled and said that more accurately, Mr. Rabbit hated him. The young master smiled. Irwin said that Mr. Ahin was torturing the rabbit on his own, so Vivy relied on him. The young master said that this was just his delusion. Irwin said that this simply could not happen, but the young master still said that this was his personal delusion. While they were talking, they saw the young man running in a hurry. Irwin looked at the man and said that Mr. Rabbit always told him this with a flaming look. They also saw a rabbit running after the man. A moment later, they saw a lion and a black panther hurrying to catch up with the rabbit and the man. The young master and Irwin watched everything in puzzlement and surprise. The young master said in surprise that he just thought he saw something strange. Irwin looked at the young master in surprise and said that he also just saw a very strange thing. They looked to the side and saw a chase. They wondered if they knew these animals. Irwin smiled and asked if there was any animal farm nearby. The young master watched everything intently and with a smile. A moment later, the knights ran out of the manor. The young master and Irwin looked at each other. They were in shock and did not understand what was happening. They looked at each other dumbfounded for a while. The young master shouted to Irwin to run after them. The young lady looked at the master and said that it was an uncontrollable mess. Mr. Rune turned into a lion, and Mr. Rabbit bravely chased the hotel staff. The young master thought that the lion must have been scarier to the little rabbit. Ahin looked sideways at Leston and said that they would definitely ask for the help of the Grace family. Leston was shocked because he thought that most likely the young master thought that he came here of his own free will. At the meeting, as soon as the question of help arose, Mr. Rune suddenly raised his hand, a man who usually dozed off during them and was doing something completely unrelated said that he would go. The young man looked at Ahin and said that since the matter was with a medicinal decoction, an issue in which they must cooperate, he would help. The young master looked at the young man in surprise and asked if Sir Maniance had really set off. Leston said, "That's so." And there is. Leston was in shock, and he was very curious why his master behaved this way. He looked closely at the young master. He was wondering why Mr. Ahin and Mr. Run were so interested in the investigation. The young master looked at Ash, who in turn became wary. Irwin looked at the young master and asked why the young master suddenly transformed into a lion. Ahin said that it seems that since he no longer decided to do it out of boredom, there is a good reason why he turned into his true form. One of the reasons could be due to the fact that he came into contact with a medicinal decoction that influenced a pheromone. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he was really talking about drugs now. Ahin was in thought for a while and said that perhaps the lion did this because he had nothing to do. The young master looked intently at everyone present and gave his instructions. A moment later, everyone immediately began to carry out his orders. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked where he would go. He was surprised because the young master did not answer and walked away in a hurry. The young man noticed that the young gentleman, as always, had an imposing attitude towards everything. But he also noticed that the young master looked especially annoyed today. The young lady slowly retreated back as the terrible lion was advancing on her. Vivy understood who it was, but she was still scared. The lion looked at her menacingly and growled. Even knowing who he really was, she was very afraid and cried. A moment later, she plopped down on the ground. The lion looked at her in surprise and puzzlement. A moment later, he lay down next to her and sighed heavily. He saw that she was trembling with fear. He was surprised that she was shaking with fear since he had to make a lot of effort to catch up with her. Trembling, she raised her head and looked at him. Vivy knew that all her problems now were because of him. She understood that the hyena werewolves whom they had recently chased were not showing their noses now. She did not know what to do now. The young lady understood that they needed to return, but she was still wary because she did not know where they were now. A moment later, a young gentleman approached them and angrily said that he had barely found them. Lev was taken aback as he was in shock. Breathing heavily, the young gentleman said with a grin on his face that they had run far after all. The young lady looked at the young master in surprise. Vivy was very happy that he had finally found her. Ahin picked up the rabbit and saw that she had hurt herself. Vivy was in shock as she realized that she had hurt her precious paws when she ran away. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she had brought herself to such a state. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him because she now understood why her paws hurt. She stretched out her paws to him because she wanted him to blow on the wounds and heal her since he had previously healed her friend. The young master looked at her in surprise and dumbfounded. He looked at her with a smile and said that he would cure her as soon as they returned to the estate. He said that if she wandered around like this, she would spend her whole life in his pocket. The young lady was shocked. She looked at him closely as she realized that he was again saying such terrifying words with a smile on his face. Ahin looked at the lion and pulled his mane. Ahin said with a smile that for the first time she saw him in his true form. The young lady laughed. The young master said with a grin that he didn't know that the lion had a penchant for playing tag with the rabbit. Lev looked at him because he was very frightened. He said that he did not convert without his own permission. Lev waved it off and said that while he was chasing the suspected people, they threw a strange powder and dispelled his human appearance. The young master looked at him in surprise and said that in the end he had gone crazy. Vivy confirmed this with a nod. The lion was in shock as it was very difficult for him since the young master did not understand him. Vivy looked closely at the lion since she was familiar with this feeling. A moment later, the young gentleman pushed the rabbit into his pocket. Vivy was surprised and did not understand why he suddenly did this. Lev looked at him in surprise. Leaning out of her pocket, she looked at them in surprise because she did not understand what was the matter. A moment later, some people approached them. The man looked at them and said with a grin that they should walk together. The man looked at them in surprise and said that it seemed that the human form only slept when inhaling the powder. The young people looked warily at the newly arrived guests as they realized that there was one worker there who had recently escaped from the hotel and who had thrown powder at the lion. The man put the sword to the young master's throat and asked if he could not hear what they said to him. The young lady was surprised. She looked at the man and thought that he was a complete fool for daring to threaten the Black Panther. A moment later, she looked at the young master in surprise as she noticed that his eyes had changed color. He smiled and told her to sit quietly. The man looked at the young man and said that judging by his eyes it was either a raccoon or a cat looking at him. He said with a grin that he had better not resist. Ahin slowly raised his hands up and showed that he was giving up. The young people looked at him expectantly. A moment later, he turned around and asked them to spare him. The rabbit and the lion were shocked. They did not expect this from a Black Panther. Ahin looked at them and once again asked them politely for mercy. Vivy did not understand who was now in front of her. The man looked closely at the rabbit and told her to look here, and at the same time he named her baby. Vivy looked at him in surprise. She did not expect that he would address her. The man handed her a carrot and told her to at least eat this. The young lady looked at the carrots in surprise as they were huge. The lion and panther could barely contain their laughter in the corner. Another man entered the room and said that he still could not tear himself away from small animals. He told him to do everything in general terms and go out as the door should be closed. As he left, the man looked intently at the rabbit. Vivy was in shock. She did not understand what was happening and wanted to leave such a terrible place as quickly as possible. Silence reigned in the room. She was in shock because she wanted help to escape from here, what to feed her. Ahin looked at them and said that whatever it was in infiltrating the enemy camp and had not succeeded, the medicinal decoction case they were investigating was definitely connected to them. So if they looked around, they would have found something. Ahin looked at Manyens and asked if he really couldn't turn into a man. He in turn nodded since he couldn't do this. Ahin looked at him and said that he was a useless and stupid lion. Manyens was shocked by such a statement. A moment later, Ahin freed himself from the ropes and looking at the door said that they were very naive. Ahin looked at Vivy and called her Manyens, in turn squirmed as he wanted to be untied as well. Vivy looked into his eyes in surprise as she noticed that they were indeed blue. She pointed her paw at her eyes in surprise. He said Black Panthers with a strong pheromone are often wary, so he used a raccoon genus drug to lower their guard. He looked at her and said that in a few hours, everything would come back. She looked at him surprised. A moment later, the lion roared very loudly. Leo looked at the young master and asked him to untie him. Ahin came closer to the lion and said that he was impudent. Ahin untied. Manyenza looked at Vivy in surprise and said that he had Irwin keep watch. Ahin noticed that she sneezed. For some time, she sneezed heavily. The young people were surprised. They did not understand why she suddenly behaved this way. Vivy was shocked and continued to sneeze. He looked at her and asked if she had inhaled the gray powder. Leo became wary. The young lady was in shock. She understood that there was going to be a big problem. Continuing to sneeze, she gazed at the young master. He looked at her and asked if she had really inhaled the powder. He also asked if she had more anywhere. Vivy looked at him puzzled. It wasn't that she was in any pain, but unfortunately she suddenly began to feel nauseous. The young master looked at her in surprise and said that her pheromones were in a strange state. The young lady looked at him warily. The young master looked at her in shock as he realized what was about to happen. She looked at him puzzled and wondered if she would really turn into a human now. The young lady was shaking with fear. Vivy understood that this could not be allowed to happen in this situation. She remembered how he had previously said that in a critical situation, she should raise her left hand looking tearfully at the young master. She raised her left paw because she understood that now was a very critical situation. The young master looked at her in surprise and puzzlement, but later he turned to the door and called the lion. Ahin looked at Manyenza and said that their plan had changed, and the matter with the medicinal decoction was temporarily postponed. Manyens was shocked by this statement. Ahin looked at the lion with a smile and said that now they were going to run in, so he had to get out on his own. Ahin said with a grin that it would be better for him to die. Ahin kicked the door. A moment later, the son's door fell with a crash. The young people looked at him in surprise and puzzlement. Vivy was in shock since Ahin managed to break the iron door. The young people were in shock. They did not understand what was happening and how he managed to get out. Ahin looked at them with a grin. A moment later, he failed to strike them several times, after which the men fell with a crash to the ground, and he in turn ran. Irwin looked at his friend and said that if he continued walking in that direction, he would soon be able to see the Merchants Guild building. He said that it was currently for sale, so no one was using it. Looking into the distance, the young man said that this was very suspicious. Irwin said that it was true. The young man was very puzzled and excited since now, at the moment they remained in the dark, and did not know where their masters and Mr. Rabbit were. The young man looked at Irwin and asked who Mr. Rabbit really was. Irwin realized that he really couldn't reveal the rabbit's true identity. She looked at Irwin as she expected an answer. Irwin realized that he needed to quickly change the subject. He looked at his comrade and said that he heard a very specific smell. The young man looked at Irwin and said that, in fact, some kind of scent had indeed recently appeared. Irwin looked at him in surprise and asked if this was true. Irwin thought that there were aromas of different perfumes in the street, but Sir Leston said something similar, and it was very suspicious. Irwin thought for a moment. Leston looked at Irwin and called, but Irwin quickly began to run away. Running around the corner, Irwin saw and smelled the smell of a decomposing corpse. The knights came closer to the man and noticed that he was already dead. They noticed a strange color of his skin and thought that most likely he was not from the genus of hyenas. They also noticed that in some places his skin was colored ashen. Irwin thought it was likely an overdose of another product. Irwin looked at his companion and told him to feel the corpse's wrists and check its pheromone. Young man looking at Irina and nodding. The young man of the task but frowning said that his pheromone was quite confused. Irwin said that it seemed that the man was addicted to a medicinal decoction, and recently they received information that werewolves who use it are also dying. Irwin said that the pheromone could cause dizziness, so Leston should stop and remove his hands from the corpse. Leston shuddered in horror and quickly moved away from the corpse. Leston was very angry because Irwin was worried about his own skin and forced him to touch the corpse. The young man looked at Irwin and angrily said that he was really becoming more cunning every day. Irwin smiled and told his companion that he overestimated him. Sometime later, they followed the trail. Ahin called Vivy. He looked at her and asked how long it took from the irritation of the pheromone to turning into a human. She looked at him in surprise and puzzled as she realized that he knew about everything. Therefore now he deliberately avoided a confrontation, asking if he was really afraid that she would be able to absorb his pheromone and become human. The young master looked at her and called her. He told her to answer his question quickly. Looking at her, he said that they couldn't hide here forever. The young lady was shocked since the duration of the treatment was always different due to the medicinal decoction. It was even more difficult to predict. He looked at her and puzzled said that he did not understand at all what she wanted to tell him now. The young lady was shocked because she knew that this was true. She wanted him to be able to read her thoughts. She frowned and he in turn motioned for her to sit quietly. A moment later, they heard a noise and voices. The young lady was very scared as she realized that the men who were holding them hostage had gone into the room. Ahin and Vivy sat warily and quietly. A moment later, a large shadow loomed over them. The young lady squinted as the light blinded her eyes. A moment later, she saw a familiar man. Ahin looked at the gorilla and told him to be silent. The young lady reached out to the man as she was very glad that it was him. The gorilla shuddered and stared at the rabbit. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and cried a little. She wanted him to pretend he didn't see anything and help them. The gorilla shuddered and moved a little further from the closet. He was in shock, because he did not expect to see her. A moment later, a man's rude cry was heard from the corridor. He in turn shouted that he would certainly kill the fugitives when he found them. The gorilla closed the closet door and said that there was no one there. The young lady was shocked, but at the same time very happy that he helped them. The young gentleman looked at the door in surprise and said that it seemed that the rabbit had become friends with the gorilla Ahin, said that they were not suitable for each other at all. The young lady looked at the young master in surprise. She knew that he was completely impudent since her new friend had helped them, and he was proof that he was a noble werewolf. The young master thought for a moment. The young master said that first they need to go out and only then decide what to do, but a moment later he saw her in human form. The young master looked at the young lady in shock. He was in shock and did not know how to behave. The young people looked at each other intently and in surprise. A moment later, the young lady greeted him with a smile. The young master looked at her in surprise. They looked at each other intently for some time. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked if he didn't want to talk to her. The young master smiled and asked why she looked so angry. She was puzzled since she was not yet particularly skilled at controlling human facial expressions. Vivy, embarrassed, said that this was the facial expression she originally had. Ahin smiled and asked if she knew what she looked like initially. He said with a smile that most importantly, it would be good if she would warn in the future when she begins to contact. He said that once she felt like she was about to turn into a human, she could dance or something. He looked at her and told her to imagine how she would react to Ash suddenly turning into a human. The young lady looked at him in surprise and said that she would most likely be very surprised and confused. The young master smiled and said that he had this feeling right now. He said with a smile that the fierce rabbit had finally become human. The young lady was furious as she did not consider herself to be fierce. She looked at him and said that next time she would dance. The gentleman looked at her with a grin because he thought that she was very cute. Vivy asked with a smile what other dances. She was shocked because she understood that there were a lot of other signals and wondered why she had to dance. A moment later, she hit her head. The young master looked at her and told her to be careful. She thanked him as she remembered that they were now in the closet. She was surprised and puzzled because she did not understand why the atmosphere was so strange. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that she had just looked at him with an insidious look. She looked at him in surprise and said that this was not the case. He smiled and asked if it was true. She said with a smile that it was so. She noticed that this predator who was sitting right in front of her had a very good sense of smell. A moment later, she heard footsteps. Vivy covered his mouth with her hand and listened. She was shocked. She only realized that these were uninvited guests and wondered what kind of knights they were and what kind of people they were. The young lady looked at the young master and told him to sit quietly. The young master looked at her dumbfounded. A moment later, she jerked as she realized that she had touched the predator's lips with her hand. The young master looked at her in surprise. She was in shock because she did not understand what she had just done and was very scared. They sat quietly and listened to the men talk. The young lady took his hand and drew symbols on it. She told him that he needed to return. He looked at her in surprise and asked where they should return. The young lady was surprised and did not understand in what sense where she wanted to return home. She remembered the manor and wondered if she could call it home. She remembered the young master saying that he liked her because she was a rabbit, but the situation would become more complicated if she suddenly turned out to be a human. She looked at him puzzled. The young master was surprised, bowed, and asked what was wrong with her. She was in shock and panicked. Vivy wondered what would happen to her if he no longer needed her. The young lady was very worried and afraid that she might be abandoned again. The young master looked at her and called. He noticed that her pheromone had thickened. A moment later, she coughed violently. She fell on him. Ahin was in shock. He screamed and called her as he wanted to find out what happened to her. He looked at her and shouted for her to come to her senses. She noticed that the young master's voice was moving further and further away. Vivy thought that she had most likely lost control of the pheromone again. At the same time, the lion roared ferociously outside. The lion was furious because young Master Grace had abandoned him. He wanted to tear him to shreds before returning to human form. There was great commotion on the street. Leston and Irwin saw Mr. Mannions on the street. Irwin said in surprise that Mannions was fast. Leston trembled and called for his master. A moment later, with the speed of lightning, he ran after him. The lady looked at Irwin in surprise and said, puzzled, that the lion was heading in the opposite direction. Irwin told her not to worry about it, as the truth is sometimes difficult to accept. He told her to follow those two people and collect the medicinal substance. Irwin looked up in surprise. Irvine looked sideways at Ash and called out to him. Irwin looked out the window in surprise and asked what was going on. The young master looked down and saw his people. Irwin and Ash quickly ran towards the young master. They looked at him in surprise as he held the body in his arms. Irwin looked at the gentleman puzzled and asked if this was a man. A moment later, Irwin saw the girl. The young master looked at Irwin and asked if there was a horse or carriage. Irwin bowed and asked for forgiveness. He said that they had not bothered to take them. Irwin was a little puzzled as he felt some kind of disgusting feeling. He didn't understand why this was so. The young master looked at his friend in surprise and dumbfounded. He didn't know what or how to do. A moment later, the young gentleman saw the gorilla and told him to take them to the nearest doctor. The gorilla looked at the man dumbfounded. A moment later, he looked at the young lady in surprise. He was shocked because he had recently seen a baby rabbit and later it disappeared and a woman appeared in its place. A few minutes later, they heard a man scream and Ash attack the man. The young master looked at the gorilla and said angrily that they did not have time. The gorilla was in shock. He understood that if he refused, he would die. The young master glared at the gorilla and told him to hurry up. A moment later, the gorilla turned into a beautiful horse. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The young gentleman came closer to the gorilla. A moment later, the young master saddled his horse. Ahin looked sideways at Irwin and said that he had to follow him as he wanted. Many moments later, they rushed off. Irwin looked at the master in shock. He was in shock and did not understand what was happening. Irwin looked at Ash and wanted to tell him something. But a moment later, he saw that Ash ran with their lightning speed. Irvine was in shock and did not understand what was happening. Irwin sighed heavily, as he did not understand how they all imagined that he would follow the horse in human form. A moment later, he transformed into his true form. He picked up his things. A moment later, he ran after them. Manhwa turned back into a human. He remembered the young master and was very angry. The lion remembered how the panther abandoned him. He wanted to take revenge on him. He was furious because after he turned into a man, he almost became the laughing stock of the pervert of the century as he paraded shirtless on the street. His assistant came closer to him as he saw that the gentleman was blazing. The lion said, looking at his assistant, that this medicinal substance belongs to the type that forcibly activates the pheromone, so his pheromone reacted in order to stop the effect of this substance. The lion looked at his assistant and told him to forget about everything since the rabbit had a very strange smell. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if it was the smell of butter. The gentleman thought for a moment and said that it was more like the smell of freshly baked bread. The assistant reached out to his master and asked for forgiveness. He touched his forehead. Leston, looking at the gentleman, said that there was no fever. He wondered why his master was saying such strange things like Sir Irwin. The gentleman looked at the assistant in surprise and asked if he was speaking too rudely now. The young man looked at the gentleman and said that just in case he would now remind you that at present they remain invited guests of the Grace family, and if for some unknown reason they have a conflict and the union created with great difficulty will turn to dust. Lestive remembered the lady's menacing gaze. For a moment he cried because he didn't know what to do. The young man said that he was very afraid of the head of their family. He said that she would definitely slap him in the face first, and only then ask questions. Manhwa looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked what was wrong with that. He said that since he was afraid of his sister then, for this reason he suggests simply moving away from the topic even after coming to terms with what Mr. Grace did. They continued talking for some time. Manhwa said that, be that as it may, these are just his guesses. He remembered the rabbit and said that the rabbit seemed to have some special ability. The young man looked at the gentleman and said that, of course, this is how it is, and he understood everything. The young man said that the rabbit used to be called the king of rabbits. Manhwa looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked, "Who said such nonsense?" The young man said that Sir Irwin said this earlier. Leo was furious. He looked at his subordinate and told him not to listen to such things from a man who was chattering in vain. The young man looked at the master in surprise and asked where he was going, since they needed to collect a medicinal substance. Leo said that the knights who followed them would figure it out themselves. He said angrily that he was busy now because he was going to go kill the cat. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise because he did not understand what he was talking about. But a moment later he remembered young Master Grace. He was very scared because he understood that it would be hot. Leston shouted after his master that this could not be done. Vivy, sitting on the ground, trembled with fear. There were many fragments of the cup around her. A moment later she raised her head, trembling with fear as she heard someone's voice. She saw the servants looking at her with contempt. They said that in any case this little rabbit couldn't even speak. They looked at her with contempt. The lady was trembling with fear as she was very scared. She wanted someone to help her, but it was all in vain. When she woke up, she was surprised because she did not understand where she was. Raising her head, she saw that she was sitting in a bag, but she was still very scared since she did not understand where they were taking her. A moment later, she heard a conversation. The men were saying that they should carry out the order and let her die at the hands of the Black Panthers. She sat quietly in her wallet and was in shock since it was all unfair to her. Somehow she was able to survive in the body of a little rabbit who couldn't really do anything, even left to starve and abandoned by everyone she went out of her way just to live. Vivy wondered why even turning into a human should take place for her so painful. Sometime later, she heard the voice of the young master. Ahin told her not to lose consciousness, as it is very dangerous. He said that he would bite her if she passed out. She looked at him intently and did not understand why he sheltered her. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that he sheltered her in order to eat her. Looking at him, she thought that he was just a bad predator. Sometime later, they arrived at the doctor. The young master shouted and knocked very loudly on the door. Sometime later, the young lady came out and looked at them in surprise. She did not understand who it was that came to her. In the middle of the night, she said that it was very rude. She looked at them in surprise and dumbfounded because she realized that it was a Black Panther. A moment later, she saw a young lady in her arms and, stunned, told them to get into the house faster. Vivy opened her eyes, puzzled, and looked at them. She looked closely at the young master because she envied him. Apparently from birth they were different as heaven and earth. And she looked at them and asked if she understood correctly that he said that a drug had entered Vivy's body. She looked at them and asked how much time had passed since this happened. The young master looked at Vivy closely and said, puzzled, that 2 hours had already passed. She looked at the young lady in surprise and said that this was very strange since there was no reaction to the drug. She looked at Vivy and asked earlier if there had been any cases of contact with this drug. Ahin said that this did not happen. She said that when taking a drug that was common in their territory, in most cases the senses were greatly aggravated and the skin became ashen, but she did not observe such reactions in the patient. She said that anyway the problem was not the drug, but her own pheromone. She looked at the young master and said that he could turn around now. He looked at her in surprise and asked if the problem was not the drug. Then, how should it be? She said that the young lady needs to give me antidotes, but a pheromone stabilizer. Vivy was lying on the bed and squirming in pain. The young people looked at her in surprise and dumbfounded. She extended her hand to the jar because she wanted to get rid of the pain as quickly as possible. She trembled and cried while saying that she was in great pain. The young master came closer to her and called her. The young lady looked intently at the young man. She begged him to relieve her of pain. Ahin looked at her puzzled. He looked at the doctor and said that if this was not related to the drug, then her condition would improve with simple suppression of the pheromone. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and said that it was so, but still she was surprised, because she did not know what he was going to do now. A moment later, she looked at him in surprise and shock and asked if he had gone crazy. The gentleman looked at her in surprise but did not answer. She was shocked and said that strong pheromone suppression in another way was a risky move. He said that everything was fine, and it might work. She looked at him and said that by using a medium pheromone for this, he would expose the patient to even greater danger. Ahin looked at her with fury and said that his pheromone was of a dominant type. The young lady looked at him in surprise and shock. Ahin said that they could not delay any longer, and this was the best option for her. The doctor, puzzled, told the young master to wait a little. She said that during the examination of the patient, she found teeth marks on her neck. The use of such a method is unacceptable since it is impossible to treat the body of a herbivore in the same way as the body of a predator. The young master looked at the young lady intently. For some time, the doctor reasoned about the whole situation. Ahin looked at her and said that he understood. Ahin slowly approached the young lady. Vivy looked tearfully at the young master. A moment later, they merged in a kiss. Vivy was breathing heavily, filled with the young master's pheromone. A moment later, he stopped kissing her and she looked at him out of breath. But still, she pulled him in a way that she didn't want him to leave. A moment later, they shared a long kiss again. She wanted to stay with him a little longer since his powerful pheromone quenched her burning pain. Vivy thought that his pheromone was a pheromone of power. Vivy remembered how he said that today several wolves attacked him and he was injured. Ahin asked her if she would treat him. Now she realized that his pheromone was not the type that could heal wounds. Now she realized that all this time she had been treating them with her pheromone. She was shocked because she realized that all this time he knew about everything. She wondered why he didn't tell her. Sitting on a chair, the young lady fell asleep and drifted off to sleep. A moment later, she plopped down on the sofa and fell asleep. The young master sat and watched Vivy closely all this time. For a moment, he thought as he realized that it was very dangerous since he himself almost fell under the influence of the pheromone. He looked at her intently as she slept. Coming closer to her, he covered her nose with his hand and said that she was very peaceful. He let her go and she sighed heavily. The young master looked at her intently and smiled. He realized that if he had been a little more careless, he would have been absorbed by her pheromone. He thought that perhaps because she was in human form, it was much more dangerous than usual. The young master looked at her intently as he realized that having a pheromone of such strength, she must be the heiress of some noble family. He thought for a moment as he remembered that there was already an heir in the Ahin family, which was mentioned by the head of the rabbit lands. Even with a blood relationship, if killed, it would only be in person. He thought that she would not have been thrown away in foreign lands, although she and the little rabbit cannot leave the blood of the head of the clan without attention. He threw all his thoughts away as he heard a sound. Looking at the door, he realized that someone was nearby. A few minutes later, he heard a loud sound. Walking towards the door, he asked who was there. Opening the door, he saw an exhausted Irwin. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked for forgiveness for being late, but he said that he had a lot to report. Irwin said there was a man outside who looked like a gorilla standing there shivering naked. The young master gave him a blanket and said that this could cover the lower part of his body. Ahin told Irwin to wait outside. Irwin froze in shock. He looked at the door and told the gentleman that he should let him in. The young master asked for forgiveness and said that people uglier than him were not allowed to enter. Irwin said that in this case, he does not correspond to such criticism. Ahin opened the door and looked at Irwin with a threatening look. Ahin asked if he really considered himself more handsome than the young master. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he could answer honestly. He said that he was more handsome. The young master looked at his friend with a smirk. A moment later, he closed the door with a bang. The young master sat down on a chair and gazed at the young lady. He was shocked because he didn't know what to do right. Vivy slept peacefully and quietly in bed. The young master looked intently at the young lady. He realized that most likely she had already guessed what kind of pheromone he had, and after some time she would understand whose pheromone was the healing type. He looked at her intently and wondered what would happen after she started turning into a human. Often he was afraid that she would say that she wanted to leave him. Looking at her, he said that he was not going to let her go, and even more so, he did not want to return her to the land of the rabbits, even if she herself wanted it. Slowly, Ash approached him. The young master looked at Ash intently and said with a smirk that he had previously said that he did not keep animals with black fur near him. Ahin looked at Ash and asked if he knew that she was turning into a human. Ash growled menacingly, looking at the young master. The young master, thoughtful, said that this was the first time he had seen such a strange rabbit. Ash looked at the young master in bewilderment. Ahin looked at him with a smile. Madame looked at her daughter and said with a smile that she was her beloved child who had a very unusual pheromone. Madame smiled and told her daughter to quickly turn into a human. After all, by becoming a human, she will be able to gain the love of anyone. Vivy also wanted to become a human as soon as possible. She sincerely wanted to make her mother happy. Vivy wondered if she had really become a rabbit again. She was shocked as she had spent a lot of energy in vain. She thought that now she must become a human, at least through perseverance. Vivy jumped up as she raised it that she was now in human form. She looked at her hands in surprise and wondered how she was still in this form. She didn't understand why she didn't become a rabbit. The young lady looked at her and said with a smile that after waking up, excessive activity will only bring harm, especially after 2 days of sleep. Vivy was shocked that she had been asleep for so long. The young lady looked at her and asked if anything was bothering her. She looked at Vivy and said that her companion had been here all this time, but now he was gone for a while to buy her clothes since the village shop was not far from here, so he would be back in a moment. She looked at Vivy and asked if she felt any discomfort, and also asked her to give her consent for the examination. Vivy thought for a moment since the doctor who helped her turned out to be a werewolf capybara. She was an incredibly friendly and sociable individual who chatted nonstop. Vivy understood that the doctor turned out to be a very busy person, so immediately after the examination, she left her alone. Vivy touched her lips and remembered the kiss with the young master. She was very embarrassed. She was in shock because she was just going crazy. She thought that it would be better if he just bit her on the neck. She was shocked and thought that he was just a careless predator since he did not know what insidious thoughts were spinning in her head. The young lady was shocked by the whole situation. Now she understood which pheromone he had and which one belonged to her. A moment later she heard a creaking sound. The young lady looked out the window in surprise as she wondered what that sound was. She slowly walked to the window, shaking with fear. She hoped that it was not a wild animal. She stood near the window for a while and listened. The young lady heard a growl. She opened the window with lightning speed. Ash stood in front of her. She looked at him puzzled and asked why he was outside and if someone had kicked him out. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked what was wrong with him, and since when had he been sitting on the street. A moment later, she saw the bird lying unconscious on the windowsill. They looked at the bird in surprise. Manhwa looked at them and said that he did not kill the bird but only knocked it out. The young lady looked at him in surprise as she did not expect to see him. Leo came closer to her and said with a smile that this was their second meeting in human form. He looked at her silently for some time. The young lady was in shock. She didn't understand how the lion got here. She wanted to quickly close the window and get out of sight, but he held the window. He came closer to her and said with a grin that now is a great chance to spoil Ahin. He said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. The young lady was shocked and very scared. She did not know what this predator was planning. Ash growled very loudly as he looked at them. Lev looked at him and showed that he would not touch her. The young lady thought that the lion would offend her friend, and with the speed of lightning, she grabbed him by the hair. She screamed at him not to touch Ash, and the lion were shocked. While their cute fight was going on, the young lady accidentally tripped and fell holding her head. She was puzzled and said that she was in a lot of pain right now. Leo looked at her and told her to listen to him. He looked at her and asked with a smile if they weren't too close to each other. The young lady stared at him in surprise and puzzlement. At first, she did not understand what was happening as she was in shock. A moment later, she tried to get up. At the same time, she pulled his hair and the lion said that he was in pain. The young lady was in shock. She didn't know what to do now. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Manhwa looked at her puzzled and asked if she hadn't said before that she was not a werewolf. He asked why she was silent. The young lady was in shock. She understood that the further it went, the more difficult it would be. She wanted to be silent for a while and not say anything more to him. The lion stared at her for some time. A few minutes later, they heard someone scream. The lady turned in the direction where the scream sounded. She thought that she had already heard this voice somewhere. Vivy thought that most likely it was a gorilla. The man shouted at Mr. Irwin to come to his senses. The lion and the rabbit looked warily to the side. Lev smiled and said that apparently there was one more rat left. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and asked if he really killed Irwin too. The lion smiled and said that he had already said earlier that he only knocked him out. Meanwhile, Ash pulled the young lady's clothes as he wanted her to move away from the lion. Vivy was very angry. She looked at the lion with fury. In a rage, she began to beat the lion again. She did not understand how he could do this to Irwin. She screamed that he was a scoundrel. Unexpectedly for her, she heard someone scream. She was surprised because she heard a sad and pitiful call. A few minutes later, she turned around and saw the gorilla standing and crying looking at her. The young master came to the house and saw a very strange picture. He was shocked as everyone was tied up. He noticed that even the messenger falcon was lying on the ground. He saw a gorilla who was crying. The young master was furious because he sensed the lion's pheromone. The young master thought for a moment he understood that a direct confrontation between the lion and him could result in a conflict, so the lion decided to act in this way. The young gentleman looked at the gorilla and said that the lion had to leave some kind of message. The gorilla looked at the young master in surprise and said that the lion was going to take the little rabbit. The young master looked at the shark in surprise and asked why he was going to take it. The gorilla looked intently and pitifully at the panther and said that he was not there, so he took the big one away. Ahin, burning with rage, he looked at the gorilla and asked if that was all. The gorilla cried and said that the lion told the panther to go to hell. The young lady sat quietly on the sofa. Lev looked at her and asked with a smile why she was spinning around like that, as if a person had visited the atelier for the first time. She was very angry for his words since it was her first time here, and therefore she was behaving like this. After all, hers were the only clothes she had ever worn. This is her white fur. The young lady looked at the lion and asked why they were there. Manhwa said she couldn't roam around dressed like that. She was very angry because thanks to him she ruined her outfit. She understood that she had no way out, and she needed to sit and obediently wait for them since she could not walk normally and could not escape. If she escaped, then she could say with confidence that he would return her. Sitting on the sofa, she carefully examined all the things. She looked at the lion and told him to return her to the doctor's hut. The lion said that as soon as it began to sparkle, he would take her there safe and sound. He said he just wanted to wait for the Black Panther to explode in anger. The young lady sighed heavily and said that the young master would not look for her. Leo looked at her and said with a grin that he wanted to see how things really turned out. She noticed that the lion, like the Black Panther, had a speech built with complete insolence, but she knew that he was a good person. While they were getting to the studio, he was constantly worried whether she was feeling any discomfort. She looked at the lion and said that perhaps he would be waiting for her to return. Lev said that perhaps it was so. He smiled and said that he really enjoyed her company anyway. He said that the fact that she was a werewolf was eventually revealed, and thanks to Grace, she suffered more than enough. He smiled and asked why not send him to hell together. She looked at him with fury and at the same time got tangled in her hair. He looked at her and asked with a smile if that was why she had grown her hair so long. She looked at him intently as she wondered what thoughts were hiding in his head now, since he looked at her with dead eyes. She wanted to return home as soon as possible, but still she had a lot of thoughts spinning in her head and she didn't know what to do with them. She plopped down on the sofa puzzled. Lev looked at her and said with a smile that he saw that she was peeking now. He stared at her for a while. He asked with a smile, where in the world can you find a person who faints with such a peaceful expression on her face? He said that her acting is absolutely disgusting. She looked at him with fury and said that he was an infuriating predator. Lev smiled and said that he heard everything. He looked at her and asked her permission to take her. He said that apparently the clothes were already ready. Coming closer, he extended his hand to her. Leo looked at her intently with a smile on his face as he expected an answer. Vivy looked at him because she didn't expect him to offer her something like that. She didn't expect him to be so polite to her. Some time later, she was sitting at the table in the company of lions. She looked in surprise at the food that was on the table. Vivy noticed that there was a lot of food but did not know what it was. Previously, all her life, she ate only hay. The gentleman's assistant looked at him and called. She turned around in surprise. The young man was shocked because he didn't understand what was wrong with the young master's hair. Lev smiled and said that this is such a popular hairstyle now. His assistant was shocked. He said that the gentleman seemed to have been caught in a typhoon. Leo smiled, looking at the same typhoon that was sitting in front of him. The young lady looked at the lion and noticed that he had a wound on his face. Leston looked at the young lady and asked if this was the same rabbit that smelled of freshly baked bread. Vivy looked at them in surprise and puzzlement, as she did not understand what they were talking about now. Manhwa looked at her and said with a smile that now he was more inclined to smell the oil, but he did not smell anything except the aroma of Mr. Ahin's pheromone, and the reason for this could also be that Mr. bit her. Leston was shocked by this statement. Vivy was shocked and suddenly felt uneasy. Leston shouted in shock that she was a werewolf. Manhwa looked at his subordinate and told him to ask, and again, he also told his subordinate that he came to his senses very late. The young man was very surprised and could not believe that she was a werewolf who had lived in its true form all this time. He said that she was definitely not an adult animal, but a cub. Vivy was in shock, because she understood that even the young man already knows, and the further it goes, the worse it gets. Vivy touched his hand, and Leston was very scared. Rune looked at her, and with a smile told her not to pay attention to his assistant, since he is very cowardly by nature. He said that they would better start eating. The lion handed her a plate with the contents. The young lady looked at the food in surprise. Since she was very hungry, she was very worried since she had nothing like this to eat, and therefore was a little worried she had observed this more than once before. But she herself was rather inexperienced in terms of etiquette. She understood that if he noticed her inability, he would definitely suspect something. He looked at her and asked if she didn't want to eat. Rune said that if she's worried about taking medication recently, she doesn't have to think about it because taking such a small dose means she doesn't have to restrict what she eats. The young lady looked sadly at the plate as she understood that this was not the reason. Vivy glanced sideways out the window. Vivy noticed that the sun was already setting. She thought that if she returned to their hut, she would not find anyone. She wondered if this was all a dream. She really wanted to go back. A moment later, she jumped up and said angrily that she wanted to go back. Lev looked at her in surprise. Leston was shocked. He looked at her and said that she was unceremoniously calling someone by name. The lady hit the table with lightning speed, and the lion was afraid. She looked at him with fury and said that he was a bird's soul. Leston looked at her in surprise and asked what she just said. Manhwa was shocked by what was happening. With the speed of lightning, she turned around and walked, but at the same time, she staggered very much. Leo watched her hesitant steps closely. He sat silently for some time looking at her. She walked for some time, examining the area because she remembered that at this place, she needed to turn right. A moment later, she flinched as she realized that someone had hugged her. Leo took her in his arms and softly said that he would take her away. He looked at her and asked, puzzled, if she was very angry. He asked her forgiveness for bringing her here so willfully. The young lady was shocked. She did not expect to hear an apology from him. He looked at her and asked why she was walking like a duck. Rune said he didn't think she had problems with her legs. The young lady glared at him as she knew she should have pulled out some more of his hair. He looked at her and said that a strange energy was emanating from her. Rune asked if she had used a pheromone. She became embarrassed and twitched because an error came out due to the fact that she was very surprised and lost control of the pheromone for a moment. Rune looked at her and asked if she heard him. Rune looked at her and asked why she was silent. Unexpectedly, the young lady gently touched the corner of his lip. He froze in embarrassment looking at her. She looked at him intently as she noticed that with her help the wound had disappeared. She realized that she had a pheromone that healed. Now she was convinced of it. She understood that the young master's attitude towards her, his decision to train her, was all because he wanted to benefit from her. She understood that he did not want her to become human at all, because he wanted to see her as a silent animal who was incapable of making decisions on her own. The young lady drooped and wondered if he was just going to use her. She was able to understand something when you turn into a rabbit again. After becoming a human, turning into a human occurs when you come into contact with the pheromone of a strong individual. The reverse process occurs soon after she has already used the pheromone. The lion froze in surprise. The young lady realized that she had accidentally healed the lion's wound, and now she must turn into a rabbit. She understood that she had to return home before the state began. She remembered how she told the young master that she would like to return. Then he asked where she wanted to go. Now she thought and did not know where she should return. But still she knew that she wanted to return home. She wanted to return to where everyone was waiting for her. She wanted to return to the young master. But still she knew that he was going to use her. She wondered if she could return to someone like him. A moment later, they noticed a bird in the sky. The lion looked at the bird and said that they had been found after all. Lev said that he was right after all, and the young master did not just sit and wait. The young lady pushed him away and ran. Lev froze in place in surprise. Vivy ran headlong, and the lion in turn shouted to her to listen to him. He looked at her and asked where she was going. In a hurry, the young lady told him not to follow her. The lion said that the young one should arrive soon. Mister. The young lady shouted in rage that this was the reason she was telling him not to follow her. Leo froze in place looking at her. He was in shock and did not understand what was happening. A moment later, the young lady angrily swung the door open. She looked at the bird and shouted that it was here. A moment later, she heard the voice of a young gentleman who was standing below and looking at her intently. The young lady looked at him in surprise, her heart pounding. He smiled and said that he suits her. Vivy stood and looked at him intently. Ahin looked at her and said that because of this scoundrel, he spent the whole day looking for her. She looked at him but didn't answer. He looked at her and asked if she liked her third runaway with Lev. She smiled and asked if he was counting. She looked at him intently and sadly as she noticed that she had been next to him for a very long time and was no longer surprised by his strange manner of speech. Vivy looked at him and asked why he was looking for her. She would definitely return to him because she knew that he already knew about it since, in addition, she had nothing else and she had no place to return to. Even in such a situation, she had no choice but to rely on him. Odin looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he said with a smile that it was all because he was very worried. He knew that she would be scared. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and said that she was not such a coward, that after a couple of hours away from him she would shake with fear. He looked at her and said with a smile that apparently only she thought so. Vivy looked at him and did not answer. After his words, she calmed down. Ahin said with a smile that they needed to return. Vivy remembered the last time she told him that he needed to go back. She looked at him and asked where they should go. He said with a smile that they needed to return home. Ahin told her to jump, and he would catch her. Wiping away tears, she told him to listen to her. She understood that she would soon become a rabbit again. Ahin looked at her and asked what she wanted to say. She said in confusion that she didn't want to say anything. Vivy understood that it would be better not to tell him about it. After all, if she told him he would start using her again, Vivy understood that as much as she wanted to become a human, he didn't want it either. Ahin looked at her and asked if she was behaving this way because she was afraid to jump. He said that there was nothing to be afraid of here. Vivy looked at him angrily and said that it was much higher here than she thought. The young master looked at her with a smile and laughed. A moment later, he told her not to worry about anything and just trust him. She looked at him intently because she understood that in any situation she would return to him. A moment later, she jumped down. The young master looked at her intently and smiling. A few minutes later, he caught her. Ahin looked at her intently and laughed. With a smile on his face, he told her to at least give a warning when she transformed. Ahin smiled and greeted her. Vivy smiled sweetly in her animal form. A moment later, she extended her paw and also greeted him in return. The lady sat and slowly sipped her tea. She sighed heavily since she had not seen the rabbit for a week. She was very lonely. Turning around, she looked at the beautiful picture that Vivy was in. The man looked at the lady with rage and asked where the young master had gone. The man said that the grandfather had arrived, but he was not visible. The lady said that they went to Andalus. She said that she had just recently received a letter about their imminent return, so the latest time they would arrive was tomorrow morning. She looked at him and said with a smile that even though he said so, he also arrived without any news. The man said that on the way here he greeted the baby of the lions. The lady asked if he was really talking about Rune. He said that everything is true, and remembers as if it were yesterday how he and his grandson squeaked and threw their fists at each other, and now he has matured and become very tall, although he still looks like a blockhead. The man sighed heavily and said that in any case, he was going to stay here for a while. The lady looked at him and said with a smile that she had already prepared a bedroom for him since he comes to your estate every time on the eve of his grandson's birthday. She smiled and said that she also prepared his favorite apples from the land of rabbits. He was surprised and asked with a smile if this was true. He looked at her and said with a smile that at first sight he somehow liked her, and it was not surprising that she managed to captivate his son. She said with a smile that, as you can see, he was still an ideal husband for her, but the only problem was that he was too soft a father for Ahin. The man said that there was no need to protect him, such a careless slacker, and the husband of the head of the clan. He said that the god of beasts was angry. He looked at her and asked if Ahin was okay. The lady said that fortunately he had never had a seizure. The man looked at her warily. He was furious, because with all this he was hanging out somewhere outside. He wondered who he was with this carefree character of his. The lady said with a smile that many peers say that he is all about her. The man about the task but looked at her and said that his carelessness only means that his head will never be idle. He said that in any case, looking at her alone, it was impossible to even think about seeing her grandchildren's children. He looked at her and asked if she had found a way to prevent attacks. She looked puzzled and said that not yet. He looked at his daughter-in-law puzzled. He looked at his daughter-in-law and asked what he should do about the ridiculous rumors, because everyone said that his grandson danced with a rabbit at the ball. While drinking tea, he said that he had put a lot of effort into tarnishing the reputation of a powerful family. The lady smiled and asked if that was all. She said that their family tailor had recently been incredibly busy sewing clothes for the rabbit. The man choked on his tea. He looked at his daughter-in-law in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The lady smiled and said that if you think like that, then it's time to order hay. Calling the maid, she asked if everything was ready. The maid said with a smile that everything was ready. The man was shocked by the whole situation. He looked at her and asked what was happening now. The man bowed deeply and called the young master. The gentleman looked at him and asked what the result was. The doctor looked at the young master and said that Mr. Rabbit showed no reaction to the medicine. The young man looked at the doctor in surprise. A moment later, he told the doctor to take this powder to the medical department and check everything. Ahin told him not to delay this matter. The doctor bowed and said that he would certainly do everything. The young gentleman looked intently after the doctor. He felt relieved after the doctor's words that there was nothing special, but still. This ashy past, it bothered him. He understood that he really needed to find out a little more. A moment later, he looked intently at the door. A few minutes later, someone called him. Irwin moved closer to the young master. Irwin immediately began to report the situation to Ahin. The young master looked at Irwin and told him to wait a little. Ahin slowly approached the door. The young master sat down near the door and listened intently. He looked at the door with a grin as he realized something. A moment later, he knocked on the door with a grin and said that if she was going to eavesdrop, she should give it to the morgue. Vivy and Ash flinched as they realized that they had been discovered. The young lady was confused as they were caught. Sitting under the door, the young master laughed. Ahin opened the door and Vivy and Ash were very scared and jumped up. He looked at them and asked with a grin if they were eavesdropping. A moment later, he said that was very smart of them. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that he thought he shouldn't say that. The young master looked at Irwin in surprise and asked whose side he was on. Irwin said that he was always loyal to the master. Ahin smiled and asked Irwin if he was a loyal dog. Irwin was shocked. He told the master not to compare him to a dog. Irwin looked at the gentleman and told him to tell him everything too. Irwin wanted to know the reason why he couldn't even set foot in the hut that day, and he wanted to know about the mysterious girl. The young master looked at her intently, but still did not answer. A moment later, he said there was no point in talking about it. Irwin still wanted to hear everything from the master. Ahin looked at Irwin and said that he himself, to some extent, had already guessed everything. The young master said that Irwin had not once in the past few days asked him about the whereabouts of Mr. Rabbit. Irwin froze in bewilderment. A moment later, he let go of all the papers he had. The young gentleman looked at him and told him not to exaggerate, and having picked up the documents, Irwin slowly began to collect all the documents which he threw away out of shock. Irwin looked at the master and asked if it was then that Mr. Rabbit turned into the man's chest. The young master said that he checked, and there were also no scars from the heat flowers. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and said that all werewolves who have been converted by you should have this scar. The young master said that this is so, but still most likely this is a temporary phenomenon. Irwin was immersed in his thoughts in surprise. He wondered why she had now turned to a man after 20 years of not being able to do this. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked what he was going to do now. Irwin said that this was no longer emergency food. He said that if the servants found out, it would be difficult for them to explain everything. Young master said that there was nothing difficult about it, as sometimes it happens that rabbits grow up. Irwin said, puzzled, that if rumors spread that he had appeared in public with a girlfriend of unknown origin, even the elders would be forced to intervene. He handed him the documents and said that they were related to his birthday. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that he really did not expect that he would do nothing to Mr. Rune for taking the big Mr. Rabbit away from him. The young gentleman was intently immersed in reading the documents, but a moment later, looking at Irwin, he said that nothing special had happened. Looking at the young master, Irwin felt the groves unnoticed by himself, said that it seemed that the master thought about the friction between the lands and restrained himself. Irwin said that no matter how it was that Mr. Rune was attacked by assassins last night, and there was a very loud commotion, Irwin said that he would be relieved when the young master let him down what happened to Vivy. The gentleman said indifferently that it was simply terrible. He looked at him and, frowning, agreed and said that this situation was terrible. Irwin looked at his master in surprise and dumbfounded. A moment later, Irwin, in a trembling voice, asked the gentleman if it was he who hired the Guild of Assassins. They stood silently for a while, looking at each other. Some time later, the young gentleman entered the room and called Vivy. She twitched and peered intently from under the curtain. The young master looked at her and said that now he had found her. She looked at him and said that she was here and also asked him for 1 minute. A moment later, she froze in shock as she realized that every day she had obediently obeyed him. She looked at him as she understood that she needed to immediately remember that he was a predator and could eat her at any moment. The young master looked at her and called. Vivy ran up to him with the speed of lightning. The young master held onto the bed and laughed quietly. Ahin looked sideways at her and asked if she had completely lost this habit. The young lady looked at him angrily, but a moment later her face turned red. She understood that she had to endure because now an evil black panther was standing in front of her. The young master lay down on the bed and looked closely at the rabbit. Vivy was shocked because she had seen him in an indecent form. She understood that he was simply seducing her. Vivy understood that, of course, she was a rabbit first and foremost, but still she was furious and very embarrassed that he had come to her in such an inappropriate manner. The young master grabbed her and asked where she was going, constantly disappearing. He pulled her closer to him and told her to lie next to him. The young lady looked at his chest and was embarrassed to the point of unconsciousness. He looked at her and asked with a smile what she was thinking about now. She wanted to tell him that she was thinking now about the significance of the land war that happened 300 years ago. He looked at her, sighing heavily. The young master said that they only exchanged a few words, but he was still a little sad that they couldn't have a full conversation. She looked at him in surprise and nodded, as she was also a little offended. He said that yes, but now he is using a pheromone. Looking at her, he asked if she would then turn to you as a person. The young lady looked at him warily. She said with all her appearance that this should not be allowed. The young master looked at her in surprise and asked why not. She began to show him why. She said that her body was very difficult to handle before experiencing such pain. In one moment, she stopped the man. Vivy knew that it would be better to start looking for the proper way to handle from tomorrow. He looked at her and asked if her throat was dry. The young lady brushed off his suggestion. She looked at him and told him to look at her more closely. The young master looked at her in surprise and asked if she was in pain. She looked at him and clapped her with a smile as he understood her correctly. The young master looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really in that much pain. The young master looked at her and asked if it really hurts her that much every time she turns into a human. She looked at him and said that it was so. Ahin looked at her and asked how she had dealt with this pain so far. She looked away in surprise and wondered for a moment if there had ever been a time when she had handled it properly. She did not want to remember the times she was in Revian's house. He looked at her and asked if she was really coping with everything alone. The young lady slowly nodded in confirmation. A moment later, he turned away from her and said it was time for bed. Vivy looked at him in surprise as he behaved very unexpectedly. Looking away from her, he said he wanted to break it up. The young lady was frozen in shock. She didn't know who he wanted to tear apart. Sometime later, a meeting was held. The young master's assistant said that they had interrogated several werewolves who were kept in a locked building, but could not get any information about the medicinal decoction. They said that its level was too high for Togo to count as if he had been promoted into a gang. There was also a possibility that the capital for its creation was received from an aristocrat or noble merchant. The medicinal decoction was currently being analyzed. It is obvious that it belongs to the species that activates the pheromone. Ahin said that the sight of a naked lion was quite unpleasant. Rune told him that apparently he was simply jealous of the magnificent mane that he did not have. Ahin said that he was not in any way. This is not true. Rune was very puzzled that they were sitting here pretending as if nothing had happened. He was furious and wondered how many assassins had already visited him in a few days. Rune knew that it was the work of one cat. Rune looked at them and asked if they knew that Sir Grace's dear rabbit complained that his life was too hard because of the Black Panther. Everyone present was shocked. They did not understand what he was saying and wondered how the rabbit could speak out about what had accumulated in his heart. The young gentleman looked at him with a grin and said that the rabbit already commands the Black Panther with one paw. Ahin asked what difficulties could be discussed at the moment. Irwin said with a smile that this is so, and the day is not far when Mr. Rabbit will rule the entire continent with the same paw. Those present at the meeting were shocked. They wanted the young gentleman to try to avoid such nonsense in such an official place. Rune looked at the panthers in surprise and asked if this rabbit would really rule the entire continent. Leston looked at Irwin in puzzlement and surprise and asked if this was true. Lev understood that this was quite likely since the video was different from ordinary werewolves. Rune remembered what happened after that incident in the restaurant. After transforming in the restaurant, he checked his face and noticed that the wound was gone. He realized that it was definitely the work of the rabbit. Rune understood that if that rabbit possessed a pheromone that no one could imagine, then a new incredible power would appear in Grace's house. The young master looked at the lion with a grin. Rune, in turn, understood that he was grinning because you had the power of an incomparable rabbit. Rune looked at the panthers with a puzzled expression and told them to continue their story. The young people were shocked and did not understand what Rune was saying. They wondered if he was really interested in how the rabbit was able to take over the world. Ahin said with a grin that if you remember, their rabbit insistently asked not to even talk to Lev. Run in shock looked at the young master and asked what he was talking about. Ahin told him to just remember how sharply the rabbit fled when he saw him in Endelus. Irwin looked at the lion and said that in reality, for a long time, the lion was the rabbit's original enemy. Even in fairy tales, This was mentioned more than once, Ahin said with a grin, that the Black Panther does not appear there in such a bloodthirsty role. The representatives from the lion family were shocked and wanted their young master to ignore the Black Panthers. Rune in turn looked at the panther with a puzzled expression. He was even offended by such words. The Black Panthers in turn won the difficult battle, and the lions were defeated. All those present looked at each other. They did not understand what kind of incorrect dialogues were being held at the meeting. Vivy slowly turned it onto the table. She looked at the maid with a smile and thanked her for walking her to her office. The maid looked intently at the rabbit. Mamie stroked the rabbit tenderly. Vivy noticed that the maid also seemed to miss her. She turned around and showed her butt. Mamie, without expressing any emotion, stroked Vivy. Vivy looked at the maid with a smile and told her to stroke her from the heart as she allows. Some time later, she carefully studied the information about the healing pheromone. By their nature, werewolves with healing abilities are rare, so it is not easy to obtain records from them. The ability that is most often manifested in the area of healing is sleep. Anesthesia is also present, especially in the case of pain relief. Sometimes a werewolf-stimulating aroma can appear. She remembered how the lions discussed that she smelled like bread, or rather butter. There are records of a werewolf lion with an amazing healing ability, who in addition to healing small scars, managed to cure an infectious disease. The young lady realized that everything matched her ability. She was puzzled because she understood that such an ability could not be possessed by a herbivore and even a werewolf by a middle-class aristocrat, since he certainly could not withstand this level. A moment later, she remembered the book that her mistress gave her. There she read about the case of a fox werewolf whose transformation into a human was delayed because the pheromone was too strong. Vivy understood that if her body could not withstand the healing pheromone, then he could forcibly suppress it. She wondered if it was because of this that even after the coming-of-age ceremony she was unable to turn into a human. She understood that when she managed to control the pheromone, then she would finally be able to become human. A moment later, she heard a sound. Turning around, she saw a man who was very surprised by such a sight. He shouted with rage what it was in front of him. The young lady looked at the man in bewilderment. A moment later, a meeting was being held in the arena. The high priest gave his speech. The young master said, puzzled, that 2 hours had already passed. He sighed heavily as he could no longer bear to sit. The lady looked at him and said that if he was so bored, he could take the rabbit with him. She said with a smile that this pastime would also become more enjoyable for her. The young master looked at his mother and said that he had intended to do so, but the rabbit did not like temples. The lady looked at her son in surprise and asked why the child didn't like temples. Ahin said that he didn't know. For a moment he thought. Initially it amused him to watch how scared she was, and her tears of fear and how afraid she was. It was amusing to watch how crocodile tears flowed from her big eyes. But now it was more pleasant for him to look at her when she smiled. But still, the thought that she didn't like temples bothered him. He didn't understand why he felt such sensations. The lady looked at him and said that between the herbivore and the predatory werewolves, there is a huge gap that is difficult to bridge if they dared to leave their lands and abandon the rabbit in the lands of the panthers. It means that death in the lands of the herbivorous werewolves is infrequent. The lady looked at her son and asked if the rabbit had seen too many deaths near him. Ahin looked at his mother in shock. He looked at her in surprise, since she had just said herbivorous. Werewolf, the mistress said with a smile that, who her husband was, he very often demonstrated how much pleasure he gets from someone's death. She said that he would have to try very hard to earn trust a rabbit. A moment later he realized that his mother knew that the rabbit was a werewolf. Sighing heavily, Ahin said that he would take her words into account for the future. She looked at her son and said with a smile that she completely forgot to tell him that his father had arrived, so he needed to visit him. The young man looked at his mother in shock and asked if his grandfather had really arrived. She said his birthday was approaching, so he arrived the day before yesterday. Ahin was shocked. He looked at his mother in surprise and called her. The lady looked at her son in surprise and asked what happened to make him have such an impatient expression on his face at the moment. He looked at his mother in surprise and quietly asked how his grandfather would react to Vivy. The lady thought for a moment and said that he was by nature a ossified person, and if he suddenly ran into her, he would probably faint. For a moment there was dead silence between them. Ahin called Irwin. The young master told Irwin to change clothes with him since he should have gotten used to it by now. Irwin immediately complied with the order. The lady looked at the young man and asked if he was thinking about cutting his hair. But a moment later she said with a smile that even though it suited him very well. Irwin smiled and said that he was honored to hear such a thing. Sitting on the sofa, the man sighed heavily and said that this was just real decadence. He was shocked because he saw a caring rabbit who understood human speech. The young lady looked at her grandfather in surprise and asked him if he was okay. He looked at her and asked who she really was, since he considered her a very suspicious person. She looked at him as if she wanted him to calm down, since she was not a suspicious werewolf. Sighing heavily, he said that he would like to understand what she was talking about now. The maid looked at them and said that she would tell everything now. She looked at him and said that the young master called this animal emergency food. The man was shocked by what he heard. He furiously asked where his grandson was at the moment and said that he should be called to him immediately. The maid bowed and said that he had gone to the great temple to take part in the ceremony and would return in the late afternoon. He jumped up a little and said that he knew what day it was, since there would be a bunch of Templars in the temple. He looked at the maid and told her to call the servants and prepare the carriage. The man looked at the rabbit intently and angrily and said that he would immediately take this rabbit to the temple. The young lady became wary and very frightened. He took her in his hand, but she in turn twitched because she did not want to go to the temple at all. Mamie tried with all her might to stop Mr. Rillian, but he in turn did not listen to her and told her to hurry up. The young lady tearfully begged him to let her go, as she did not want to go to the temple. She hated temples. A moment later, the gentleman saw a bright light. He was in shock and did not understand what was happening. The knight looked at Ash and said that since he was left here, it means he can't go into the office now. The young lady reincarnated as a human and pulled the knight's things off. She wondered if it would be okay for her to do this. She laughed a little as she caused a commotion again. Walking around the room, she noticed that everyone was passed out. She walked up to the maid and shook her. Vivy asked her maid to get up, but she did not react at all. The young lady understood that if this continued, she would one day get caught. She was confused and did not know what to do. She thought that if someone saw her, she would say with a smile that now in front of them there was a rabbit whom they greeted literally this morning, but in fact she was a werewolf, and she accidentally put the people behind her to sleep. She was shocked as she assumed that they would immediately start poking her with spears. She was in shock and very nervous because she did not know how best to act in this situation, but she knew that first she had to get out of the house. A moment later, she heard some rustling outside the window. A young lady looked out of the window and saw a gorilla. The gorilla in turn looked at her in surprise. He looked at her in surprise and called. The young lady was shocked as she was very happy to see him. For some time they shouted and called for each other. Vivy was very happy because she understood that she was saved. He looked at her and said that he would bring some clothes and asked her to wait a little. The young lady looked at him shyly as she was grateful. Riel looked at the horse and told Vivy that this was the favorite of young Mr. Ahin. Everyone prefers to stay away from Jane, so it's better to sit nearby. Riel said that Jane wouldn't jump over the fence anyway, so just don't get too close to her. He said that you could get seriously hurt if she kicked, so he asked Vivy to be careful. She looked at him and said with a smile that she would sit quietly and wait for his return. She smiled and said goodbye to him. A moment later, she winced as Jane snorted. The young lady was puzzled, and her heart was beating very loudly as she noticed that the horse had just laughed at her. Looking at the horse, she now saw and understood the owner's arrogance. Jane infuriated her very much, and she wanted to hit her in the neck. A moment later, Jane moved closer to her. The young lady was very scared. A few minutes later, Jane jumped over the fence. The young lady was in shock and was shaking very much with fear, as her friend had said that she would not jump over. She did not understand what was happening at all, as she saw that Jane was slowly walking towards her. A moment later, Jane approached her and rubbed her affectionately. A few minutes later, a gorilla entered their room. He looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was okay. Vivy said that she was completely fine since it had been going on for an hour already, and she had time to get used to it. She thanked him for his help with a smile. Riel looked at her in surprise and asked if he couldn't help but help her. But still, he said that it was surprising that the young lady took a liking to Jane. He said that she had heard that if something didn't suit her, she could even attack the groom who looked after her every day. The young lady thought for a moment and said that she could guess that it was the young master's pheromone since his scent often lingered on her. Riel looked at her in surprise. Vivy said that she was actually not sure about this, but still she asked if he could smell it. Real was puzzled and said with a frown that he couldn't distinguish smells very well. She thought about the fact that her companion could not clearly detect pheromones due to the fact that she was also a herbivorous werewolf. Vivy looked at him and asked how he knew then in Endelrus that she was a rabbit. He frowned and said that he had doubted it at all until he took her and the gentleman to the Dr. Real, frowned, and asked how she ended up in such a state. The young lady thought for a moment. A moment later, she said with a smile that she was just a little weird, and that's why everyone abandoned her. The young man was shocked by what she said. He looked at her and said that it looked like a terrible person had abandoned her. He wanted to know who did it. Vivy said, puzzled, that she was abandoned, but fortunately she was picked up by a young master. But she still said that she had not yet decided whether she was lucky or not. As he wiped the tears from their faces, he said that she had had a really hard time, and it brought tears to his eyes just thinking about what she had to go through. He looked at her and asked if she planned to return to her native lands someday. Vivy looked at him in surprise and dumbfounded as she did not know the answer to this question. She pondered this question for some time. Previously, she was focused on turning into a human as soon as possible so she didn't think about anything else. Vivy remembered the healer who told her that deep inside a predator, their wild side is always hidden. They are cruel, conflicted, and full of greed. She remembered the young master who always smiled at her. She thought that most likely it would be difficult for a herbivore to survive in the lands of predators. She sighed heavily and said that one day she would return. The young lady looked at her companion and asked if he was not afraid of predators. He said that he is not afraid of them since he has seen many families since early childhood. Sometimes it seems that in their actions they are often guided by instincts, but in the end they are exactly the same werewolves as they are. The young lady sighed heavily and said that she was still afraid of predators. He looked at her and said that she could understand people in power were very different from others. He looked at her and said that it must have been very difficult for her. The young lady looked at him with a smile. Looking at her companion, she said that she was now in human form, so he didn't have to call her a little rabbit. He looked at her and said that he couldn't call her anything else. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked why this was so. He said that he simply could not call her by name. A moment later, he saw Jane become wary. They looked at the door in surprise and shock. Real looked at the door and said that it looked like there was someone there. He told the young lady to hide behind him. She looked at him and jumped up, saying that if she had to, she would use her pheromones. A moment later, the door swung open and someone came in. The young people were very scared and screaming. The young master came out the door and asked if he was there. The young master and the knight were greatly shocked and surprised by what they saw when they opened the door to the room. They did not understand what was happening because they saw that everyone was lying on the ground sleeping quietly. The young master looked in surprise at his grandfather, who was fast asleep. He was in shock and did not understand why his grandfather was lying on the ground and sleeping. A moment later, the young master approached the maid and called her. Mamie woke up. The gentleman looked at her and told her to explain everything that happened. Mamie said that Mr. Rillian was puzzled by Mr. Rabbit's amazing intelligence, so he tried to take her to the temple, but the rabbit vouched for it very strongly. The young master said, puzzled, that she must have reacted this way because she didn't want to go to the temple. Mamie looked at her master and said that she now understood. She said, puzzled, that then even she did not notice how she began to lose consciousness. The young master frowned. He looked in surprise at everyone who was lying on the ground. Approaching one of the bodies, he lifted the tablecloth and saw a young man in an indecent appearance. The maid looked at the young man in surprise and asked why he was in this form. The young master angrily told the maid to immediately find this woman. He looked at the young man angrily and told the maid to find the young lady secretly. Vivy looked outside and asked Ash if he was there. She looked around and didn't see her friend for a moment. She wondered if he had really run away to the mansion. He surprised her very much with his sudden arrival. She wondered where he had gone now. They saw Ash and looked at him with joy. She looked around and told Ash that if he jumped out on them again, they would definitely lose consciousness. She said that if he was here, he could at least wag his tail as a signal. A moment later, she saw someone's tail in the bushes. She said, puzzled, that she had found it. She said with a smile that she caught it and rushed into the bushes. A moment later, she saw another panther. It was very frightened because she noticed a scar on its eye and realized that it was not her friend. The panther, looking at the young lady, growled. She was in shock and did not understand who was in front of her. The young lady was very scared as the panther was coming straight towards her. Vivy dropped the lamp out of fear. She trembled, looking at the panther. The young lady understood that now she was in trouble since this was not her friend. Vivy wondered if this was one of the panthers that were raised here. Vivy did not understand what she was doing here. She was very scared because she understood that if they used a pheromone, she would turn into a rabbit and the panther would fall asleep. Vivy did not know what would happen to her friends who remained in the stable, but still the young lady knew that she had to do at least something. The panther furiously rushed at her. Vivy looked at the panther in fear, but suddenly, unexpectedly for them, a sword fell in front of them. The young master looked at Baru and asked if he had not ordered him not to approach her. The young lady looked at the young master in surprise. Bara looked at the young master and whined tremblingly. The young master, with lightning speed, picked up the young lady in his arms and asked, with a smile on his face, if she was now working in the stables. He looked at her intently and tenderly. A moment later, looking at the young master, the young lady burst into tears. He looked at her and called. She angrily said that she was not crying. Ahin smiled and said that he did not even tell her anything, but Vivy said that in any case, she was not crying. He smiled and said that in that case he would like to look at her face. Sniffling, she looked at him. A moment later, he said that she was still crying. She looked at him and asked him to put her down. The young master looked at the bara and asked if she really wanted him to put her on the ground, even though there was still a bara here. Bara lay down on the ground growling. Vivy said that it would turn out that she had injured her leg. Ahin said, with a smile, that then he should only continue to hold her in his arms. He looked at her and called. A moment later, he asked her, even if she didn't have time, how could she still leave a book in the library that was open on a page with a chimpanzee? Ahin said with a smile that since she was with a gorilla, the book on a page with a gorilla followed open. Vivy looked at him and said that she didn't have time to look for gorillas there. A moment later, they heard some noise. They looked in surprise at Ash, who attacked Bara. The young master said that Bara is Ash's best friend. You can even say that they are childhood friends. Ahin said that perhaps because Ash constantly follows Baru's rabbit, it was upsetting, so Bara wanted to play a prank on her. She was shocked because she realized that he just wanted to mock her, and he had no intention of eating her. The young lady glared at the young master and called out. The young master frowned but did not answer her. A moment later, she said that he had just said that harming her was not Bara's plan. She asked him not to kill Bara. He looked at her in surprise and asked if he would do this. Vivy looked at him and said in a trembling voice that he had already decided to do this. Vivy asked if she was right. Ahin turned away from her because he understood that she was sensitive feels threatened by being a herbivore. Ahin said that however it was insubordination, he looked at her and said that he had previously said that for disobeying an order they could lose their heads. She looked at him with annoyance and sadness because now he looked very much like a man without a drop of mercy inside. She looked at him and wanted to tell him something in a trembling voice. She looked at him and asked if he would kill her too for disobedience. The young master was frozen in shock as he looked at the young lady. He remembered the words about his mother who spoke and asked if the rabbit next to him had seen too many deaths. He frowned and looked at her intently. Ahin looked at her with a smile and asked how he could kill Baru after these words. He asked her if she would really like him to leave Bara alive looking at him. She said that she would really like this. The young master said that in that case, she could take it for herself. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what he was talking about. Ahin said that now she had saved Barry's life, which means this life belongs to her. The young lady was in shock. She was shaking in fear as the Bara looked at her with an evil gaze. The young master said with a smile that everything is fine, but even though she is a coward, she is still persistent. He said to be patient and wait for the day when Shiboiko will command Bara. She looked at him in surprise as she did not expect him to say something like that. Then she imagined how she would be riding on Bara, ordering him to conquer the continent. She decided to push the thoughts away because she thought that this was already too much. Real bowed low and greeted the young master. The gentleman looked at him in surprise, and the young lady in turn looked at him with a smile. She looked at Ahin and asked why he was here. She asked if he shouldn't have returned from the temple later. The young master looked at her and said that he should have done so, but it seemed to him that she was in trouble. She looked at the young master in surprise and remembered what had happened. Stunned, she asked how he knew. He said he had some help from the hawk he left to look after her. He looked at her with a grin and said that it was better for her not to go into details about how he found her. A moment later, she saw many black panthers in the bushes. She looked at the young master and said that in this case, she would remain ignorant since she really did not need to know the details. A few minutes later, another black panther approached them. The young master looked at her and asked her with a grin what to do. He said that it was too late. Reel saw many black panthers and fainted. The young lady was shocked by his condition. She looked at the young gentleman and asked what kind of black panthers these were. He said that these black panthers live in the border forests and are guarded by them. She was shocked because she had heard that black panthers lived in the border forests. She now realized that the entire forest was overrun with black panthers. Ahin looked at her and said that he thought that he would find her faster, so he called them for help. She was shocked by what she heard as she realized that they were looking for her. The young master looked at her with a surprised look and said that she now looks somehow strange and speaks also strange. She trembled and said that she had endured too much, and a moment later she lost consciousness. Irwin looked at the young master in surprise and puzzlement. A moment later, Irwin said that tomorrow morning rumors would spread that the gentleman had kidnapped the stable-keeper. The young master looked at his friend and said that he did not think that society thought so badly of him. Irwin said that this was truly a huge misconception. He looked sideways at his companion and asked if this was really how he asked to have his tongue pulled out. Irwin looked at the gentleman and apologized for his behavior. Vivy twitched in Ahin's arms. The gentleman looked at his friend and asked what he was staring at. Ahin said that he could also tear out his eye. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would like to be surprised a little more. The servants walked around the room and looked at each other in surprise because they did not understand who was in the master's arms. Irwin asked the master whether the lady rabbit remained the lady rabbit even in human form. Irwin looked at the young master and asked if he really left him in a very awkward position today for the sake of the rabbit lady. Ahin said that she ran into his grandfather while reading a book. Irwin said that now he is very worried about what nasty things Mr. might have said to Mrs. Rabbit. The servants were shocked. They looked at each other as they had never seen anything like this before. Irwin looked at the master and asked if she still could not control her transformation. Ahin said that it was likely so, otherwise she would not have hidden in the stable. Vivy sighed heavily. Irwin said that in this case it was unwise to continue to hide it from others. If something like this happened again in his absence, as it did today, then there would be trouble. The young master said that for now everything is too vague to tell it's impossible for anyone else to even predict at what point she will become a rabbit again. Irwin asked the gentleman if he was really planning to assign the lady a rabbit to the bar. Irwin said that it was better to find her normal security. The young gentleman said that he himself had thought about this. He said he was afraid she would rebel if he put another werepanther on her. Irwin said that was likely. The young master smiled, looking at the young lady, and said that first she should at least get used to the bar so that she could live normally in the estate. Irwin was a little surprised by these words, but still sighing heavily, he said that it was quite reasonable for the young master to do so. Irwin looked at the master and asked if she would stay here since she had turned into a human. The young master was shocked by such a question. A moment later he said that she had not yet become a person in the full sense of the word. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young master frowned and looked at her intently. He looked at her and asked if she would stay here. She didn't answer him. He called her again. A moment later, she furiously slapped him across the face while she slept. Irwin froze in shock, but still there was no smile on his face. The sleepy young lady purred to herself. The young master looked at Irwin and asked if he saw that she said that she would live here. Irwin looked at the gentleman puzzled and said that this was pure warning. The young master said that among rabbits, a blow to the face means a positive response. Irwin in turn said that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The maids froze in bewilderment. They began to whisper among themselves. They were shocked and didn't understand who the woman was who was now in the young master's arms. They noticed that she was wearing a groom's uniform. They were shocked because the young master had never carried anyone in his arms before, not even corpses. They wondered if she was even breathing, or if she was already dead. A moment later, the mistress approached the maids, and with a smile told them not to worry, since the young lady was breathing perfectly. The lady said with a smile that she saw a lot of interesting things as soon as she returned home. The maids looked at the mistress and, bowing, told her to punish them since they should not even have spoken disrespectfully about the young master. Mistress Valens looked at them intently and told them to calm down. Mrs. Valens looked at the young lady with a smile and asked the maids who, in their opinion, was now in the hands of the future head. The maids looked at each other and said that the young lady looked like a stable worker. The lady smiled and said that it looked like it. The maid looked at the young master and greeted them. The young master looked closely at the maid and called her. A moment later, he told her to take care of Vivy when she woke up. Ahin asked Mamie if she understood him. Mamie bowed and said that she understood everything and would do it. The knights looked at each other in surprise as they wondered who the young lady was who was in the arms of the young master. They also looked at the maid in surprise and wondered why she was so cold-blooded. They thought that perhaps she knew about everything. A moment later, the maid hit her head against the wall. Everyone present was shocked by this behavior of the maid. She looked at them and asked for forgiveness. The young master looked at her and said that she was bleeding. She asked for forgiveness again. Sometime later, the young lady woke up. She looked at the maid in surprise and called her. Vivy looked at the maid and asked what happened to her nose. Mamie looked at her silently and did not answer. A moment later, the maid said that she was ready for the bath, and at the same time she hit the bed, Vivy was in shock. She looked at the lady and said that she would help her take a bath. The young lady timidly agreed. The maid said that you were preparing the shirt in a hurry so it might not fit her. Vivy said that there was nothing wrong with that. Mamie, looking at the young lady, said that the shirt was a little too big, but by tomorrow she would prepare clothes in her size. Vivy gave it for her concern, but still she was not sure that tomorrow she would still be a person. The young lady smelled herself and noticed that she smelled very nice. The maid bowed and said that she would leave her there. The young lady looked at the maid in surprise and asked her to wait a little. A moment later, she approached her and asked if she was very surprised. The maid froze for a moment as she did not know what to answer. Vivy said she meant the morning in the library. Mamie looked at her and said with a smile that she apologized for being unprepared due to her lack of notice. She looked at her and said that of course she was a little surprised, but she definitely no longer had negative emotions towards her. Mamie asked her to behave more freely with her. The young lady was very happy with these words, and a moment later she rushed to Mamie with her arms. Vivy felt relieved after she said that she hated her. Vivy thanked Mamie. Entering the room, the young master saw a beautiful picture. He looked at them and asked what they were doing here. The young lady looked at the young master in surprise. She noticed that he was standing and watching them closely. She hugged the maid because she didn't want her to leave and leave her alone with him. The young master looked at them with a smile. Mamie looked at the young lady and said that it was time for her to leave. Vivy was in shock. She didn't want her to leave and leave her alone with the master. A moment later, the door slammed shut and the young lady felt betrayed. The young master looked at her and called. He looked at her in surprise and asked where she was going at such a late hour. She said with a smile that black panthers are nocturnal, so she wanted to bring Ash something tasty. He looked at her and said with a smile that this was a very strange idea on her part, more like she wanted to go out for a late-night snack alone. She was shocked as he started teasing her again. She looked at him and said that she wouldn't be long anyway. The young master said with a grin that she could try. Opening the door, she saw the knights who were looking at her in surprise and dumbfounded. They looked at her menacingly and asked what happened and what she needed. The young lady looked at them with a smile. A moment later, she said that she did not need anything and slowly proceeded to close the door. The gentleman looked at her with a grin and said that he would go and wash himself. She was shocked because she realized that he was now mocking her. She wondered if after everything that had happened, she really needed to sleep in the same room as the young master. She thought that this was simply absurd since in human form, it would be difficult for her to sleep with him. Coming out of the bathroom, he looked at her and asked if she was hungry. The young master looked at her in surprise. She said she wasn't particularly hungry, but her stomach made a different sound at that moment. He came closer to her, pulled off the blanket, and called her. He asked with a smile what happened. She turned away as he blinded her with his light. She said he was right. He looked at her and said that if she overeats before bed, she might get a stomachache, so he asked her to limit herself to just milk for now. She tasted the food he prepared for her with surprise. She was very shocked as she liked the taste. Vivy looked at him with a smile as her body relaxed after the milk. She understood that if she were human, she could drink this every day. He looked at her and called. The young master said with a smile that if she finished drinking, she could come to him. The young lady looked at him embarrassed. She wished him good night and lay down on the sofa. A moment later, she heard some noise. She looked to the side in surprise as she did not understand what had just happened. She saw the young master squirming on the bed. The young lady looked at him dumbfounded as she did not understand what was happening. She saw that he was trembling in pain. Vivy was furious because she understood that he had taken over again. She knew that he was simply mocking her. But still, he did not stop squirming on the bed. Vivy, surprised and dumbfounded, looked at him and wondered if he really felt bad. With the speed of lightning, she ran up to him and asked what was wrong with him. She called him, but he did not answer. She was shocked and didn't know what to do because she saw that he was in great pain. In a trembling voice, he said something she was surprised because she didn't hear coming closer to him. She asked what he was saying. A moment later, he laughed and said with a smile that she had a very funny face. Now she was furious as she realized that he was just a heartless predator. She was shocked. She didn't understand how he could do this thing, but tease and play with other people's feelings. She thought with rage that he really should have been prescribed some kind of medicine. She furiously attacked him and put a pillow to his face. He screamed that it was hard for him to breathe, but she was furious and told him to be silent. He smiled and pulled her closer to him. He said that now she knows how to use weapons and not just paws. The young lady looked at him and told him to let her go. Ahin looked at her intently and asked why she was avoiding him. He looked at her and asked if she was aware of the fact that she had not even looked in his direction for some time. She looked away from him because she knew it was because she couldn't look away. She wondered if he really cared so much that now she was not a scared rabbit, but an adult with whom he would share a bedroom. He looked at her and said with a smile that he could hear the gears turning in her head from here. He asked her why don't she just say everything that was on her mind. She said that while she was in human form, she would sleep on the sofa. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she wanted to do this. She thought about it and didn't know how to answer his question. He was in tears, but he looked at her and said that all this time he had been having a hard time. He said that once while he was sleeping, she touched his forehead with her paw, and even when he fell asleep, she put her paw in his mouth, and she also bored into him every day with her gloomy gaze. She also untied his robe and buried herself in it. Vivy embarrassedly said that she simply confused him with a blanket. He looked at her and said with a smile that everything would be fine if she just didn't give up. He wrapped her tightly in a blanket. She was in shock and did not understand what he was doing now. He looked at her and told her with a smile to stop kicking the blanket. Ahin told her not to even think about touching him with the tip of her finger. Vivy looked at him and asked how she could even touch him in this form. The young lady turned away because she was offended by the young master. A moment later, she called him and asked if he was really okay. He looked at her in surprise. Looking at her, he asked if she was okay. She looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with her. He said that she had previously said that it was painful for her to take on human form. She thought for a moment and said that she had met her grandfather in the library. She said that he tried to take her to the temples, despite the fact that she hated them when they refused her. The words of the priest, although not directly contributed to this. She said that at least she hated baskets more. The young master looked at her thoughtfully and said that she used the pheromone against his grandfather. Because he hated temples and baskets, his grandfather used his pheromone to protect himself, and in the end she turned into a human. He asked the cheese with a smile on his face, why didn't she beat him with her paws? The young lady looked at him in shock. He closes her eyes, said that although she will soon have such an opportunity, so she needs to wash her paws well and not cry, she said that she's not crying. He looked at her and asked for forgiveness for taking her to the temple. The young lady was shocked and couldn't believe that the young master was apologizing to her now. She looked at him in surprise while the young gentleman smiled tenderly. She looked at him and asked if he could let her out. He said that if he let her out, she would definitely touch him. The young lady was shocked. She said that she would never touch him and could promise it. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she swears. She screamed with rage that she swears on the liver that she would never touch him. He looked at her and said with a smile that he didn't believe her. She woke up feeling somehow uneasy. Turning around, someone's tail hit her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a black panther. She felt it was all very strange and wondered if Ash was that big. A moment later, she started realizing that her friend usually did not sleep in the room. She looked in horror at the black panther that was next to her. The young lady was in shock and did not understand what was happening. For some time, she stared at the panther. She was in shock and did not understand what was happening and what she should do. A moment later, she freed herself from the blanket with lightning speed. She moved away from the black panther. The young lady realized that this was not her friend. She didn't know what to do and what to do because she noticed that the panther's body was large. A few minutes later, a bird knocked on the window. She looked at the bird in surprise as she realized that it was the young master's falcon. Opening the window, the falcon jumped on her head. She pointed to the Black Panther and asked if the bird knew who the Black Panther was. The falcon in turn laughed at her. The young lady was shocked and did not understand why he was mocking her. A moment later, he pecked her on the head. She was in shock, did not understand why he was behaving this way. A few minutes later, she saw a robe near the Black Panther. She remembered that the young gentleman was wearing a robe when he came out of the shower. She was shocked and wondered if this was the Black Panther she was now seeing in front of her, the young master himself. She slowly walked to the bed and called him. She asked if he was okay and if it was definitely the young master. She leaned over and asked if he was hurting anywhere, and also asked if she needed to call the doctor or Irwin, but there was no answer. Vivy didn't understand why he suddenly took on his true animal form. She wondered if he was just bored. She understood that most likely this was not the case, even though the young master liked to joke. But basically, the shape does not return to its animal form if problems arise with the human body. She thought that maybe he really felt bad. Coming closer to him, she asked if he was sleeping. The young master did not answer anything and lay quietly on the bed. Vivy was furious and said that he was an ill-mannered Black Panther and a frivolous predator. She jumped up because she wondered if maybe he was really sick. She told him to wait a little. Unexpectedly for her, he grabbed her hand with his tail and tapped her on the bed. Vivy looked at him in surprise and asked if he had really been awake all this time. She asked him if this meant that there was no need to call anyone. She asked if he was really sick. Maybe she should heal him a little. The young master looked at her intently. Vivy was shaking very much from fear. He shook his head and she asked if it was really necessary. She was shocked and said that in this case, she also didn't care whether he was sick or not. She just wouldn't pay her attention to it and he could do as he wished. She looked at him and said that if he didn't want her to heal him, then she could just pet him a little. She moved closer to him and slowly began to stroke him. The young master looked at her intently. She saw that he was waving his tail. She was surprised because she did not understand what kind of dressed-up movement of his tail he was. She wondered if he was really drawing letters with his tail. The young lady looked at him in surprise as she realized what letters he was drawing in the air. She read the word liver and remembered that she had said earlier that she swears on the liver that she would never touch it. She looked at him in surprise and puzzlement. She was furious. She said that if he continued to make his jokes, he would get his furry bottom. The young lady hit him. He was shocked because he did not expect such actions. She understood that the young master did not want to name Irwin and the doctor because he did not want to spread further rumors. She remembered how the healer had said that predators were ruthless deep down, they were soulless by nature, and endlessly conflicted with each other. She understood that the other side of luxury and power is a constant danger. It would not be strange if, under similar circumstances, one day someone's throat was simply torn out. She looked at him and asked if he was definitely not sick. He nodded in response. She sighed with relief. She looked at him and told him to listen to her a little, since rabbits are not that they don't have fighting ranks, but they don't kill each other. When someone gets a little weaker, she said that she was also a rabbit, so even knowing about his weakness, she certainly would not kill him. A moment later, she lay down next to him. She held out her hands and told him to come to her as she would hug him tightly. The young master looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. She narrowed her eyes because she expected him to come to her. A moment later, he lay down next to her. She was very surprised as he was very huge. But still one knew that everything was fine because it was the young master. She hugged him and stroked him. She smiled, looking at him, and said that the recent words that she would not care whether he was sick or not were a lie. The young master looked at her intently. She thought that if she looked at him so closely, she could see a simple cat the size of a person. Vivy laughed at her thoughts because she understood that he was the scariest cat in the world. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness for what she said without thinking. She looked at him with a smile and said that for this reason, he should not get sick. He moved closer to her and purred. They lay in bed in silence for some time. The falcon was furiously eating the hay. She was shocked because it was her hay. She didn't understand what he was doing with her food. She looked at him furiously. A moment later, she hit him because she could not stand this, since in the morning he had pecked her head, and now she could not stand even this. Falcon was shocked that she attacked him. The young people looked at them intently and were surprised at their behavior. Irwin smiled and said that he had repeatedly said that the rabbit had the spirit of a battlefield conqueror. The young master smiled and said that he was right since the falcon is not easy to control. At the same time, the young master called the falcon by name. The young lady was surprised because she realized that his name was very beautiful, but his character was disgusting. Irwin said that from a long time ago, kicking a rabbit meant subjugating the beast. The young master looked at him in surprise, asked if it was true. Irina said that it was certainly true since he had just come up with it. The young lady was furious. She understood that if he was going to invent something about her, he must first obey her himself. The young man came closer to her and called her. He smiled and asked if she needed anything else. Looking at the young man, she remembered that he was the one from whom she had borrowed clothes back. Then Vivy looked at him confusedly as she realized that he seemed to be in great confusion when he woke up without clothes. The young lady asked the young man for forgiveness for last time she wanted him to accept her apology. The young man looked at her in surprise. Ahin came closer to her and asked if cheating was becoming a habit of hers. Irwin said that last time it was the same with Mr. Fleece. Irwin said that Mr. Rabbit cheats more often than one can imagine. The young lady was shocked she did not understand what they were talking about. The young master lifted the rabbit higher. He looked at her with fury and asked how she could leave him when she had recently sworn on her liver. She was shocked because she understood that he was about to bite her. A moment later, the young master came closer to her and kissed her. He smiled and asked if she wanted to walk with him to his work. He said it was instead of a liver. She was in shock and did not understand what he had just done. Madame was quietly resting in her room. The maids were whispering at the same time and wondered if Madame was really going to sit inside four walls without leaving. They said that she was in shock because one of the children could not turn into a human, and the other, having encountered unexpected adversity, left the world so early. They were in shock and did not know what would happen to her in the future. Madame sat down on the bed, she thought, and was very angry she did not know what would happen to her. She married without love for the sake of the influence of the position and lived like that for more than 20 years. She was shocked by the realization that her son had died. She had hoped that when he grew up, he would take the post of head of the clan, but now one of the countless half-brothers would take the place of the head. The maid approached the mistress and called her. Madame looked at her angrily and asked what she wanted. The maid said that the answer had come from the Dundnan family. The maid said that they say that the rumors about the tame rabbit that the next head of the Black Panthers got for himself are not an empty rumor, but the truth. The maid said that a banquet would soon be held in honor of the head's birthday. Madame turned away and said that she did not care about it. The maid said that be that as it may, it seems that the young master himself will take part in this banquet. Madame looked at her and asked if this was true. She understood that the young master would probably take that rabbit with him to the banquet on part of the birthday of the head of the rabbits. She thought that soon all those rabbits could be her daughter. The gentleman looked at his grandson and asked what he just said. The young master smiled and said that if his grandfather did something like that to the rabbit again, he would personally drag it to the academy. The young master sipped his tea with a smile. Moments later, the young master told the maid that the tea was not tasty and asked her to bring something sweet. The gentleman looked at his grandson in shock and said that he was behaving very impudently, and also asked him if this was the right way to talk to his grandfather, whom he was seeing for the first time in several months. The gentleman told his grandson that he didn't even know how to enjoy normal tea. Ahin said that the tea was sour. The gentleman looked at his grandson and told him to always be careful about his behavior and must remember the place he occupies. The young gentleman said that he never forgets about it, that which hides his feelings, and is not content with what he has. He said that one should not hesitate, before death, not to give in to illness. He looked at his grandfather with a grin and said that it seemed to him that he adhered to these principles well. The gentleman said that he was not talking about this at all, but was trying to draw his attention to his own actions and self-esteem. The young gentleman looked at his grandfather and said that even he doesn't think about the consequences and gets into squabbles at all. Don't pay attention to anything because of him. Everything inside his grandfather is turning upside down from worries. He looked at his grandfather and asked if what he said was true, and he was going to say something similar in turn. The gentleman was furious and shocked by his grandson's words. The gentleman said, puzzled, that it was the rabbit who used the pheromone. The gentleman said that without translating the topic, he spoke further. He looked at the lot and asked where he got the rabbit from. The young master said that he found it in the forest on the border 6 months ago. The young master smiled, as he had already spent a lot of time with the rabbit and was just realizing this. He looked at Grandpa and said that he was curious about something and it was really important. He looked at his grandfather and asked what he thought was the point of biting someone's neck. She looked at her grandson and asked what he was trying to say again. The young master thought about it and said what the rabbit was thinking and was about to eat it. Everyone present was shocked by this statement. The servant apologized for throwing the tray out of his hands in surprise. The young master remembered how she bit him at night. He looked at his grandfather with a smile and said that the rabbit bit him on the neck. He was shocked he looked at him a lot and told him to repeat his words again since after so many years he had already heard poorly. The young master said with a smile that he was just rabbit food. He looked at his grandfather and said that he had been bitten by that powerful rabbit. He said that warning that his rabbit would soon leave, he even hit him on the backside. He said with a smile that he would leave Grandpa at that. He smiled and said that he needed to prepare to become someone's food. The gentleman looked at the trail of his grandson in shock. He was furious because he thought his grandson was just crazy. He shouted at him to come back to him in order to continue the conversation. Sometime later, the lady was sitting in the garden with the rabbit. The lady looked at her and said that she had heard about what happened in the office. She said that she did not think that her father would react so violently. She hoped that the rabbit would not have an unpleasant aftertaste in his soul after their meeting. She looked at the mistress and shaking showed that she was fine and the mistress should not worry. Mrs. Valens said that she was going to talk to her father first, but her son got to him first and again got on his nerves. She said that they might not run into him right now, but it would be better for her to avoid him for a while the time he stays at the estate. The young lady nodded obediently as she understood all the words and warnings to the mistress. The lady looked at the panthers in surprise and said that it seemed that these animals were following her more diligently than she had imagined. The lady asked if it was because they were sensitive to the pheromone. Vivy was surprised since the Bara behaved very submissively in front of the mistress. Maybe it's because of jealousy for Ash's love whom she received without shrinking, but every time unnoticed by everyone, he tries to push her or press her with his paw. She wanted to reveal all his atrocities to the mistress right now. Vivy jumped up as she wanted to tell everything. Vivy turned and said that Bara was torturing and beating her very much. She showed how she turned and twisted from his torment. The lady froze in shock. A moment later, the mistress told the maid to immediately call her personal artist, because she wanted their white Fluffy to be captured in a portrait. She brought up that it was very difficult for her to convey her thoughts when she was in the body of a rabbit. Mistress looked at her and asked what she was thinking about. The lady with a smile told her to try again because she was interested in her thoughts. The young lady stood up in surprise. She jumped up as if she wanted to ask something about the young gentleman. She wanted to say that last night she saw that the young master felt somehow unwell. In the middle of the night, for some reason, he suddenly turned into a black panther. And then she stroked him a little and he fell asleep again. She wondered if werewolves really returned to their original form when they were sick. The lady looked at her with surprise and horror and asked if she was really so curious to know about the weak point of the Black Panthers. The young lady froze in surprise. The lady thought for a moment and said that it looked like she was going to tame Ash and Bara. She said that this was a very good idea since no trainee could handle a trained predator properly. The lady said that she really liked her zest for life. The lady shouted for everyone to gather and detail their thoughts about the weak point of the Black Panthers. The young lady was shocked. The young master looked at the rabbit and called her. He looked at her in surprise and asked who she took him for. She looked at him in surprise and dumbfounded as her defenders could not resist in front of the box. She was shocked by the realization that she was a werewolf, and this also works. He asked her if she was really going to make him crawl in front of her with such petty tricks. He smiled and said that he would follow her lead, but personally he had no interest in the boxes. He told her to come up with another way. She sighed heavily as she realized that it had always been somehow defective. She realized that it was useless to force it to break using an ordinary box. He looked at her and asked where she was going a moment later. He sat down in the box with her and, sighing heavily, said that it was very crowded here. The young master thought for a moment. She smiled because she realized that apparently he liked the box after all. A moment later, he remembered the gift. She looked at her pocket watch in surprise. He pulled the watch closer to her and told her to pay attention to it. He smiled and said it was pheromone. The young lady was shocked by what she heard, as she knew that it was incredibly expensive, even after working all her life, and no matter how much money she saved, she would not be able to buy something like that. Although she already knows this gem can hold the ability of pheromone, he said that he put his pheromone in this stone and she can use it 3 times. He told her to use it if her pheromone suddenly got out of control and he wasn't around. But as soon as her pheromone hits it, it is automatically activated, and it is very convenient to use. The young lady was shocked that he was providing her with such a luxurious and other thing. Oh, young master smiled and said that apparently she really liked the gift Ahin. With a smile said that he liked it so much that he even wanted to take this gift back from her. He looked at her and asked if she needed this stone. She thought that he was very harmless because she needed this stone. She was shocked because she thought that he was giving her such a precious gift for nothing, but still, she was wrong. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she needed him. She froze in surprise, looking at him. Embarrassed, she shouted that he should not look at her with such eyes. She did not understand how long he would continue to play with her heart. He smiled and said that it was much more useful than a piece of this stone. He said that there was no limitation in use, and his abilities were limitless, and he had an appearance that she liked. He looked at her and asked why she never showed that she needed him. She froze in surprise, looking at him, but saying when she learned that her pheromone was capable of healing, she constantly doubted the good intentions of the master. But over time, she changed her opinion about the young gentleman. She reached out to him because she wanted to show that she needed him. He looked at her and said with a smile that she had just approached him for the first time. She looked at him confused. A moment later, she jumped as she wanted to get away from him. He asked with a smile when she was going to eat it. The young lady looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what he was talking about. She did not understand how she could eat him. He asked if she remembered the way she left a victim's mark on him. She turned away in embarrassment because she didn't understand what kind of nonsense was going on again. He says she knew that she needed to get away from him as quickly as possible. He said with a smile on his face that she shouldn't turn her back on him. A moment later, he kissed her tender back. She was embarrassed by this. The young master looked at her with a smile and laughed. The young lady looked at him in embarrassment and shock. She didn't understand why today this Black Panther was behaving this way. She sighed heavily as she was very tired today. The gentleman was afraid that she might run into his grandfather, so he took her with him to his office. The young lady was shocked and very angry because she did not understand why on earth he also demanded approval of documents from her. A moment later, she saw a falcon fly into the room. She was surprised. She looked at him with fury as she wondered whether he would torture her today. However, she knew that she had a secret weapon today. Strawberries. The falcon in turn looked at her intently. A moment later, he grabbed a strawberry and began to eat it. The young lady looked around us in surprise as she realized that they were really crazy about strawberries. He looked at her menacingly. She said that she understood and would not look at him anymore. Some time later, they stood together on the terrace. She became thoughtful since the young master was late today. A moment later, she saw the young master and Irwin walking slowly. She brought up that they weren't going to the bedroom, but wondered where they were going. Falcon looked at them intently. The young lady was surprised. She did not understand what was happening to him and why he was rubbing against her leg. She grabbed his leg and pushed him away because she wanted him not to push her. A moment later, he flew into the air. She was in shock, did not understand what he was doing. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand why he so suddenly took off with her. She wondered if she was flying now. She was in shock and did not understand where they were going. She asked him where he was taking her in the middle of the night. Looking at the falcon, she asked if they were really heading to the young master. She realized that this was his gratitude for the strawberries, but still she looked at him tearfully and said that everything was fine, and he shouldn't have thanked her so much. She said that she wasn't the least bit curious. The young master looked at the men and asked if it was the latter who were addicted to the medicinal decoction. Irwin said there were attacks because the others died yesterday. Irwin said that apparently the medicinal decoction was brought here by pirates from the lands of the hyenas. Due to the high risk, it is supplied to the slums and assassin guilds. The young master said that since this is a slum getting him, there is a piece of cake. Irwin said the main symptom is high spirits and violent pheromone activity, but occasionally there are cases of awakening a more powerful pheromone that was not initially possessed. The young master looked at Irwin in surprise and asked if the rank of an aristocrat in it was really divided depending on the territory or clan. Irwin said that was correct. The young master asked if in the average family of aristocrats there could appear a person with a healing pheromone. Irwin thought for a moment and said that such a high-level ability would be difficult for even a direct descendant of the head to obtain. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young master said that Vivy's pheromone is healing. Irwin was shocked by such a statement. He thought that most likely the rabbit was a descendant of the head. The young master said that if she had such a level of pedigree, she would not have been abandoned in the forest on the border, but dealt with personally. He thought about it and said that it was very difficult for him to imagine that she was the child of the head. Irwin said that dare to notice that she is braver and more courageous than any predator even last night. You should have seen her scolding the chef. Kevin said that she accidentally wandered into the kitchen, but at that moment the chef had a kitchen knife in his hands. It seems that someone thought that he was going to cook her, so she fought back furiously. The young master sighed heavily and said that he had missed all the fun again. He looked at his friend and asked what would happen if he gave a medicinal decoction of this kind to a young werewolf before he turned into a human. Irwin thought about it because he didn't know the exact answer to this question. He said that during this period the pheromone has not yet manifested itself, so there is a high probability of awakening a strong pheromone. The young master said that the rabbit seems to have a high resistance to this medicinal decoction. Irwin was shocked by this statement. The young master looked at Irwin and asked what was most likely that a werewolf son of pheromone healing accidentally appeared in the document of ordinary aristocrats, or that she could have come into contact with similar medicinal concoctions at a young age. He said that perhaps her parents were even worse than he had imagined. A moment later he heard some noise. He looked in surprise to the side where he heard the noise. He asked Irwin if it was a mouse. A moment later he heard a man. He said what he saw. The man looked at them with contempt and asked if he should tell them what kind of mouse it was. The young master looked at him and said with a grin that he should just shut his mouth because it stinks. The man looked at the master with a furious gaze and said that he had killed many, so he knew that the life destined for him was extremely short. The man said that if you think about it, then his father already died young. The gentleman said that he also killed many, so he knows that thanks to his chatty mouth, he will speed up his execution. A moment later, the young master snapped his fingers and the man began to scream in pain. The gentleman looked at the man with contempt and horror in his eyes and said that he would suffer for a long time. As Ahin left, he told the man that he should have been careful with his words. The young master was furious. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that it was already late. He looked at his watch and asked the gentleman if he would go straight to the bedroom. The young master said that it was so. A moment later, the young master sniffed the air. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and called him. A moment later, Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he had changed his mind. Ahin said that he thought he smelled strongly of blood. Irwin said it's like that every time. The young master said that he didn't argue, but he was still worried that the rabbit wouldn't like the smell. Irwin asked with a smile if Mr. was really worried about Mr. Rabbit. Irwin said with a smile that he was very attentive. A moment later, Irwin looked closely at the gentleman as he felt something was wrong. He looked at the young master in surprise as he saw that he was undressing. Irwin noticed that the young master looked sexy now. Irwin asked in a trembling voice why he was undressing now. The young master said that no matter what, he was not satisfied with it. Ahin looked at Irwin and told him to go with him to his bedroom. Irwin, in a frightened, trembling voice, said that he did not want to. The gentleman looked at his friend in surprise and asked why he was so categorical. Irwin said that he simply did not want to go to the bedroom. The young master looked at his friend in surprise. He noticed that he in turn was shaking with fear. An incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. The gentleman looked at the knights and asked what he smelled like now. The knights looked at the gentleman in bewilderment. Ahin once again asked what he smelled like. The knights said that it was so impudent to speak on their part, but they could smell the perfume. The young master said that it means everything is fine then. Opening the door, the young master froze in bewilderment. He was in shock, did not understand what was the matter, as he felt that the room was filled with pheromone. He looked around the room and called the rabbit. As he passed by, he noticed that the falcon was on the ground. He saw that she was sitting under the cabinet and shaking. He looked under the cabinet and called her and also asked if she was crying now. She trembled but did not answer. He told her to get out. The young master looked at her and asked what was happening to her and asked if she couldn't get out of there. but she in turn only turned away from him. He remembered his mother's words, that although the rabbit would accept his help, it would not believe it. The young master looked at her puzzled and called out. She didn't answer him, and he just lay down next to her. He said with a smile that if she wanted to get out, he would wait for her. She looked at him intently. She remembered him saying that she had a high resistance to this medicinal decoction. She looked in surprise, as she was very surprised by what she heard. Then she heard something that shocked her to the core. She understood that he had said some words about how she had received such a powerful pheromone because of the medicines of another product. So perhaps she still could not turn into a human. She remembered him saying that maybe her parents were worse than he had imagined. She was shocked to realize that her parents may have given her a medicinal concoction and later abandoned her because she still could not turn into a human. She remembered her mother telling her that she loved her and that she had truly incredible abilities. The young lady stared at the young master with tears in her eyes. She didn't know how she should act in this situation. She was shocked because he found her every time she was lost. She didn't understand why he still kept waiting for her. She wondered if she got lost, the only person who would find her would be the young master. She didn't know if she could rely on him. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him because she didn't know what to do. She didn't know if she could count on his help. With tears in her eyes, she clung tightly to him. The young master looked at her with a smile. A moment later, he pulled her closer to him. In silence, they fell asleep on the ground. She was thinking about the fact that her parents gave her a medicinal concoction and abandoned her after she failed to turn into a human. She didn't know what to do. Vivy thought that her parents definitely thought she was dead. Vivy wondered if they were living in peace, burying the truth, and pretending they didn't know anything. She understood that if she had continued to live without knowing the truth, she would not have been able to solve the problem of turning into a human. She understood that she had to face the truth. Vivy wanted to first meet her parents and check everything. The servants looked at the cloak in surprise as there was something sticking out of the pocket. The young man said that it was so, and maybe most likely the scarf had already been put there. The young master looked at the man in surprise and asked what happened. A moment later, the young master asked if there was any problem. The young lady understood that she could not hide for long and decided to act openly. Ahin looked at her in surprise. Previously, she heard that the young master was going to go to the rabbit land. Vivy turned away and showed that she was ready to go with him. The young master looked at her with a smile. A moment later, he grabbed her and put her on the ground. Vivy looked at him in surprise, as she had already said earlier that she would go with him. The young master ignored her and said that they should leave now. She decided to show him that she was standing on her head to get his attention. A moment later, she fell to the ground and spun around as she wanted him to look at her. She was shocked because she realized that he was very stubborn. She moved closer to Irwin and asked if he had any way for her to come with him. Irwin smiled and said that if she quietly reached into his pocket a little later, she could go. But a moment later, the young master called Irwin. Irwin looked at her with an angry look and said that even tears would not help, so she should let them go. The young lady was shocked by such treatment. She froze in bewilderment as she understood that they were going too far. The young master looked at the young lady in surprise. She blocked their path by standing at the door. The young master looked at her with an angry look and told her to move away from the door, but she did not give up and shouted that she did not want to. He sat down next to her and told her to move away while he poked his finger straight into her forehead. Vivy was in shock, and she was also in pain. She grabbed his hand because she wanted him to listen to her. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Vivy begged him to let her go with him. He said he couldn't allow it, and she fell. The young master told the knights to open the door. She was furious and screamed for him to wait, as she had not given up yet. A moment later, she again blocked his path. The servants looked at her and said that she should move away. The young master was shocked. He covered his face with his hand from laughter. A moment later, he looked at her menacingly and told her to behave accordingly. The young lady was shocked. She froze in bewilderment. She ran around him because she wanted him to look at her. Vivy looked at him with a menacing, angry look and told him to look at her. She sat down next to him because she understood that now there was nowhere to run away. She wanted him to simply submit to her, stretching his arms up. She wanted him to take her into his arms. The servants were shocked by such cuteness. The young master covered his face with his hand in embarrassment. He looked at her and said that until now she had absolutely no interest in his trips. Ahin asked why she decided to keep him company today. Ahin said that she was very strange. He looked at her, asked if he really shouldn't go there. Ahin asked her if she really didn't want him to leave. The young lady looked at him embarrassed because she realized that she had gone a little too far, and he again took up the old thing. She was shocked because she meant that she wanted to go with him. However, perhaps this was the answer he would like to receive. Vivy knew that she had to play along with him. The young master told Irwin about support. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise because he did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, the young gentleman gave the rabbit to Irwin and left the room with the speed of lightning. Irwin was in shock because before he could finish speaking, Ahin ran away. She was in shock, did not understand what had happened at all. She wondered if they would really not go together. Irwin looked at her and said that he was very sorry since the young master had not intended to take her with him from the very beginning. And he decided this yesterday evening when Mr. Rabbit began to put away his backpack. The young ladies were furious. When the young master went out into the corridor, he sat down near the door and slid off. Ahin was in shock and simply went crazy. He looked at the ground in confusion as he thought that it was a surprise to him that the rabbit would become so attached to him. He looked at the knights and asked us what they were staring at. The knights quickly turned away. But still, the young master was very pleased with her concern. Ahin walked embarrassedly along the corridor, not noticing anyone. Irwin looked at the young master and called him. He looked at the young master in surprise and said that he could not control the corners of his lips. Irina said that if he was going to continue to soar in the clouds like this, he would better take Mr. Rabbit with him. The young gentleman looked at him and asked who was soaring in the clouds. Irina said that it was very obvious. The young master smiled as he realized that the rabbit needed him very much. If he had known this earlier, he would have demonstrated it a few days ago. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked why she was pushing but tried to follow him. Irwin said that, in any case, it seemed to him that he, Mr. Rabbit, knew that the trip this time was connected with the territory of rabbits. Irwin said that perhaps she simply missed the land of the rabbits, or there was another reason. The young master said heavily, sighing that it was very difficult for him to understand what was in her head, and even on her face nothing was reflected. He said that he could not understand the reason why she was crying. He told Irwin that he really didn't expect it to be so hard to read the rabbit's mind. A moment later, Irwin put a mini rabbit in the young master's pocket. He looked at the gentleman with a smile. Some time later, Irwin sat quietly in the carriage. The young master knew that not taking the rabbit with him this time was the right choice. He knew that she would be in danger since there would be many assassins nearby, and she was also unstable due to her pheromone. He understood that even if his grandfather was on the estate, his mother would be a worthy competitor there. But to be honest, he himself simply did not want to take her to the land of rabbits. He was afraid that she might miss her homeland, and therefore she might disappear from his sight. He sighed heavily and said that it seemed that everything was quite serious with him. The maid shouted after the rabbit, but the young lady only apologized for her behavior. She screamed at Ash to run faster. She wanted to get out of the estate through the main gate. She heard her maid shouting for everyone to cordon off the gate. A moment later, the knights blocked their path. The maid ran after them with lightning speed. The young lady noticed a falcon in the air. She was shocked as even the sky was blocked. A moment later, the falcon grabbed her. She was shocked because she didn't expect something like this. A moment later, she thought that most likely the young master had come up with this and warned the predator in advance. Mamie looked around us and told him to give her the rabbit. The falcon descended slowly. The young lady looked around us in surprise and wondered what was happening now. A moment later, they fell together. The gentleman caught them. Mr. Rillian looked closely at the rabbit and said that he still never ceases to be surprised. The young lady was shocked as she saw her grandfather. Mamie greeted the gentleman. The gentleman said to let him through as he did not want to harm anyone. The maid and the knights looked at the master in surprise. The gentleman looked at them and said that they were acting rashly, since he had definitely ordered a retreat. The maid asked the master for forgiveness. The master said that to see this was the work of his grandson, he highly values this devotion and submission to the orders of only their master, so he will be lenient towards them. The young lady was shocked because she noticed that he was now using a pheromone. She was shocked because she couldn't even feel it. The gentleman looked at them and said that they had done well, and his grandson presented a rather efficient guard. The young lady gazed at the maid, who was staggering around exhausted. The maid looked at the lady and said that everything was fine and she had only lost a little energy. The gentleman looked at her and said that he would like her to pass out calmly. The young lady looked at her grandfather intently and pitifully, as she did not want him to harm anyone. He looked at her and said that this was commendable courage on her part. He asked if she was really going to be used by the pheromone again. She turned her head, because that wasn't what she meant. He looked at her and said that thanks to her, he slept for such a long time, for the first time in such a long time, although it was not an ordinary dream. He said that it seems that she understands speech and uses pheromone. He looked at her in surprise, asked what kind of rabbit is she from. The young lady nodded her head to confirm his theory. The gentleman looked at her intently. A moment later, he released her and told her to go. The gentleman looked at her and said that with the speed of a black panther, she could catch up with her grandson before he reached the border of the territory. The young lady looked at her grandfather in surprise. The gentleman looked at her intently and said that perhaps his grandson himself did not understand how much he needed her. She immediately listened to him, and with their lightning speed, they hurried after the young master. The gentleman and the lady sat in the gazebo and had a pleasant conversation. The falcon in turn wriggled and screamed. The lady looked at the bird in surprise and asked if this bird was her son. The gentleman said that he thought that if he just left her, she would fly after the rabbit, so he took precautions. The gentleman said that the bird was very noisy. I was apparently all like the owner. He told the servant to take the cage away. The gentleman looked at his daughter-in-law and told her not to worry as much as she wanted. He did not touch the rabbit. He only supported her intention to follow her grandson. The lady said that apparently deep down, he was still bothered by the way he treated the children back. Then the lady said that it was not surprising that looking at this adorable little ball of fur, even he felt guilty. The gentleman said that he was just, I wanted to play on my grandson's nerves a little. The lady said that there was definitely some reason why he decided to keep the rabbit. The mistress said that it was better for her to send a message and asked the maid to carry something for the letter. Mamie said that right now, there is what Mr. Rabbit had, but she will go to the estate and take the parchment there. The lady said that this was enough and nothing more was needed. The lady looked at our letters in surprise because she thought that the rabbit had done a very good job, and if they sent this too, her son would be very happy. The lady called her strong bird. The gentleman looked at the bird in surprise and asked if it was necessary to make this charlatan his messenger bird. The lady said with a smile that she was never wrong in her decisions. A moment later, the bird flew away with the letter. She told the bird not to rush, but to deliver everything to the recipient. The young lady and her friend looked to the side warily. A moment later, the bara approached them. The young lady was in shock. She didn't know what to do when the bara threatened her. She thought that this was most likely his chance to get rid of her and take Ash back. A moment later, the ram attacked them. The young lady flew to the side. She was in shock and didn't understand what she should do because she understood that they would both fight. They could get seriously hurt. Vivy wanted to stop them, but still she didn't know how she could do this. The anti-predator remedy she had with her was in Ash's backpack. She understood that she could not do anything, and she urgently needed to use the pheromone. Lev looked at her and told her to imagine that she was releasing arrows, but at the same time her goal was to release a pheromone. The young lady looked to the side in surprise as she sensed a familiar voice. She was surprised she looked at the lion. She was puzzled and did not understand what was wrong with his face. The lion smiled and said that he was supposed to go to the rabbit territory as deputy head, but he was delayed and got beaten up by his sister for it. He looked at her and said that what was more important now was the fight that was behind her. The young lady realized that she needed to somehow stop them. She tensed as she wanted to try and release her power. Lev looked at her in surprise and laughed. He said that he meant something completely different, and there was no need for her to make such a gesture. He said that it did not mean raising a real bowstring. She looked at him puzzled. He smiled and said that if you looked closely, she looked very cool. He smiled and wished her luck. Vivy was furious because she thought that he should have explained everything to her normally from the very beginning. Vivy remembered how her grandfather would knock people out with a snap of his finger. She realized that she could do it too. Leo looked at the young lady in surprise and shock. He saw a glow around her. A moment later, he told her to let go. Now she slapped her fingers. The lion froze in surprise. The fight stopped for a moment. They looked at each other in surprise. The young lady was shocked. She didn't understand why it didn't work. He said it wasn't as dramatic as expected. He looked at her and asked why she was clapping her hands as if she were luring a predator. She was shocked. It was like I understood that I did it this way, and this was the best option. Lev looked at her and said that Bara was almost approaching them. The young lady was shocked and screamed for him not to come near her. She directed all her energy at him and shouted at him not to come. Leo froze in surprise. The young lady opened her eyes and saw the Black Panther's mouth right in front of her. A moment later, the panther fell to the ground. Leo said it was a very fine job and very fast. He looked at her and asked where she was going. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted to catch up with the young master. Young Ice looked at him intently. Lev said that they had recently missed each other. The young lady was in shock and did not understand what to do now. Leo gazed at the young lady with a smile on his face. A moment later, he said that they were heading to the same place. Rune looked at her with a sly smile and asked if she wanted him to give her a ride. Lev looked at her and asked if it was true that werewolf rabbits love carrot dishes. He looked at her and said that he was feeling sleepy. It was surprised and did not understand what kind of questions he was asking her. Leo said that he loves meat and beef. Jerky is the best snack. He looked at her and said that there is such peace in the herbivore lands. Rune looked at her and asked if she really lived here originally. He asked if she had really been kidnapped. He said that if she was human, she could wag her tail if she was threatened. She was shocked and didn't understand why he was suddenly interested, but still she looked at him intently. She noticed that he was a very caring person. He acted lazy all the way, and his eyes sparkled only while buying beef jerky. A moment later, someone called the gentleman. The young man looked at the panther, puzzled, and said that no matter what they put on them, they don't look like domestic animals. He told the young man to look at the Black Panther, since it does not look like a domestic animal, but like a real predator. He said that they would never be allowed through, but would be stopped right at the entrance, and this would only be the beginning of the problems. The young man said that the panther frightens him very much, and the gentleman now demands that the panther look like a small kitten. He was in shock. He did not understand why he was suffering so much. The lion said that there was nothing they could do, and they had to enter the estate with the panther under the guise that it was their pet. They engaged in an intense discussion for some time. The young lady wanted Ash to show them the advantage of his physique. Ash glanced sideways at the young lady. A moment later, the carriage began to shake. Irwin looked at the gentleman and called him Irwin. Asked the gentleman if he was really waiting for the bird, since he knew that there were not supposed to be any letters in the near future. The gentleman calmly said that not at all. Irwin looked at the gentleman with a puzzled expression and asked whether such a person would glance out the window so often. Irwin remembered how the young master told the rabbit that she should write a letter at least once a day. Irwin asked the gentleman if he did not want him to sing a lullaby to him as before. The young master said that he had no hearing. Irwin said that it was very offensive of him to say such things. The young master said that next time let the rabbit listen to the lullaby with him. The young master knew that for the past months he had been under the influence of a pheromone and slept together with a rabbit. He knew that tonight would not be an easy night. Irwin looked. She was surprised at the gentleman. Irwin said that be that as it may, it seems that Mr. Rabbit did not disappoint the young master's expectations. They looked at the bird in surprise, as it was not the bird they expected to see. The young master looked at the bird in surprise and asked if his mother had sent the message instead of a rabbit. A moment later, the young master saw a letter from the rabbit. He looked at the letter in surprise and asked with a smile if this was really a veiled request to eat. Her Irwin laughed because of the contents of the letter. Irwin said with a smile that this was a very short message that would not let anyone forget about the rabbit. The young master looked at his friend and told him to shut his mouth. He said that if this was the case, then he needed to meet all expectations. A few minutes later, he sent the letter. The young master said that when we meet again, we should properly demonstrate what a jerk is. The lion looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked why she was friends. Was she really cold? But she wasn't cold at all. She just had a bad feeling. A few minutes later, they arrived at the main gate. The knight looked at them and greeted them and also asked them to show their identification. Opening the carriage doors, the knights froze in bewilderment. They saw a truly interesting picture. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and asked if he really wanted to take the beef jerky out of his mouth first. The knight greeted the gentleman and asked what kind of Black Panther was next to him. Leo said that the panther was the same to him as his child, and he could not leave it away for long. The young man looked at the panther and with a smile told it to salute. The knights were shocked by the panther's behavior. The young man smiled and told the knights that this was a very meek and smart kid. The knight asked for forgiveness and said that they should report in advance about the import of carnivores. Leston said that when they went out to the estate, they would put a metal leash on him. He asked if the invitation had not made it clear that it was possible that there would be up to 3 people accompanying him. For a few minutes he continued to prove to them that he was right, and then slammed the door. The knights saluted them and let them through. They were shocked as they believed that animals could not accompany them. She was developing her powers. Lev looked at her in surprise and asked if she really decided to do gymnastics that night. She was furious because he had misunderstood her. She had been practicing targeting the pheromone. He told her not to look so hard. In any case, the time is late. Tomorrow morning he will send her to the young master. But now he just wanted her to keep him company. She wanted to sleep with her friend because she felt very strange every time he treated her like a human being. Clev looked at her and said that it was very good that while they were driving, the young master's smell weakened a little, and finally he was able to live normally, since it seemed to him that his nose would disappear. The young lady sniffed a little and realized that there really was almost no smell. She was shocked as she realized that her pheromone was no longer being blocked by the young master's pheromone. A moment later, she realized that it had begun to manifest itself on her farm. She was shocked and didn't understand why this was happening, since before it took at least several days. She didn't know what to do in this situation and hoped that her companion didn't notice anything. He looked at her and said that he thought she had become more comfortable with him, but still, she was wary. He said that this upsets him very much, and now he doesn't even want to do anything. He said that he had lost all the will to live because of her. She looked at him puzzled, because she knew that he had no will to live even before her. He looked at her and said that the guards had detained him earlier, saying that he had a suspiciously unfocused gaze. Now she understood why he could not follow her then. He said that it was true, and only then did he realize that he had a different view. He, embarrassed, said that he was just a disgrace and suggested talking about something else. She was shocked, since it was the first time Vivy had seen such a reaction from him. Lev said that he felt strangely sleepy. He muttered something quietly about a sleep pheromone. The young lady was dumbfounded by his words. He said he felt like he was on painkillers. Vivy was in shock. She didn't understand what was happening. She understood that her pheromone was affecting him, so he released his own in counterbalance. She was shocked because she understood that because of his pheromone, she would be able to turn into a human. Vivy did not understand what to do now. A moment later, she remembered something. She remembered how the young master said that when she thinks that she is turning into a person, then she needs to give him some kind of sign, for example, to dance. She decided to use this method and started dancing. She wanted him to listen to her. The lion looked at her puzzled and said that she danced incredibly beautifully. He said with a smile that she was their ballerina. The young lady was shocked as she realized that her dance had no effect. She was shocked because she realized that he could not know the signals between her and the young master. She was in shock and realized that she was simply finished. She jumped up as she understood that everything was different now. She looked at her friend. The young lady remembered the gift that the young master gave her recently. She rushed to the stone with the speed of lightning. The man looked at the guest and said that he was a completely different kind of person. He said that it was very commendable to completely hide his face and personality. The guest looked at the man and said that he also hid his face. The man said that he could only make an offer looking at his clicks. Ahin looked at the man and said that he probably knew something about the gray powder inside. The man said that this is very interesting, and these are drugs made from the resin of the blom tree. He said that it has been a long time since you almost never see him in the territory of rabbits. Ahin said that he needed a list of rabbit aristocrats who were reported to have used such a powder. The man froze in bewilderment. Ahin said that those belonging to the middle class would be suitable. It would be even better if their representatives had silver hair. The man said that this is very difficult since they care about their lives and the lives of their clients. He said that it's worth starting with the fact that there is no such thing among trading groups. If they get caught selling drugs, then such crimes will be especially serious character. He said that everyone is just waiting for victory in the factional battle or an increase in status with the receipt of an amazing pheromone. A new reality. There is still no information about the awakening of the pheromone in this way. He also said that this is a matter of quite ancient days. The man began to list all the families that have representatives with silver hair. The young master looked at him intently. The young lady opened her eyes and saw something. She realized that she needed to get up quickly. Her body was very heavy. The little children looked at her and asked if she had really woken up. Nice children were quarreling near her. She looked at them in surprise. Because I didn't expect to see children near me. The children were surprised and had a discussion about Togo. Is it true that she is a werewolf, a rabbit? But still they were surprised and did not understand why there was a panther next to her. The young lady was very surprised and did not understand why she became human again. She began to look around the room intently. She noticed that this room was rarely used, but a moment later Ash licked her face affectionately. She hugged her friend tightly and said with a smile that she was ticklish. A moment later, she looked at the children in surprise. The children embarrassedly closed each other's eyes. They were shocked by their behavior. The young lady was in shock and did not know how to get out of such a situation. It was a tense, critical moment. A cliff was visible ahead and a chimera was following on her heels. As a result, her gaze met the gaze of a three-headed chimera. She, appearing before the chimera, pulled a sword from her belt. And finally, she pushed off from the ground and cut through the air and flew into the chimera. The children looked at her in surprise and asked what happened next. She said that due to the brutal fight, her armor was destroyed, and she took help from the nearest one. The children looked at her and asked if she really meant the Black Panther about her neighbor. She said that it was, and asked her friend to say hello to the children. The girl looked at her and said that it turns out that she really removed the chimera. The young lady smiled and said that with one blow, even the three-headed chimera died. She said that be that as it may, at the very last moment, the chimera spewed out this pocket watch. She said that it was very rare, and all wars want to have this treasure. The kids were shocked and thought she was cool. She looked at them and said that this was a very top-secret assignment on the lands for the rabbit, so she asked not to tell anyone about it. The children looked at her and said that they would not tell anyone anything. The young lady was shocked that she was able to get out of this situation. She thought that her friend must have moved her here while she was unconscious. She realized that all the children who were sitting next to her were the children of the invited aristocrats. She looked out the window in surprise as she wondered what time it was. A moment later, she saw a familiar carriage. A few minutes later, she saw the young master. She looked at him in surprise. She knew she had to go and say hello to him. She still abandoned this idea because she thought that it might happen that she would run into someone from the Revian family she doesn't know now how they will treat her. And she doesn't want the young master to see this. She saw that for a moment they locked eyes. She was shocked and wondered if this predator really had eyes on the top of its head. She was very scared and hid. The young master looked out the window in surprise. She didn't know what to do now. A little boy came up to her and said that she had a wound on her arm. She looked at him in surprise because she did not understand what he was talking about. All the children came closer to her, and one boy asked if she had really received this injury in the battle with the chimera. He said that Mother Rosla was an outstanding healer and asked how about she immediately look at her wound. The young lady was surprised because she did not understand when she managed to get hurt. The boy took her hand and said that they needed to go. Young Mr. Irwin walked through the estate. A moment later, they saw a lion stewing honey along the corridor. The lion was puzzled by the whole situation because he knew that the rabbit was missing, and that strange Black Panther was missing along with it. So he thought that he would find their traces in a moment. But it was all in vain. The panthers looked at the lion in surprise. The lion was a little shocked that they had already arrived so quickly. He glanced sideways at the young master and wondered if they had already met the rabbit. He looked that the young master's pocket was empty, and he realized that they had not met yet. He was shocked as her whereabouts were still unknown to him. The young master looked closely at the lion. Irwin looked at the young master and told him to restrain himself since they were still on foreign territory. The young master said that he was very annoyed because of the emptiness in his pocket. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked how it was associated with drawing a sword. The young master said that the lion looked at his pocket with a dirty look. The lion twitched because he was surprised and did not understand what they were talking about. He was shocked because he understood that this was a misunderstanding, since he was worried that the rabbit was missing and was trying to find it. Lev looked at the young master and said that he had understood everything wrong. A moment later, the lion looked at them in surprise as they were looking somewhere into the distance and ignoring him. Some time later, children approached them and looked at them in surprise as they noticed that the people had huge fangs. They assumed that they were from the lineage of panthers and lions. They looked at them and said that the lady warrior said that all Black Panthers are unceremonious. The little children looked at the lion and said that now they knew for sure that the words about lions were true. Moreover, they noticed that the eyes of this lion were extremely suspicious. The young people were very surprised as they heard about the lady warrior. The young master looked at the lion with a grin and said that he still had extremely suspicious eyes. Lev looked at the young master and said with a grin that he had just heard some unceremonious speeches. The young master opened his mouth and showed his fangs. With the speed of lightning, the children ran away. Irwin said that by doing so, young children would actually see the Black Panthers as brash. The young master said that if he did this, then his rabbit was pretending to be dead. Irina said that she was letting his guard down and was eager for the chance to run away as quickly as possible. Such a tactic was common among rabbits. Leo remembered the rabbit. For a moment he wondered where she could be and realized something. A moment later, he ran away, the panthers staring after him. The young master said that this was very suspicious. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if he was talking about the eyes of Mr. Lion. The young master said that he ran too fast. Irwin looked closely at the lion and said that it didn't look like him. Who are we? He recently scoured the area with his eyes and looked intently at the young master's pocket. They wondered if he was really looking for Mr. Rabbit. The young people looked after him warily. The young master asked Irwin if there was an answer from the rabbit. Irwin said that if Mother's owl comes again, then we need to wait for an answer later in the evening. The young master said to himself in his mind that his rabbit was definitely sitting at home enjoying his tea and sweets. But still he could not calm down because for some reason he felt anxious when he remembered her. The young master sighed heavily and said that this was a very long time. He looked at Irwin and told him to call the gorilla. The doctor looked at the rabbit and said with a smile that such an accident was already a kind of fate. The young lady was shocked by what she just saw. The boy looked at her and said that the lady was in great pain. Then he formally addressed her. The professor looked at her son and asked with a smile if he would really have a thorn in his mouth if he called her mother. The young lady was shocked by what she heard. She did not understand what kind of situation this was. She bandaged the young lady's wound. Vivy looked at the woman and asked if she was a professor, she said, with a smile that she should start with this, that she works at Wilhelm's Academy. Vivy was shocked since this was simply the biggest academy. She looked at her and said that she was late in introducing herself. A moment later, she said that her name was Vensa Jinnah and she was the wife of the head of the house of Jinnah. She looked at the young lady and said with a smile that her son had brought her to her. The young lady looked at her and also introduced herself, but she didn't say where she was from. For some time she hesitated as she did not know what the young man would answer. He looked intently at the young lady. A moment later he smiled and said that she was a warrior. Vanessa looked at his son and asked what he was talking about. The young man looked at his mother and said that the warrior was capable of splitting even large boulders into two parts. Vanessa looked at the young lady's hand puzzled and asked if she was actually splitting boulders. Vanessa looked at the young lady and said with a smile that her son behaves very warily with strangers and cannot even utter a word, but with her, he is very friendly. So bright energy apparently emanates from her. Vivy looked at the young man puzzled. Roselle possessed a pheromone which to some extent can determine the type of energy in living beings. The young lady was surprised, but at the same time very happy since the young man felt that she was a good person. Vanessa said that her son only recently went through conversion with difficulty and became a human. Maybe that's why he still feels awkward in communication. The young lady was surprised since they had similar cases. She looked at the boy and asked if he really turned into a human so late. Vanessa smiled and said, looking at the young lady, that he, like her, had a hard time with the treatment. The young lady was shocked and did not understand where she learned such information from. Ash looked at them warily. The young lady looked at the healer and asked what she actually did. Ash growled, glaring at them menacingly. Vanessa jerked and took her son in her arms. She screamed for someone to help them. She said that she would definitely explain everything, but also asked to keep the predator away from them. The young man looked at his mother and said that everything was fine with him. She said that this was very good since his character corresponded to the descendant of the capybara genus, but she was still not fine. The young lady was shocked that she remembered that herbivorous werewolves are afraid of predators, apparently due to the fact that she was constantly with black panthers for a moment. She completely forgot about it. She calmed her friend a little. He gently bit her hand. The young lady looked at her friend in surprise and anger. The young people looked at everything that was happening and were horrified. Vivy said with a smile that everything was fine and he was just joking. Vanessa was shocked by everything that was happening. Vanessa looked at the young lady and said that last time they met a year ago, she tried to get to the bottom of the reason for Roselle turning into a human. So late, Vanessa said that she thought that the young lady was also late turning into a human, since she had the same energy and pheromone as from her son. But her opinion was also influenced by the fact that the young lady had very long hair, because for some reason she could not cut it for a long time. She also heard rumors that the young master had a baby rabbit, and she immediately thought of her. Vivy asked her if when they first met, she already knew about the young master's true nature. Vanessa said that the gentleman recognized her, since they saw each other when he was still little, and that's why he remembered her. And the rector of the academy, where she works, the grandfather of the young master. A moment later, the young lady heard the clock chime. Vanessa said that there were no more than 4 hours left before the banquet. The young lady was puzzled as she realized that this might be her first and last opportunity to see her parents while in her human form. The young lady looked at her hair and said that she couldn't walk around the estate looking like that. Vanessa looked at her in surprise. Vivy looked at her with sparkling eyes. Vanessa turned away with a smile and told her not to make such eyes as her heart was getting weaker. Vivy said with a smile that her eyes are always like this. Vanessa said they're a little different now. Vivy looked at her and said that she had a favor to ask. Vivy looked at the lion and asked how long he would follow her. Lev looked at her in surprise and asked if she really knew. Vivy said that she also knew that he had recently eavesdropped on her conversation with the professor. Leo looked at her and asked her forgiveness for this. He said that if he had left her alone, she could have disappeared like the dawn. He looked at her and asked if it turned out that he could not follow her. She looked at him intently and did not answer. Leo looked at her confusedly as he waited for an answer. For some time, they stood intently looking at each other. He looked at her and asked if he couldn't follow her. She said they would disappear, so he didn't need to follow her, so he would stay here. She understood that she could not meet her parents if he was nearby. Leo was a little puzzled by this answer. She looked at him intently. Milady slowly approached him, and the lion was very surprised. She said with a smile that you had previously cured his wound on his cheek with gratitude. She asked if he had learned about her ability. He looked at her confusedly. Leo was very embarrassed by her behavior and moved back a little. The young lady thanked him with a smile for treating her like a person. He looked at her in surprise and puzzlement. Quick as lightning, she turned around and said she would go. He grabbed her hand and asked her to wait a little. The young lady looked at him in surprise. They stood for some time looking at each other. He looked at her, and with a smile, told her to go at the same time he let go of her hand. He said that it seemed like she had a very important matter since she didn't even say anything to Ahin. The young lady looked at him in surprise as she did not expect this. The young master was shocked because he received a letter saying that his rabbit and Ash had disappeared. He said in a gray voice that they needed to return home. He stared at the letter for some time. Irwin looked at the gentleman and told him to wait a little. He looked at the gentleman and asked, "Didn't the letter say that only a baru was found in the forest on the border? It was there that it was indicated that you did not return to the estate. This means that they headed to some other place." The young master looked at Irwin in surprise and asked where they could go. Irwin said that from now on they need to start searching. Irwin told the young master not to forget that Ash is next to the rabbit. Besides, Mr. Rabbit is also far from an ordinary rabbit, so everything will be fine. The young master sighed heavily and said that she was an ordinary rabbit. The young master said that although she was not an ordinary rabbit, she was still a small and weak rabbit. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. The little children looked at them and asked in surprise if they were really crying now. The boy looked at the gentleman and said with a smile that he felt relieved because earlier he thought that he was crying. The young master looked at the children dumbfounded. He remembered that he had seen these children before. A moment later, he leaned closer to them. He smiled and asked who this lady warrior was. The little boy said it was a werewolf rabbit controlling a black panther. Another boy jumped up and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. The boy looked at the gentleman in surprise and said that it was a secret. He wondered why he had just told about the lady warrior. The young master, with a smile, told the boy not to worry as he would keep his secret. Irwin looked at the gentleman and asked where he was going. The young master looked menacingly at his friend and said that he was going to visit the lion. The young lady walked leisurely near the estate. She did not know how to get inside. A few minutes later, she was going through all the possible options for how she could get into the banquet hall. She ran wild. But a moment later, she tripped and fell. Vivy was in shock as she was hit hard. She was in shock because she thought that if she had been a little longer, then trouble would have happened to her. One madam watched all this closely. She called the young lady, and she shuddered in shock as she heard a familiar voice. She remembered how her mother spoke various kind words to her with a feigned grin. Madam looked at the young lady and asked if she was okay. The young lady turned around and saw her mother. Madame froze in surprise. She stared at the young lady for a while and called her name. The young lady looked away in confusion as her mother called her name. She didn't know what to do if she actually recognized her. The woman rushed to her in her arms. Hugging her daughter, Madame asked how she could not help but recognize her since she looked so much like her. Madame was shocked that her daughter had converted an entire person. She said that she seriously couldn't believe it. She wanted to listen to her voice. The young lady was shocked that her mother was calling her name so tenderly. But still, this is not what she expected. She wanted her mother to push her away. Vivy walked away from her mother and said that she just wanted to see her. Madame was taken aback with tears in her eyes. She looked at her daughter. She looked at her daughter and said that she would also like to see her and asked her to come closer and show her face. She said she was relieved that it was her and not her father because she wanted to ask something. Madame looked at her daughter and said that she would answer any of her questions since she would also like to talk to her about many things. Vivy looked at her and said that she would like to start with the fact that they abandoned her at the border of the forest. Madame was shocked by such a statement. Madame looked at her daughter and said that she did not abandon her, and this was all a misunderstanding. She wanted to explain everything to her. She said that she knew everything, saying it was because of the curse, but it was still very strange. Vivy said that the priest definitely said that she would not be able to turn into a human because of the curse that was placed on her. Vivy looked at her mother and asked, how is she now standing and looking into her face in this form? Vivy looked closely at her mother and said that she did not remember ever lifting the curse. She said that by her inability to turn into a person, she was tarnishing the name of the family. She recalled that there were even rumors that she was her illegitimate child. Vivy looked at her mother and said that it must have been difficult for her, but to get rid of her in that, whose noble blood flows, it was simply impossible. An excuse was needed. An excuse that could calm the rumors from the game, close the eyes of the father, and nothing would fit better than a curse. Madame looked at her daughter with horror. She said that the priest claimed that she was cursed. She looked at her mother and asked if he was not a man of her kind. The young lady looked at her mother and angrily told her to tell her the whole truth. Was she really cursed? Madame was shocked and shuddered at such words. She did not know if it was really her daughter since she had changed very much. She used to be very quiet and shy and even timid, but now everything has changed a lot. Madame understood that she needed to be returned to the house immediately. Madame looked at her daughter and said that she was not cursed. Getting rid of the child who lost the fight was only a matter of course in the world of natural selection. Her decision to send Vivy away was an inevitable choice for the sake of survival in the family. Madame looked at her daughter and said that there was not a day when she did not regret this choice. The young lady looked at her mother with anger and said that she even sent a man to make sure that her daughter died. Madame said that it was a misunderstanding, and she did it hoping that she might be alive. She looked at her daughter and asked her to be generous and forgive her. Madame said that she was the one who waited the hardest for her to become a human. Madame looked at her daughter and said that she was very touched as she did not expect that she would turn into such a beautiful and resilient person. The lady looked at her mother and said that she might not try to find an excuse for abandoning her to some extent. On the contrary, she was even grateful to her. She said that if she had stayed in her parents' house, she would never have known the way to contact person. Madame looked at her daughter with a grin and called her. The young lady looked at her mother and said that she was able to turn to a person only because she was in contact with a pheromone much more powerful than her. She said that her pheromone was so strong that in her home there was simply no one stronger than her. That's why she could apply. Madame looked at her daughter in surprise and said that this was complete absurdity. Vivy said that she initially thought so too, so she wanted to check everything personally. She looked at her mother and asked if by chance she had been given drugs that affected the awakening of the pheromone. The young lady looked closely at her mother as she wanted to hear the answer. Madame shuddered because she did not know what to answer. The young lady looked intently at her mother. A moment later, the young lady realized that she was right about everything. She understood that in the end, because of her mother's greed, She spent her entire life as a little rabbit. A moment later, a very loud explosion was heard in the estate. The young master looked at Rune and asked why he was in such a hurry. Lev said that there was a rabbit. Ahin said that was true, but he asked why he would run there like that. Lev said that he was just very worried. A moment later, Ahin struck the lion. The lion fell into the fountain. The young master looked at the lion with contempt and told him to cool his head. The young master looked at the lion furiously and said that he should not worry too much. Leo looked at the young master in shock. Leo looked at the young master and asked if he was completely crazy. Leo, looking at the young master, did not understand why he was so angry. The lady looked at her mother and asked if she was okay. Madame was shocked. She could not believe how such monstrous events could happen in the head's estate. The young lady said she thought it was because someone was using a pheromone. The knights ran to Mrs. Avon with lightning speed. Vivy looked at her mother and said that first she needed to calm down and go to a safe place. She told her mother to hide with the guards. The lady looked at her daughter and asked where she was going. She said that one should not wander alone in such a place. Madame said that they met with difficulty, so they should not part. Madame looked at her daughter and invited her to go together. Since then they could discuss everything. They could talk about the curse and about her pheromone, because due to the fact that she was a rabbit, they still had not had the opportunity to properly talk. Vivy looked at her mother and told her to let go of her hand. Vivy looked at her mother and said that she was simply not interested in her opinion, and dialogue between them was impossible due to the fact that she was a rabbit. She looked at her and said that she would not go with her. The guards ran up to the lady. Madame looked at her daughter and told the guards to grab her. The young people looked at the lady in surprise. Madame told them to grab her now while no one is here. Even if they have to knock her out, they can do it. The guard bowed and said that he would do everything now. He approached the young lady and said that he wanted to harm her. He would like her to follow the will of the mistress. Vivy was in shock and did not understand why her mother was doing this to her. She was in shock, as she would not be able to cope with 2 knights because they would attack before she could even use the pheromone. She was shocked and very scared as she didn't know what to do in this situation. She wondered if she should pretend to give up and then get lost in the chaos. She raised her hands, but suddenly the guards were attacked. The young lady froze in shock. She saw a panther and a falcon who came to her aid. Madame looked at her daughter in surprise and asked what kind of predators these were. The lady looked at the knights and told them to do everything, and maybe even use pheromone. The knight was a little surprised, he said, that they could not harm the lady. Madame looked at the knights and asked if she didn't say that they could knock her out. The young lady was shocked. She looked at her mother and wondered why she would let something like this happen. Vivy did not understand the reason and intentions of her mother. Vivy still understood that she needed to calm down and get out of here as quickly as possible since the current situation was completely different. She understood that together with her friends, she had a chance to use her pheromones. She understood that if she used her pheromone, she would become a rabbit again, but still, it was better than just letting herself be captured. She understood that she had to cope completely. The young master came up to her, hugged her, and told her to calm down. He told her not to use her pheromone. The young lady turned in surprise and saw him. The young master looked at her in surprise. She looked at him and asked how he knew she was there. He looked at her and with a smile told him that no matter what happens, she must remain human. He looked at her softly and affectionately. She looked at him and called. The gentleman turned his gaze to her offender. He looked at them and menacingly told them that it would be better for them to sheathe their sword. Madame looked at them intently and angrily. She realized who this young master was, but she was still shocked and wondered how he was related to her daughter. A moment later, another explosion sounded. A servant ran up to them and shouted for them to quickly run to the main building. The lady sighed heavily and called her daughter. Vivy looked at her mother warily. Madame looked at her daughter and told her to know that she was the only one left. A moment later, the young lady stared after her mother, who had left her. Vivy was in shock. She did not know what her mother's words meant. A moment later, another explosion thundered near them. Ahin hugged her tighter and said that it was very dangerous here. He looked after the lady and told the young lady that now was not the time for conversation. She was shocked and looking after her mother called her. The young master looked at the door and told Vivy that he would like to talk to her, but she in turn sat quietly under the door, not making a sound. Ahin pulled the door for a while. He was worried about her and asked her what she was doing. He sighed heavily and said that she could speak from there too. Ahin wanted to be close to her, but still accepted her decision and retreated. The young lady sat quietly under the door and was silent. A moment later, he sat down near the door. They both sighed heavily as they sat near the door. She was very afraid to open the door and come face to face with the young master. She did not understand why it was so difficult for her to look into his eyes. He timidly asked what was wrong with her hand. She laughed a little and asked if during this time he had really managed to see that her arm was injured. She said that she probably hit something when she turned into a person. She heard kind words from him, in which there was a sense of concern. Vivy did not understand why he continued to do everything so that she would rely only on him. He told her that he left her at the estate because he hoped that at least there she would not do something so reckless. He said that there was danger around her outside the estate, but she was a little surprised. Even now, although he was angry with her, he was still more worried. She sighed heavily and said that if a similar situation happened again, she would do the same. She said it was all because he didn't tell her anything. He was alarmed but looked at the door and called out to her. She said he never told her about the healing pheromone or that she might have gotten one from drugs. He was shocked by what he heard. Ahin looked at the door and asked how she knew about this. Closing her eyes, Vivy asked him why he thought she went to such a distance and acted without informing him. She said that it was all because she didn't want to show him the bottom of her dark past, be it a drug or this family. Ahin pulled the doors and shouted for her to open them. She said that this time he already knew about everything. She said that even near the banquet hall recently, despite the fact that she was in the company of people he didn't know, he didn't even ask if anyone was doing anything. Vivy said that he knew that she was from the Revian family. She said that perhaps he also knew that the woman in front of them was her mother. The young master pulled the door and told her to open the door first. Sighing heavily, she said that she wanted to talk like that. She said that he didn't even tell her that she had a healing-type pheromone. She said that perhaps he thought that she could be used well for his own purposes, since she healed the wound of Ash, who was literally one paw in the grave. She said that at first it was unpleasant for her, but the more she thought, the more it seemed to her that it was even better. Vivy said that as long as she could be used, she should not worry about being abandoned again. Ahin froze at her words. He was shocked. Looking into the distance, she said in a trembling voice that he should have just told her everything. She said that if he needed her pheromone so badly it was healing, then he could have just told her. He looked at the door and said that he was not going to tell her anything like that in the future. She looked at the door in surprise and asked why he wanted to do this. The young master sighed heavily, but did not answer. She was puzzled and said that he was hiding a lot of things from her. She wondered if it was because he was raised as the head of the clan. She thought that it was for the best. Maybe she wouldn't hear his full cold response right now, but still she couldn't help but feel uneasy about this trait of his. She looked closely at the clock that was near her and noticed that a lot of time had already passed. Recently, Vivy was very excited, so she said a lot of things to the young master. Vivy should have at least said a few words about how sorry she was for making him worry about her. As she approached the door, she wondered if he was even bothered. She understood that it was too late and she needed to sleep first and talk tomorrow. She looked at him in surprise as he was sitting near the door. She looked at him and asked if he was sleeping. Vivy said if he was going to sleep, then it would be better for him to go to the bed. The young lady froze in bewilderment. A moment later, she saw that he staggered and fell. Vivy was in shock as he lay unconscious in front of her. She screamed, but he didn't answer. The young lady saw that he was lying on the ground and sighing heavily. Vivy saw that he was very ill. She was in shock and screaming. She asked him if he was okay and also wondered what was wrong. She noticed that he had a high fever and was sweating a lot. She understood that she needed to find the professor as soon as possible. Ahin looked at her and told her not to make a fuss. She looked at him in surprise and asked why the young master looked at her and said that a little later everything would go away on its own. The young lady was shocked as it didn't seem like it would go away on its own. After some time, she said that he had the same condition last time. Vivy looked at him puzzled and asked why he didn't come to the doctor. She was furious and looking at him said that this would not work, and at least she needed to tell Irwin. Ahin looked at her and said that she should not talk about this to anyone. She was shocked and didn't understand why he was saying that. She was shocked and wondered how serious the matter was that even Irwin shouldn't know about. She didn't understand what he was hiding and why he couldn't tell Irwin and the doctor. Vivy didn't understand how being so sick he came to such a place. She understood that first she needed to put him on the sofa since the floor was very cold. She looked at him and told him to wait a moment. A moment later, she moved the sofa away. She was shocked as the sofa was very heavy. She looked at him and asked if he could get up. Ahin did not answer. She asked for his forgiveness since she had no other way to move him. She gradually dragged him along with her. It was very difficult for her, but she knew that everything was fine because a little more and she would drag him to the goal. But suddenly she heard some strange sound. Turning around, she saw that the young master had hit his head. She hurriedly approached him and asked what to do. She also asked if he was okay. Ahin said that he was in pain. Rising slowly, he said that he would get there on his own. She turned her back to him and said that she would help him, and he could sit on her back. He smiled and told her not to make excuses later. Groaning, she walked with him as it was very difficult for her. He looked at her and asked if it would be better if they walked in step with each other. Vivy, surprised and puzzled, looked at him and asked if he really had any energy left for jokes. A moment later, he was already lying on the bed. Vivy felt relieved that she was able to lay him down. Sighing heavily, she said that she had eaten and laid him down. She looked at him and, with a smile, told him to tell her immediately if he needed anything. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she didn't hate him. She looked at him in surprise and asked why she suddenly hated him. He said with a smile that they were in the bathroom recently. She called him a damn predator. Vivy turned around with a smile and said that she would move another blanket, so he needed to wait a little. Approaching him, she saw that he was very ill. She touched his forehead and noticed that he was even hotter than before. She wondered if it would be better to take off these uncomfortable clothes first to bring down the heat a little. She was shocked because in reality, she saw what these two would say if they found out that she took off his clothes. She had already heard them say that she was just a horny rabbit. She understood that she still had no choice. She knew that she was doing all this for the benefit of the patient. She slowly took off his clothes, but she was still very angry and did not understand why the knots were so complicated. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she needed help. She looked at him and said that she was busy and there was no need to distract her. Ahin looked at her and asked why this innocent pose was there. He said that her eyes were very impudent. Vivy was very angry and said that this was not so. "Young master, you are not sleeping, but sighing heavily, you began to undress." After he unbuttoned his shirt, he began to slowly remove his gloves. The young lady was taken aback by such a sight. She was shocked and wondered if he could really take it all off so easily. A moment later, he called her. He looked at her surprised and dumbfounded and asked why she was crying. She cried because he was sick. Vivy wondered if she could use her pheromone on him now and wanted to help him and wanted him not to be sick. Ahin looked at her with a smile and said that everyone should look at her the way he brought her to such a state. He touched her tenderly. He said with a smile that she was very vulnerable. She looked at him intently with tears in her eyes. Wiping her tears, he asked with a smile how he could leave her. She noticed that he was very beautiful, and his eyes also sparkled like rubies. She closed his eyes because she realized that it was very dangerous. He looked at her in surprise and called. She was shocked since he was able to take over her mind. Even during her illness, she thought that he was a very cunning predator. The young master called out to her several times in surprise. She wondered if the pheromone was really emanating from the young master now. He usually controlled it well, primarily because of her. Vivy wondered if now, because of his illness, he did not have the opportunity to do this. She looked at him in surprise and twitched. She looked at him and asked if he really had an exacerbation of the pheromone. Now she said that even if both of his are not like last time, he needs to quickly return to his true form, so it won't hurt too much. She looked at him and asked how he liked her idea since he freely transitions from his true form to his human form. He turned away from her and did not answer. The young lady was in shock and did not understand his behavior. She wondered if he was really against it. Vivy did not understand the reason for his refusal. She wanted to sincerely help him and was ready for anything. She remembered how her grandfather asked her to help him when the pheromone worsened. She sighed heavily and said that in that case, she would figure it out completely. She was very happy and relieved that her healing-type pheromone was something she wondered if it should help in such a situation. He looked at her, grabbed her hand, and told her not to do this. She was surprised, looked at him, and asked why he was against it. She said that her pheromone could pacify his attack. The young master looked at her and said in a trembling voice that if she used her pheromone, she would become a rabbit again. The young lady froze in disbelief as she now heard the reason why he did not want her to help him. She frowned because once upon a time he really liked her being a rabbit, but now she realized that he liked her better when she was in human form. But still she wanted to help him. She looked at him and asked if now is the time to get hung up on something like this. He said that now is the time. Vivy sighed heavily and said that he is not a child, but still very capricious. She looked at him intently because she saw how he was in pain, and he was writhing in pain. She saw that he was breathing with difficulty. She was in shock. She did not understand why he was so stubborn if he was feeling bad. She looked at him and said that most likely becoming a rabbit after using pheromones was a protective reaction of her body because she had poor control over her pheromones. She said that in this case, probably if you balance her pheromone with a subjugating type, pheromone turning into a rabbit will not happen. Vivy said that she has a stone, but she thought that if he did it personally, it would be easier to control everything that was happening. The young master sighed heavily and did not answer. Vivy looked at him and asked if he could hear her. She looked at him intently because she understood that she had no other choice. Vivy understood that she had to help him by any means. She understood that this would not work, and there was no time for further thought. She understood that in order to directly safely pass the pheromone into Ahin's body, she needed to do as he did earlier. She approached his neck and bit him. She bit him, but nothing happened. Vivy was puzzled because he had bitten her before and she helped her, but she can't even handle that. He sighed heavily and turned back. Vivy was shocked and very puzzled because she understood that she had no fangs, so she could not bite through his skin. He looked at her and asked what she was doing. Ahin was surprised by her behavior. She was taken aback and said that she had not done anything like that. Vivy was embarrassed as she was embarrassed by her actions, even though they were for the benefit of Ahin. A moment later, he grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. The young master kissed her. She was shocked and looked at him confused. She understood that he was a very cunning predator since she only wanted to avoid touching his lips. The young lady looked at the head and said that today, this is our last cocoa reception. In the future, at the official banquet, there will only be long tea since cocoa is completely out of place there. She looked at the head and asked if she agreed with this proposal. Madame smiled and said that when she drank a few cups with Sir Grace yesterday, she did not hear anything like that. She looked at the young lady and said with a smile that in time she would understand, and someday she would change her mind on this matter. The lady looked at her and said that she really didn't share yesterday's tea party with Sir Grace. She said that today we need to discuss cooperation in the investigation of the fire in the banquet hall. She said that according to Madame Revian's report, there was one intruder at the scene, a werewolf rabbit, whose name is unknown. And with her was Mr. Grace young or not. She said that it was very interesting. The young lady said that she was very interested to know how Madame knew about the existence of this unknown guest. The head looked at the young lady and said that the madam testified on the condition that she would not be questioned. Madame smiled and said that for the birthday of such an old lady like her, they arranged a grandiose fireworks display. She said with a smile that she could not express how grateful she was. She said that maybe this explosion didn't happen by chance. And we need to check all the guests who arrived at the ball. She said it would be a very special birthday. The young lady woke up, let him out, or with the young master. She was surprised because she noticed that it was already dawn. She was surprised that she remained in human form and did not turn into a rabbit, but still felt relieved. Vivy jumped up with lightning speed and immediately rushed to the young master. She wanted to check his condition. Vivy noticed that the fever had subsided and he was no longer breathing heavily as before. Vivy looked closely at her mother and said that she did not remember ever lifting the curse. She said that by her inability to turn into a person, she was tarnishing the name of the family. She recalled that there were even rumors that she was her illegitimate child. Vivy looked at her mother and said that it must have been difficult for her, but to get rid of her in that, whose noble blood flows, it was simply impossible an excuse was needed. An excuse that could calm the rumors from the game, close the eyes of the father, and nothing would fit better than a curse. Madame looked at her daughter with horror. She said that the priest claimed that she was cursed. She looked at her mother and asked if he was not a man of her kind. The young lady looked at her mother and angrily told her to tell her the whole truth. Was she really cursed? Madame was shocked and shuddered at such words. She did not know if it was really her daughter since she had changed very much. She used to be very quiet and shy and even timid, but now everything has changed a lot. Madame understood that she needed to be returned to the house immediately. Madame looked at her daughter and said that she was not cursed. Getting rid of the child who lost the fight was only a matter of course in the world of natural selection. Her decision to send Vivy away was an inevitable choice for the sake of survival in the family. Madame looked at her daughter and said that there was not a day when she did not regret this choice. The young lady looked at her mother with anger and said that she even sent a man to make sure that her daughter died. Madame said that it was a misunderstanding, and she did it hoping that she might be alive. She looked at her daughter and asked her to be generous and forgive her. Madame said that she was the one who waited the hardest for her to become a human. Madame looked at her daughter and said that she was very touched as she did not expect that she would turn into such a beautiful and resilient person. The lady looked at her mother and said that she might not try to find an excuse for abandoning her to some extent. On the contrary, she was even grateful to her. She said that if she had stayed in her parents' house, she would never have known the way to contact person. Madame looked at her daughter with a grin and called her. The young lady looked at her mother and said that she was able to turn to a person only because she was in contact with a pheromone much more powerful than her. She said that her pheromone was so strong that in her home there was simply no one stronger than her. That's why she could apply. Madame looked at her daughter in surprise and said that this was complete absurdity. Vivy said that she initially thought so too, so she wanted to check everything personally. She looked at her mother and asked if by chance she had been given drugs that affected the awakening of the pheromone. The young lady looked closely at her mother as she wanted to hear the answer. Madame shuddered because she did not know what to answer. The young lady looked intently at her mother. A moment later, the young lady realized that she was right about everything. She understood that in the end, because of her mother's greed, she spent her entire life as a little rabbit. A moment later, a very loud explosion was heard in the estate. The young master looked at Rune and asked why he was in such a hurry. Lev said that there was a rabbit. Ahin said that was true, but he asked why he would run there like that. Lev said that he was just very worried. A moment later, Ahin struck the lion. The lion fell into the fountain. The young master looked at the lion with contempt and told him to cool his head. The young master looked at the lion furiously and said that he should not worry too much. Leo looked at the young master in shock. Leo looked at the young master and asked if he was completely crazy. Leo, looking at the young master, did not understand why he was so angry. The lady looked at her mother and asked if she was okay. Madame was shocked. She could not believe how such monstrous events could happen in the head's estate. The young lady said she thought it was because someone was using a pheromone. The knights ran to Mrs. Avon with lightning speed. Vivy looked at her mother and said that first she needed to calm down and go to a safe place. She told her mother to hide with the guards. The lady looked at her daughter and asked where she was going. She said that one should not wander alone in such a place. Madame said that they met with difficulty, so they should not part. Madame looked at her daughter and invited her to go together. Since then they could discuss everything. They could talk about the curse and about her pheromone, because due to the fact that she was a rabbit, they still had not had the opportunity to properly talk. Vivy looked at her mother and told her to let go of her hand. Vivy looked at her mother and said that she was simply not interested in her opinion, and dialogue between them was impossible due to the fact that she was a rabbit. She looked at her and said that she would not go with her. The guards ran up to the lady. Madame looked at her daughter and told the guards to grab her. The young people looked at the lady in surprise. Madame told them to grab her now while no one is here. Even if they have to knock her out, they can do it. The guard bowed and said that he would do everything now. He approached the young lady and said that he wanted to harm her. He would like her to follow the will of the mistress. Vivy was in shock and did not understand why her mother was doing this to her. She was in shock, as she would not be able to cope with 2 knights because they would attack before she could even use the pheromone. She was shocked and very scared as she didn't know what to do in this situation. She wondered if she should pretend to give up and then get lost in the chaos. She raised her hands, but suddenly the guards were attacked. The young lady froze in shock. She saw a panther and a falcon who came to her aid. Madame looked at her daughter in surprise and asked what kind of predators these were. The lady looked at the knights and told them to do everything, and maybe even use pheromone. The knight was a little surprised, he said, that they could not harm the lady. Madame looked at the knights and asked if she didn't say that they could knock her out. The young lady was shocked. She looked at her mother and wondered why she would let something like this happen. Vivy did not understand the reason and intentions of her mother. Vivy still understood that she needed to calm down and get out of here as quickly as possible since the current situation was completely different. She understood that together with her friends, she had a chance to use her pheromones. She understood that if she used her pheromone, she would become a rabbit again, but still, it was better than just letting herself be captured. She understood that she had to cope completely. The young master came up to her, hugged her, and told her to calm down. He told her not to use her pheromone. The young lady turned in surprise and saw him. The young master looked at her in surprise. She looked at him and asked how he knew she was there. He looked at her and with a smile told him that no matter what happens, she must remain human. He looked at her softly and affectionately. She looked at him and called. The gentleman turned his gaze to her offender. He looked at them and menacingly told them that it would be better for them to sheathe their sword. Madame looked at them intently and angrily. She realized who this young master was, but she was still shocked and wondered how he was related to her daughter. A moment later, another explosion sounded. A servant ran up to them and shouted for them to quickly run to the main building. The lady sighed heavily and called her daughter. Vivy looked at her mother warily. Madame looked at her daughter and told her to know that she was the only one left. A moment later, the young lady stared after her mother, who had left her. Vivy was in shock. She did not know what her mother's words meant. A moment later, another explosion thundered near them. Ahin hugged her tighter and said that it was very dangerous here. He looked after the lady and told the young lady that now was not the time for conversation. She was shocked and looking after her mother called her. The young master looked at the door and told Vivy that he would like to talk to her, but she in turn sat quietly under the door, not making a sound. Ahin pulled the door for a while. He was worried about her and asked her what she was doing. He sighed heavily and said that she could speak from there too. Ahin wanted to be close to her, but still accepted her decision and retreated. The young lady sat quietly under the door and was silent. A moment later, he sat down near the door. They both sighed heavily as they sat near the door. She was very afraid to open the door and come face to face with the young master. She did not understand why it was so difficult for her to look into his eyes. He timidly asked what was wrong with her hand. She laughed a little and asked if during this time he had really managed to see that her arm was injured. She said that she probably hit something when she turned into a person. She heard kind words from him, in which there was a sense of concern. Vivy did not understand why he continued to do everything so that she would rely only on him. He told her that he left her at the estate because he hoped that at least there she would not do something so reckless. He said that there was danger around her outside the estate, but she was a little surprised. Even now, although he was angry with her, he was still more worried. She sighed heavily and said that if a similar situation happened again, she would do the same. She said it was all because he didn't tell her anything. He was alarmed but looked at the door and called out to her. She said he never told her about the healing pheromone or that she might have gotten one from drugs. He was shocked by what he heard. Ahin looked at the door and asked how she knew about this. Closing her eyes, Vivy asked him why he thought she went to such a distance and acted without informing him. She said that it was all because she didn't want to show him the bottom of her dark past, be it a drug or this family. Ahin pulled the doors and shouted for her to open them. She said that this time he already knew about everything. She said that even near the banquet hall recently, despite the fact that she was in the company of people he didn't know, he didn't even ask if anyone was doing anything. Vivy said that he knew that she was from the Revian family. She said that perhaps he also knew that the woman in front of them was her mother. The young master pulled the door and told her to open the door first. Sighing heavily, she said that she wanted to talk like that. She said that he didn't even tell her that she had a healing-type pheromone. She said that perhaps he thought that she could be used well for his own purposes, since she healed the wound of Ash, who was literally one paw in the grave. She said that at first it was unpleasant for her, but the more she thought, the more it seemed to her that it was even better. Vivy said that as long as she could be used, she should not worry about being abandoned again. Ahin froze at her words. He was shocked. Looking into the distance, she said in a trembling voice that he should have just told her everything. She said that if he needed her pheromone so badly it was healing, then he could have just told her. He looked at the door and said that he was not going to tell her anything like that in the future. She looked at the door in surprise and asked why he wanted to do this. The young master sighed heavily, but did not answer. She was puzzled and said that he was hiding a lot of things from her. She wondered if it was because he was raised as the head of the clan. She thought that it was for the best. Maybe she wouldn't hear his full cold response right now, but still she couldn't help but feel uneasy about this trait of his. She looked closely at the clock that was near her and noticed that a lot of time had already passed. Recently, Vivy was very excited, so she said a lot of things to the young master. Vivy should have at least said a few words about how sorry she was for making him worry about her. As she approached the door, she wondered if he was even bothered. She understood that it was too late and she needed to sleep first and talk tomorrow. She looked at him in surprise as he was sitting near the door. She looked at him and asked if he was sleeping. Vivy said if he was going to sleep, then it would be better for him to go to the bed. The young lady froze in bewilderment. A moment later, she saw that he staggered and fell. Vivy was in shock as he lay unconscious in front of her. She screamed, but he didn't answer. The young lady saw that he was lying on the ground and sighing heavily. Vivy saw that he was very ill. She was in shock and screaming. She asked him if he was okay and also wondered what was wrong. She noticed that he had a high fever and was sweating a lot. She understood that she needed to find the professor as soon as possible. Ahin looked at her and told her not to make a fuss. She looked at him in surprise and asked why the young master looked at her and said that a little later everything would go away on its own. The young lady was shocked as it didn't seem like it would go away on its own. After some time, she said that he had the same condition last time. Vivy looked at him puzzled and asked why he didn't come to the doctor. She was furious and looking at him said that this would not work, and at least she needed to tell Irwin. Ahin looked at her and said that she should not talk about this to anyone. She was shocked and didn't understand why he was saying that. She was shocked and wondered how serious the matter was that even Irwin shouldn't know about. She didn't understand what he was hiding and why he couldn't tell Irwin and the doctor. Vivy didn't understand how being so sick he came to such a place. She understood that first she needed to put him on the sofa since the floor was very cold. She looked at him and told him to wait a moment. A moment later she moved the sofa away. She was shocked as the sofa was very heavy. She looked at him and asked if he could get up. Ahin did not answer. She asked for his forgiveness since she had no other way to move him. She gradually dragged him along with her. It was very difficult for her, but she knew that everything was fine because a little more and she would drag him to the goal. But suddenly she heard some strange sound. Turning around, she saw that the young master had hit his head. She hurriedly approached him and asked what to do. She also asked if he was okay. Ahin said that he was in pain. Rising slowly, he said that he would get there on his own. She turned her back to him and said that she would help him, and he could sit on her back. He smiled and told her not to make excuses later. Groaning, she walked with him as it was very difficult for her. He looked at her and asked if it would be better if they walked in step with each other. Vivy, surprised and puzzled, looked at him and asked if he really had any energy left for jokes. A moment later, he was already lying on the bed. Vivy felt relieved that she was able to lay him down. Sighing heavily, she said that she had eaten and laid him down. She looked at him and, with a smile, told him to tell her immediately if he needed anything. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she didn't hate him. She looked at him in surprise and asked why she suddenly hated him. He said with a smile that they were in the bathroom recently. She called him a damn predator. Vivy turned around with a smile and said that she would move another blanket so he needed to wait a little. Approaching him, she saw that he was very ill. She touched his forehead and noticed that he was even hotter than before. She wondered if it would be better to take off these uncomfortable clothes first to bring down the heat a little. She was shocked because in reality, she saw what these two would say if they found out that she took off his clothes. She had already heard them say that she was just a horny rabbit. She understood that she still had no choice. She knew that she was doing all this for the benefit of the patient. She slowly took off his clothes, but she was still very angry and did not understand why the knots were so complicated. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she needed help. She looked at him and said that she was busy, and there was no need to distract her. Ahin looked at her and asked why this innocent pose was there. He said that her eyes were very impudent. Vivy was very angry and said that this was not so. "Young master, you are not sleeping, but sighing heavily, you began to undress." After he unbuttoned his shirt, he began to slowly remove his gloves. The young lady was taken aback by such a sight. She was shocked and wondered if he could really take it all off so easily. A moment later, he called her. He looked at her surprised and dumbfounded and asked why she was crying. She cried because he was sick. Vivy wondered if she could use her pheromone on him now and wanted to help him and wanted him not to be sick. Ahin looked at her with a smile and said that everyone should look at her the way he brought her to such a state. He touched her tenderly. He said with a smile that she was very vulnerable. She looked at him intently with tears in her eyes. Wiping her tears, he asked with a smile how he could leave her. She noticed that he was very beautiful, and his eyes also sparkled like rubies. She closed his eyes because she realized that it was very dangerous. He looked at her in surprise and called. She was shocked since he was able to take over her mind. Even during her illness, she thought that he was a very cunning predator. The young master called out to her several times in surprise. She wondered if the pheromone was really emanating from the young master now. He usually controlled it well, primarily because of her. Vivy wondered if now, because of his illness, he did not have the opportunity to do this. She looked at him in surprise and twitched. She looked at him and asked if he really had an exacerbation of the pheromone. Now she said that even if both of his are not like last time, he needs to quickly return to his true form, so it won't hurt too much. She looked at him and asked how he liked her idea, since he freely transitions from his true form to his human form. He turned away from her and did not answer. The young lady was in shock and did not understand his behavior. She wondered if he was really against it. Vivy did not understand the reason for his refusal. She wanted to sincerely help him and was ready for anything. She remembered how her grandfather asked her to help him when the pheromone worsened. She sighed heavily and said that in that case, she would figure it out completely. She was very happy and relieved that her healing-type pheromone was something she wondered if it should help in such a situation. He looked at her, grabbed her hand, and told her not to do this. She was surprised, looked at him, and asked why he was against it. She said that her pheromone could pacify his attack. The young master looked at her and said in a trembling voice that if she used her pheromone, she would become a rabbit again. The young lady froze in disbelief as she now heard the reason why he did not want her to help him. She frowned because once upon a time he really liked her being a rabbit, but now she realized that he liked her better when she was in human form. But still she wanted to help him. She looked at him and asked if now is the time to get hung up on something like this. He said that now is the time. Vivy sighed heavily and said that he is not a child, but still very capricious. She looked at him intently because she saw how he was in pain, and he was writhing in pain. She saw that he was breathing with difficulty. She was in shock. She did not understand why he was so stubborn if he was feeling bad. She looked at him and said that most likely becoming a rabbit after using pheromones was a protective reaction of her body because she had poor control over her pheromones. She said that in this case, probably if you balance her pheromone with a subjugating type, pheromone turning into a rabbit will not happen. Vivy said that she has a stone, but she thought that if he did it personally, it would be easier to control everything that was happening. The young master sighed heavily and did not answer. Vivy looked at him and asked if he could hear her. She looked at him intently because she understood that she had no other choice. Vivy understood that she had to help him by any means. She understood that this would not work, and there was no time for further thought. She understood that in order to directly safely pass the pheromone into Ahin's body, she needed to do as he did earlier. She approached his neck and bit him. She bit him, but nothing happened. Vivy was puzzled because he had bitten her before and she helped her, but she can't even handle that. He sighed heavily and turned back. Vivy was shocked and very puzzled because she understood that she had no fangs, so she could not bite through his skin. He looked at her and asked what she was doing. Ahin was surprised by her behavior. She was taken aback and said that she had not done anything like that. Vivy was embarrassed as she was embarrassed by her actions, even though they were for the benefit of Ahin. A moment later, he grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. The young master kissed her. She was shocked and looked at him confused. She understood that he was a very cunning predator since she only wanted to avoid touching his lips. The young lady looked at the head and said that today, this is our last cocoa reception. In the future, at the official banquet, there will only be long tea since cocoa is completely out of place there. She looked at the head and asked if she agreed with this proposal. Madame smiled and said that when she drank a few cups with Sir Grace yesterday, she did not hear anything like that. She looked at the young lady and said with a smile that in time she would understand, and someday she would change her mind on this matter. The lady looked at her and said that she really didn't share yesterday's tea party with Sir Grace. She said that today we need to discuss cooperation in the investigation of the fire in the banquet hall. She said that according to Madame Revian's report, there was one intruder at the scene, a werewolf rabbit whose name is unknown, and with her was Mr. Grace young or not. She said that it was very interesting. The young lady said that she was very interested to know how Madame knew about the existence of this unknown guest. The head looked at the young lady and said that the madam testified on the condition that she would not be questioned. Madame smiled and said that for the birthday of such an old lady like her, they arranged a grandiose fireworks display. she said with a smile that she could not express how grateful she was. She said that maybe this explosion didn't happen by chance, and we need to check all the guests who arrived at the ball. She said it would be a very special birthday. The young lady woke up, let him out, or with the young master. She was surprised because she noticed that it was already dawn. She was surprised that she remained in human form and did not turn into a rabbit, but still felt relieved. Vivy jumped up with lightning speed and immediately rushed to the young master. She wanted to check his condition. Vivy noticed that the fever had subsided and he was no longer breathing heavily as before.